So one is spark. What is this example? Is the chair. Chair have you have chair have picture, chair have sound, chair have smell, smooth and rough. This your senses given you to eye given to picture, ear given sound, and body sense given the smooth and rough. You see, the kindergarten time. What's the teacher doing? Teacher given this picture and given sound, and you can touch. Yeah, that's a is a thought. That's a thinking word, the mindful word. That's why Buddha's word is there. Chittena niyati loko chittena paras. The meaning is you are living on your sensor, within your sensor. You are living. What is this word? Is your sensor given this word. That's why cause and effect. Dhamma, cause is the sensor, effort is together. No, together coming. The effort is the mind sensor. The five senses together coming. Mind sensor is the effort. Otherwise, especially the thought, how is coming the power, is very important. That is why science is here inside. It's a mechanism. The speedily sparking happening, that's the mechanism, is I creating the light. Otherwise, speedily sparking is a vibration. Eardrum like that. Is your ear creating your new to sound. You know, this one spark have the power. Because different in somewhere, the power is there. It's the Buddha's word otherwise. Manchisutra. Yobante viditwana majjamantana ripati tamruhi mahapurusho seda simbali maga. It's a power, it's a Buddha's word. What the meaning is that the power somewhere different in power is there. That is why spark is meaning is different and is there. Spark. You know, that's the power is there. The example is something drop in the water, waves are there. How is waves are going, the power is there. That is that's why is waves is happening. That's something drop in the water. That's a spark. No, that's why power is coming. That is why different in somewhere. There's a power is there. North and south like that. There's a earth also. Like that, magnetic, no? Magnetic power like that. Different is there. Electric power also, you know. That's the how is coming electric power is rotating the different ends, no? A huge magnet rotating, no? Why we are talking this power? You see this existent field. How is thought coming to power? No. You are looking the chair. You have field. Chair is existent field. Chair is there. How is that coming? That is why we are talking about power is there. Because something there, other side is someone is there. The existent field is there. Alive field is other side. That is why. Very important this understand. What is this alive field? How is alive field is coming? Nobody is doing. No one is doing. That's a Tripitaka is there. That's a Sela Sutra. It's talk about this. Nahitang atta katam bimba, nahitang parakatanga. You also not doing. Nobody is doing. Systematically is happening. What is? Power is there. Existential field is there. Otherwise, LI field also there. So how is LI field? How is coming? Existential field? Where? So what is existential field? It's a chair. That is why. There's a power is there. You know, there's a power. After that, kindergarten time is happening this. It's the Buddha's word. Your eye is the word. Your nose is the word. Your ear is the word. Ear given you to sound word. No, I given this picture word. This sensor given you to this word. Your senses not working. You haven't a sound word because you are deaf. Your eye not working. You are blind. No, you can't see. So like that. This word is our senses. That is Buddha's word. Otherwise, Salata Loko Loko. This senses is your word. That's the meaning. This senses not working, you have a word. That's why. You also not there. Other side. This world is you. It's very important. So, someone understood this. What happened? What is we are talking about internal transformation? Power is disappearing because you know this is not real. It's a thinking world. It's not real. After power is fading. That's why defilements are fading. We are talking. That's the Buddha's word. That's the Buddha. But what Buddha want to do? End in the suffering, end in the sadness. It's happening, no? How is this happening? Because you know the truth. Easy, no? Yeah. Dhamma is very easy. Truth is to be feel. Yeah. Truth is not to understand. Truth is to be feel, but truth won't understand. No? First, you won't understand. Second, you can feel it. Feel is the truth. No? Feel is the truth. Knowledge is not the. Knowledge is the. Knowledge is in your mind. Yeah, knowledge only the mind. It's not truth. Knowledge can be changing. Yeah, it's not. Yeah. Lord Buddha, yeah, what should the Lord Buddha want to do? How is liberate the mind? No? That's why it's very important. Yeah. How to awaken? Yeah, how to awaken this dream? Yeah, yeah. How to feel beyond the sense is very important. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Otherwise, this is a freedom now. How after that is a tranquility. No, it's a peaceful mind. It's coming final. No. Yes, because someone understood the truth. He have a cage because no ego is there. He also not anywhere. Everything is like a nature. Because he know nobody is here. This is a system. It's a creating. It's very important this to understand. That is why insight meditation is not a concentration meditation. Insight meditation is understanding one. That is why dependent origination. Very important to understand. First Dhamma discourses, Buddha's one is Dhamma Chakrapavatana Sutra, is the Tripitaka is there. You can realize Buddha's word. What is the Dhamma? Dependent origination. What is never heard before Dhamma? What's Buddha explained? The 5 teachers. It's not concentration method because 5 teachers already know that. This important thing is experience. I think someone won't find the truth. He is doing concentration meditation. It's okay because he won't experience. After he know this concentration meditation is not the way. Yeah, it's okay, calm and cool. It's calming, but it's not permanent. It's impermanent. Your posture is leg cross sitting and you are doing exhale and inhale and you are doing concentration. At that time it's okay. But after you wake up in the bhavana, what happens? You are in the normal life. You are in the normal life. There's the defilements. Defilements are not gone. Defilement is there. How is defilements are fading? How is defilements? Oh, you won't stop in the defilements. How is that happening? Understanding. Understand is the very important. But you don't misunderstood. You don't misunderstand because understand only this process someone want first you got to understand, but it's not the final. Final one is the feel. What's the feel? You are understanding how is this mind is creating, how is this alive feel is coming. After you can experience your inside, is ego is fading. Defilements are fading, same this. That's why your inside come in tranquility. It's peaceful mind, calm and cool. Because nobody is here, you understand after what's happened is okay. You haven't any inside any pain, inside any vibration, not happening. That's why finally you have cool mind. Mind is normally it's happening. It's okay. Thoughts are normally coming. You can't stop it. But thought power is disappearing. That's the happening. Understand now. It's very important. That's why inside meditation is understanding. But not enough understanding. You won't experience. Satyajnana is the truth. Is here. You will understand how is creating this senses, how is coming the life feel, how is thoughts are coming. Right vision is very important. After you can experience it. That's the truth. Buddha's word is Kruthajnana. Second one. You can experience it. Nobody here. Everything is happening systematically. After third one is, that's the effort. Tranquility. It's very important this one. Joel, no? Joel. Yes, Joel, do you understand what I said? Experience is important.
Yes, sir, thank you. I want to feel it more.
Joel, you are Christian, no? It's okay, it's no problem. Mm, this Christian or Hindu or Muslim or yeah, it's a it's a religion. It's okay. This is not a religion. This is Joel. Joel, Joel. Now I think you understand. Joel, what's your really problem? What's your really question? Your internal. What is your experience?
My experience is like these days, I am really calm and cool with myself because before listening to them, I was like getting angry for certain things and getting mad. But after following this, I think
Yes. Okay.
uh, I have,
You're talking about Joel angry.
yeah,
How long you are here in this Dhamma?
for I think 1 week.
1 week. Last week or no?
One and
Couple
a
of
half weeks I've been here. Yeah.
it's okay. What you are finding? You are finding truth. What you want?
I
Yeah.
mean, like that, just to come out of the mind and live out of the mind without
Come
getting
out,
stuck in the mind.
come out of the mind and what are you talking? Come out of the mind and
Come
yeah.
out of the mind and come
Yeah.
out of the senses and live in that, nice feeling, peaceful feeling.
No, Joel. We are not talking about like that. We are talking liberation of mind. No. Who is come out of the mind? Nobody is here now. System is working now. Do you understand what I say? We are explaining. Nobody is here. System is working. Liberation of mind. Freedom of mind. Nobody is come out of the mind because nobody is here. That is the Buddha's explaining. None of them. System is working. Nobody is doing. Minds is also systematically happening. You see, someone concentration meditation is doing. He won't without the thoughts, but he can't stop that because it's happening. No, do you understand what I say?
Yes, Aryan.
Yeah, that is why. Otherwise, what is this? What I think is uh, what is Christians? I think it's a Jesus. Uh, who's the Father? Who's the Son? Father is a nature, no? Son is a, we are the Son, no? That's a real Christian. No? Father is a nature. Who's the Son? Son is a, everybody is a Son, no? Because Father is a nature. System is a nature. System is a nature. System is a Father. Who's the Son? Son is everybody's Son. Yeah, who's after give after death? Someone happened death. After we are going, it's a nature now. That's why we are going to Father. So why we is a Christians are is a doing Papa Char is a birdie singer word is Papa Char is a opening the everything everybody because inside everything is opening the no secret any inside. That's why nobody is here. That's why it's opening the everything. It's okay. Ego is disappearing. After no powers the thoughts. After what happened, that's the nature clause. That's why coming to the Father. That's a real Christian. No, nobody is doing this. Systematically, it's happening. But Jesus, no Jesus. It's a beginning. He's a endera, no? What's the word? He's coming to Himal. So 14 years age, I think. That's the concentration doing. After going back and is talking about the truth. What's the truth? Is we are the son. The father is is the father. Who's the father? Father is the nature. That's why we are the sons. So otherwise, loving talking about Jesus. What is the loving? Jesus talking about the loving. That's nobody is here. Everybody is same. That is why it's a real loving. Is asalvasita premakaram is a singular word. Is Buddha is talking about no Jesus is talking about loving, loving to everyone. So after I think is first I think is this is the I think is the my feel is Jesus talking about the Buddha same Dhamma, truth. Jesus talking about. But people write in the book, various of books. Hindus are talking about the other book, Muslims are talking about the Quran, other book, and the Christians are talking about the other book, and the Buddhist guys also today also write in the book and talking about, but not the book reading here. The nature is the everything. That's the truth. I think religion is. I think it's a fail. 100 years sometimes it's okay. Religion is over. I think it's the coming to truth whole world because religion is a lie. It's not truth. It's not real because it's a programming. Hindus are talking other programming. Muslims are talking about the other programming. One God they are talking about other one. But Christians are talking about the other program. Buddhist guys also talking about the other program. This is not a program. That is why truth is no programming. No programming here is a blank sheet like that. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. That is the truth. Someone understood this. How what is this happening here? It's okay. No problem anywhere because nobody is here. Or nobody is here. Who's suffering? Who's sadness? Nobody is here. No. Who have sadness? Who have suffering? No suffering, no sadness. That's why tranquility is here. The system we want to understand is a system. What is the circle of birth? After death, nothing happen. Anything is not a truth. Someone is thinking after that everything is over. Everything is over. Someone's thinking, yeah, we don't want religion. Someone is talking about after death everything is over. I think it's not that's not the truth. You don't know the truth because the science is here. Is a vibration science. We are talking about the how is talking about the waves, vibes here. Vibes is power. Power is over. Is a circle of birth is also over. But circle of birth is happening because vibe is here. It's like a waves, like a electric waves, like a the satellite waves is a TV waves, radio waves. Our phone also waves have like that. Everybody humans. We are talking about 800 million all world 8 billion humans. So they all of them have phones. The meaning is they have the numbers, phone number individually. The meaning is that that's a wave, no? Everyone have one wave. Everyone have a wave, no? Your number, what is your phone number? Everybody can call you because that's your wave. That's your number. This example is the phone number. But you know what I want to say? Does your mind also like this wave? This wave is systematically is happening. It's like a power. But power is disappearing. Your wave also disappearing. That's your end of the circle of birth. It's not happening. It's happening in everything. That's why we explain that because we have experience. We know that one is the happening here. That's why we are talking about that. We are not talking about the religion because religion is a Latin word. It's a religion after death. You are going somewhere. That's a religion. But Buddha's word is not that type of. Buddha's talking about that after death everything is over because you know the truth. Truth is nobody is here. You understood? Is a power is disappearing. Is over the wave. Wave have a power. That's why. This is not a religion here. It's a truth. The religion is we are talking about. Latin word is after death. Where are you going? The question is wrong. Why? Someone understood truth. You are not going anywhere because you are not also here. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. But wave is there. Yeah, that is you. That's your circle of birth. Wave is there. Power is gone. Wave is disappearing. After you are not anywhere. That's the truth. It's not a religion case. It's a truth. True Dhamma. It's not a Buddhism or anything. It's everybody is here. Everybody won't know the truth. Someone don't know the truth is like a blind. Otherwise, someone is talking. I don't want religion. I don't want religion. It's okay. You don't want religion. It's okay. But you are something happened to you. Fever or something injured or something happened. You don't like to death. You want to still here. Why? You are inside. Why? You want to still here because you are here. You are thinking, someone thinking after death everything is over. He don't know. He's talking. He don't want religion. But something happened to him. He don't like to death. He won't still here. But it's not happening. He's in suffering. He's in sadness. Sadness is there. Suffering is there. He's not ending the suffering and sadness. He's worried. That is why. The silly mind is very important. This truth. Someone understood this. Everything is happening in this present moment. You are thinking something. Future is present moment only thought. You are remembering something is a history. That's this present moment only the thought. Otherwise, this present moment, one thought is here. Someone understood this. How is these thoughts are coming? That's your mind. No, that's your thoughts. How is coming? It's not real. Sound and firm together coming. That's the thoughts. This power is sparking power. Is combined. Is coming this more power. Exists a field. That's the life field. Nobody is here. No one is here. After what happened? You are living only the 1 second. No? This present moment. It's not real. No pain. No anything. That's why I work into the moment. Because this moment is the everything happening. They're like you are wake up in the dream because something is here, something you have is a coming history or anything. That's type of talk. That's why tuning fork like that. Same spark is here. Today how is coming the chair? When you are baby, it's a chair. Now today also chair because it's the same sparks. Tuning fork, same tuning fork. Here. Same vibrations. No memory or anything. It's a spark only. Every moment, every second, spark is happening. Only that part. No target here, nobody is here. So the experience is we want so we want to see our ego. Someone don't know he have a ego. He don't know how is talking about the nibbana. Ego is disappearing is the nibbana. Everybody have ego. Ego is fading. That's an ego nibbana. What's nibbana? Firing is fading. What's the firing? Is ego. Ego is fading. Is the nibbana. Nothing here any nibbana. Nibbana only the word. We are using this word, fade in the defilements, fade in the our ego. That's a Nibbana experience. Nibbana is nothing, anything. You see, the material Patavi Apo Tejo also vibration. No, that's why The light also waves, no. Sound also waves, no. Heat also waves, no. Hot also waves, no. Everything is waves. The meaning is vibrations, sparking. Speed is a sankara. Is a theory. That's the dhamma. What is dhamma? Is for this. How is life really coming? Who are you? How is this world? That someone understood. Everything is this spark. How much you have value, how much you have, how much you have how much you want this world, you have how much you want this world, that's your ego. That's your level of ego, because you are there. So your eye given you to a mountain, no sun, no moon, everything is your eye creating. And something happened to your eye, is you are blind, no? You think you are first time this world is coming, what's the date? That at that day also you are blind. Have you sun or moon? Have you earth? Have you galaxy? How silly. You know, insect have the world. Insect have on the Jupiter or anywhere.
Okay, I
Anything.
found this on the web, but do you know how the world? Check it out.
What's that? Circus system is coming. He's a AI, I think. It's okay. It's unbelievable, no? This term is unbelievable. I know this many guys for other religion have question, because they are talking about they are in somewhere galaxy or universe or somewhere, but this Dham is not that one. That is why we are not talking about the religion. Religion is why they are talking about religion, because they are going after death somewhere. But this Dhamma is nobody is here. Who's going? This is not a religion. This is truth.
And after feeling this truth also, you can go to the church, you can light the candles, and you will be with your family, you will be doing everything, and there you are. You're not you just do that, the function of the system. That's fine.
Oh, otherwise, so we are thinking this this body is me. We are thinking. Death also thoughts. Birth also thought. So only the happening excel and inhale is system. Nobody is here. What do you think about God?
Yes, sir.
Who have death? Who have birth? No death or birth is here. That is why liberation of the mind. Everything is, you have freedom. You are not in anywhere. That's a real freedom. Everybody is you otherwise, because you are not in here. Everybody is you. That is why Asal was into Prema is a Christian. Jesus are talking. Jesus, I love in Jesus. Why? I know he's a Buddha guy. Why? He's not a religion. He know the truth. Why killing the Jesus? Because he is talking about the real one. But after writing the book, it's not a Jesus one. Real Jesus is truth. He knows nature is everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. That is why he is talking of loving kindness, is because nobody is here, everybody is him. That is the real. That's the Buddha's word, no? It's the same, no? It's a real. Really, no religion is here. Truth is the everything. I can explain Quran also. I can explain the Hindus also. What is the Brahman? Brahman made this word. Brahman is squirrel, no? Spring. Spring is the Brahman. It's a speed. Spring rotating speed is happening. That's the earth is coming. That's the material also coming. That's the waves, no? Is a Hindus are talking about Brahman. Yeah, it's a Brahman is the made this world. What is the Brahman? It's a nature, no? Who's the God? Who's the Father? Is a nature, no? What is religion? Every religion is fail. One is happening. Is everything is a system. You won't understand the system. What is the system? It's the nature. Is the everything. Nobody is here. No one is here. You won't understand how is coming thoughts. How is it? What's your thoughts? It's not real. It's not a Jesu, or it's not a Brahman, no, it's not anybody. It's a system. That's the word of real. That is why Buddha talking, nobody is here. I said Dhamma, if someone understood the Dhamma, he knows everything. Dhamma is the first. No? That's a Buddha's word, no, Kokila?
Yes.
No, Buddha is not a person. That is why. It's
Yeah,
after
even that can be
becoming
misunderstood. Yeah.
Yeah, after becoming a Buddha, Upaka asking the question, who are you? Buddha talking about, I'm not a person. Nobody is here, that is why. I'm not a god. Hey, Upaka asking, are you a god? No, I'm not a god. Are you a person? No, I'm not a person. Are you human? No, I'm not a human. Are you a Brahman? No, I'm not a Brahman. Who are you? Nobody is here. That's the Buddha. Buddha is nobody's here. Meaning is, Buddha word is, meaning is nobody's here. Jail. That's the real Dham. It's not a religion. I don't know. People in misunderstanding, people in misconception. I don't caring about it. Because I want the truth. I don't want any religion or anything. I want truth. I want telling that this human want truth. We are not a blind. Why we are not? Why we are in the blind? We want to explain the truth. Whole world, every humans. No religion is here. It's a programming. We don't want our programming humans mind. Why? Human mind, more huge mind is human now. They can't tolerate. That's why they are thinking after death they are going somewhere. Why animal have a religion? No more mind. Feel is only the feel. It's nice feeling now. What do you think about Suranga?
Yes, Saran, so very beautiful.
Yeah.
And the more and more, I think I remembered Maat ekka mama gamanak yanawa because even in the Buddha's days.
Yeah, you can speak that English. I'm going with me.
So, I mean, even during the Buddha's days, the Prince Nanda also went in search of something. He thought he can gain something, and in the process, he listened to the pure truth and lost himself.
Someone know the pure truth? What is your board? Christian no, Buddha or Hindu or Muslim no? That's only the board no.
Yes.
On the programming no. Wow, we are silly. No, we are not a silly. We can understand what is happening here. That's okay. Circle of birth is happening, misunderstood. Circle of birth is happening, misconception, guys. No. It's a mithya dushti. Yeah, it's a dushti is there. It's a power is there. What is this dushti? It's a
misconception. Yeah.
Misconception. It's a dushti, otherwise the power. It's a wave. That's a circle of birth. That's like a sirasa, like a dharana. It's a waves. It's a radio waves. It's a mindful waves. It's a chittaro waves. What is this? Waves. We can explain. Body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? It's a power. What is this power? It's a waves. Waves is not stopping. Yeah, it's a body is okay. Collapse is okay. One day it's a death is over. We are talking. Yeah, body is over. Exhale and inhale is the last briefing is here. It's okay. You don't know the truth. His power is there. Because he's thinking this world is real. The power is there. It's a waves. Like a sirana, that's a radio waves like that. They like the phone number like that, no? The wave is not stopping. Yeah, somewhere this telepathy is a same tuning fork like that. It's the same viber is there. It's okay. It's this one is a body is a collapse. It's okay. Other body is there. It's okay. That's a zygote is there. It's okay. Mom's zygote is there. The vibration is same is there as you. That's a circle of birth. Is how is this happening? It's a power. How is this power is gone? Yeah, it's a vibers. It's a waves. It's a system. This system we can is stopping. How? Yeah, power is over. This system is over. Nobody is here. No one is here. It's a waves. Is how is there waves? Waves is there. His power is there. You are the power. Power is disappearing. Nobody is here. That's the real dumb. You can experience it. It's a tranquility. Yeah, it's a tranquility. Yeah, endless happiness is here. Why? Nobody is here. It's not a thinking, it's not a thought. You can experience it. It's a wisdom. That's why wisdom of Asia in Sri Lanka is Buddothpado. It awakened to the Buddha. The Buddha is not a person. It's non-vibration. Yeah, non-vibration is we are talking. Yeah, you can experience it. I'm only given the message only. You can experience it. You can find the truth. You can find the truth and you can experience. It's okay, you haven't done the experience, it's okay, you left this. You leave this, it's okay, no problem. Because why we don't want to cheat anybody. We don't want to tell any lie. This is our experience we are talking about. That's why tranquility is there. You know, chair have power. That's you. You are not in the chair, this body. You are not in the mind. You are in the chair. Outside. Yeah. It's a power. It's an attaching power. How's telling this? Yeah, it's a consciousness. Buddha's talking about apatitita vinyana. This apatitita vinyana is the nibbana. He's talking about the power. Perception have a power. Consciousness have a power. Perception, how is converting the consciousness? Is the speed. Speed is vibration speed. That's why skanda is Buddha's word. Everything is skanda. What is this skanda? Is like a quantum theory. Is waves speedily happening. That's why is mirror is that's why is your how is talking about mirage, no? Is yeah, illusion is there. Someone don't know this. Is illusion is there. Something is there, illusion is there. Someone understood is how is this happening? This like this lighting ball circling the speedly. Is circle is there, but not circle is there. But you can see the circle. How is circle you can see? The speed given you to this price circle. That's the consciousness. How is this combine this lighting ball rotating? Combined. How is this combining? It's a mind. That's why consciousness we are talking. Perception is this perception, how is becoming the consciousness. It's very important. It's a power. One is spark, have a power. It's very important, Majjhya Sutra. No spark here, no power is here. So power is here, spark also here. Power is disappearing, spark also disappearing. Vibration also disappearing. That's why. So power is an existent power, otherwise the life power. Life feel is an ego. Ego is disappearing, that's why defilement also disappearing. Same. His power is disappearing. It's the same. It's a zero, it's a power. It's you inside, you are in tranquility. Sometimes outside, rush is there. Many people is there, but you are in alone. What is this? Inside power is like that. Zero. That's the tranquility. That's the Buddha's words. Nibbana. Nobody's here, no one is here. System is happening. No being, no living being, nothing exists. Nisato, Nijio. That's Buddha's final word. It's okay. I think this our time is now over, no?
It was so beautiful, Aranas.
Yeah. Because the truth is very beautiful. We can express everything. What is the God talking about? What's the humans are talking about? God, I think it's a Joel. I think I realize Joel can because a thousand is Dhamma discourses is their single language also. So you can search what I say. What is the 31 worlds? What is the three worlds? Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, Trilokanatha, Samma Sambuddha. What is how is Buddha talking about this three world meaning? Is not anywhere. It's our mind. Is thought haven't power anywhere. That's why so gold also is a our vibration is a not high powerful vibration is here. Is a world is smooth is here. Rough world is here because the vibration is huge. Yeah, power is there. Huge power is there. Ego is there. Mani, Makato, Atimani, Kukuro is a Buddha's word is. So power is more than coming after death. You are becoming a monkey, but you more than ego is there. You are becoming not a monkey, a dog. That's right. Dogs, moms, I would have. That's you. Vibration is same. That's why it's vibration every time. Is converting every time. Vibration is various of type of converting. That's right. The spark, this vibes, not but same here happening every time. This vibe is changing, happening. That's why this 31 world we are talking about. It's very important.
To page number 60. You cannot become a sovan unless you realize the pure truth using both awareness and wisdom. When you become a sovan, you begin to see that the outside is not true, and that realization comes with the development in awareness and wisdom. Darshana avabodha, not by concentration meditation or samatha meditation. After you have attained the wisdom of a sotapanna, at the time of your death, you will die with the realization that this world is a lie and that this is an illusion. It won't be possible for you to attain nirvana if you believe that this mundane world is true. You have to apply an effort and awaken your wisdom so that you could attain all four stages of awakening in the supramundane plane, Lokottara Bhumi. Once you attain the wisdom of a Sotapanna, you realize that all the heavens and hell are all lies. You would also realize that all these realms of the animals, hungry ghosts, hells, human, and realms of gods are formed only in just one thought. Any of these realms are created like a film within one thought. You will also realize that you cannot keep one foot on the mundane plane, Sammuti or Laukika Bhumina, and one foot on the supramundane plane, Lokottara Bhumi. If you want to concentrate on your path to nirvana, you have to attain the wisdom of the supramundane plane, Lokottara Bhumi. In order to develop the wisdom to follow the path, you need to listen to sermons. You also need to teach the Dhamma to others who are interested to know the pure truth. You will need to teach them that all what we see and experience is only an illusion, and all what we experience is only a thought. You also need to teach them that they need to see the thought and teach them how to enter the supramundane plane. Actually, these days, accurate sermons about the pure truth is being taught. This means that the true Dhamma has risen today. Our realization of the true nature of the Dhamma is enough proof to say that the true Dhamma has risen in this country. After the realization of the pure truth, we teach you with the wisdom of the supramundane plane. We have already realized that this mundane world is a lie. Therefore, everybody.
Major question, bless you. Vivajipar and Nancy. And we'll start the discussion. I think we were talking about the kind of what happens when we go in this path. So first stage would be the stage where we would not feel the outside as real. Even this stage is so good, it will actually make you so much lighter, so much I can't really call happy, because happy word has this several meanings, because there's someone to be happy, but you can't really call it. It's again the minus the burden, like that feeling. So mundane levels, supramundane levels, actually we can't talk about these things without Dhamma. So knowing the truth about this consciousness, about how we feel alive, is the actual key to this super awareness and the wisdom, and then to cessation of suffering. So we'll start the discussion today. Do you have any questions? We can discuss as far as we can. So there are some, right?
Dr. Kokila,
Yeah.
My question is, we spoke about compassion and love yesterday,
Mhm.
and I just want to ask now, when we know this, do we actually, when we practice this, do we get compassion to ourselves also? Is it able that we be compassionate to ourselves and also others? Or is it we forget to give compassion to ourselves and only give compassion to others? How does this work, Doctor?
Yeah, that question itself is bit coming from a place where we identify that there is someone called me. So when we identify there is someone called me, and then the question comes, are we looking after ourselves when we do this? Or are we just looking after others? Or are we loving only others? Or are we not loving ourselves? Actually, that question is arising with the self-view. So we just have to identify that and just understand how this works. So from the beginning, we have been talking that it is only the stimulus which is there. It's actually this notion of being someone here, the duality. Duality that there is someone out there and you are here is illusion. What actually is there is the stimulus. Stimulus can be the chair, the person, neighbor, whatever. So we keep understanding that if it is felt as a thing, you feel burning, otherwise your burning is not there. But you still see the person, that's fine. You still hear his voice. You still, if you touch him or say hello or say, you shake his hands, you will still feel the touch of that person. But still, that's the thing. They will be there, but the burning will not be there. That is what it is. So, but when we try to talk about this love and compassion, the word itself gives us something, like someone offering something. That's what we get. The word almsgiving. That is also the same thing. You feel as you are giving to someone else. But Joel, I'm going to tell you something. If you are doing something, you are actually giving to your own perception. So if you are loving someone, you're loving you, actually a perception in yourself anyway. Did you get that? Did you actually get that? Imagine you love a flower. You see that and you felt wow kind of thing, and you wanted that. But then actually what you are seeking is a perception in your mind. So it's again you. If you want to even imagine you want to harm someone, you're actually trying to harm a perception here. That's a beautiful thing to keep understand. You can do this research and see. So if you are really if you really say, I really like that person, it's a perception in your system that has arisen due to the natural phenomena, and because of the illusory nature, we feel like we are actually loving that person. But what happens is we are actually craving the own emotion, own perception. So now your question becomes invalid. Did you get that, Joel?
Yes, doctor. It comes from my perception. Yes,
Yeah.
I understood. I understood. And one other thing I would share is like after starting like listening to this, whenever not I is the component. Sorry. Whenever this dual person is walking or doing something, and sometimes I realize it's all by these 6 senses that I'm working.
Yeah.
There's kind of a light, or not light. There's kind of a something light is happening.
Yeah. Like
It's
actually you feel that the truth we are talking, that
yeah,
actually there's no one here. It's just a phenomena, just a system working. Yeah.
and in my head also, like my frontal, my my head in the sense my skull. Inside that, when I think like that, like my blood is just flowing, and all the stress hormones are reducing, kind of thing. When I
Yeah.
realize that these kind of things are happening these days, and I do see differences when people say, Joel, you have changed a lot. Something has changed you, but I don't tell the secret. But I just enjoy this, man. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
patiently guiding me. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, one day, if you actually tell me, it will take time. If you tell me, like, I actually went, if you start telling me that I actually went to a place that I despised, or I actually met everyone that I didn't like, or I went to a party where I met everyone who used to criticize me, and they even started to talk to me all about that. But I even answered without any judgment or without any grudge. And that would be the real day, Joel, and I think that's not far away. And just keep researching. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. And you will just feel this lightness. And even when you are, challenged with the past occurrences, then the challenge is actually evident, and burning may or may not come. It doesn't matter. Don't worry even if it comes. That's how thick that is. Because some of the things are really thick, and it takes time. But I think already trying to tell you that you should have a self-confidence in whatever you keep understanding, keep researching, and like the word self-confidence carries a lot. But what I'm trying to say is that one day you will put this to a test also, without even knowing that you have tested it. As I said, when you say I didn't want to go out from the house, one day you will be like out in there, and you realize that you have actually come out of the house and the margins are blurred, as I said. So you would be like a free bird, and that's it. That's it. That's just it. Yeah, that's beautiful. Any other questions? Sugarma or Sulanika also can join in.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. First of all,
Are you
it's
still
all...
in Dombagoda or you are at
No,
home?
doctor, I just returned. They left
Okay.
by
Yeah.
12 o'clock, and I also left, and I reached home.
Yeah.
And first of all, let's all worship Aryan Hanse's feet once again, our spiritual teacher. And Dr. Kokila, when Joel was asking that question, some Aryan Hanse's words echoed in my mind, like he was telling, when we daily practice these rites and rituals, that is like make offerings to Lord Buddha, you all worship your own mind, he says. That's what you were telling, that perception. We have a certain image, it's in our mind, so we worship whatever the image that we have, the perception. And when he asked that, are we compassionate, and are we a kind of give love to the self, because as you said, he actually started with the self, but even without that, uh, whatever the action we do, we only associate certain perceptions. So not only worshipping, whatever we do, when we now, once he beautifully said, one day when I meet all four of you, I would ask, are you Dr. Kokila, are you Miss Surangika, are you Sudharma? So with that beautiful example of Mr. Vijay Surya also telling that there is no husband here, but we actually try to explain and try to understand is, we only associate a world that is created by us. I mean, in other words, the perceptions. So when there is certain visual formation, we think it is a tree. When there is certain visual formation, we think it is somebody. It's a woman. She is a woman or a man or whatsoever. The feeling is also there. The feel also, Dr. Kokila always mentions that, but still the first level is, we need to understand that Buddha's word, chittena niyati loko chittena parikasati, everything is in our thoughts. So even we think I is also a thought, like the book or a tree or so on. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, you can actually correct and elaborate. When Joel said that when walking, I experience the six sensory faculties working, and it is a system that mind images also play a role. When we take this body, so the moment the thought occurs that I should go out and walk, everything come in place, and the body movement, like a robot, uh, some machine, a robot, we just go ahead with walking. So when the thought occurs to, like, teach a lesson, say the words, the introduction to the lesson, then how to control the students, everything, that mind image comes to work, and it happens as an automated process. So on top of the six sensory faculties at work, the role of mind images, that is also prior perceptions becoming current perceptions, and things happen. Otherwise, now making a cup of tea, we never think that I should stir now, after adding milk and sugar, I should stir it this way. It naturally, you move your hand, move your hand naturally. I mean, without any thought, without any effort. So it is obvious that it is a system. So Teruvan Saranai, and yes, please, others can improve, not improve, elaborate on these points so that he will better understand. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan.
Yeah, actually, in that, what I said to Joel, there's some things I can actually add now. After you told that, I just remembered. In an arahant, because there is no self, it's completely that the stimulus. It is only that. In a normal person, we keep loving ourselves, even though we say I love you. We keep loving ourselves, but in an arahant, what happens is the way around. Because there's no self, actually, it is only the stimulus, so you just become, you know. So Yeah, that's important to understand, but the question that arises in Joel's mind will never come to Arahant's mind, because it doesn't work like that. That mind doesn't work like that. That mind is has an internal transformation, so that actually the questions like, am I loving myself, or what am I going to do now? And the questions like that yesterday arise, like, what are you going to do next 50 years? Or questions like, what is going to happen to this world? Because they are all the types of questions, the pattern of those questions carries the self-view. I think you all can actually, like checkmate, like you really get it now, because if someone talks with the self-view, it's very easy to understand, because if there's a self, you will have a world, and that world, if they don't know that it's just a perception here, and you don't actually have a experience of the external world, you keep trying to change the world. Yes, you might do something, but what actually happens here is the energy, change in energy levels. But whatever we perceive has not changed. So imagine we put a bomb. Yes, we are actually like damaging the world, yes. But what we perceive is what we perceive. What we perceive is what our sensory organs can perceive. Limitations of those sensory organs, they are 100%. So you can't actually see what has happened to the unicellular organs. You can't really see what is happening, anything beyond your frequency of your ears. You can't hear every sound in this world. If you really think about it, it's only the capacity of your ear you can telepathy to synchronize. There should be some kind of vibration here, so that vibe, only within that level you would be able to synchronize to know anything in that sense. So if there's vibration here, you will have a synchronicity, but actually that is these are the limitations. So we can't really say they are the things out there, because actually what you see is not what the other animals see. So likewise, just keep researching about what is actually happening here. And if you ask an Arahant, these questions are not there. That's the thing. The questions that, what am I going to do next 50 years? That question even does not apply. Why? So that's just another thought now here, because even if I think now, what am I going to do tomorrow? It's a thought happening now. And if you think tomorrow again, you think tomorrow, what am I going to do in next another year? That is a thought happening at that particular moment. So the stimulus, the word we use, the stimulus, is that thing, that whatever the thought that is happening at exactly this point. And what we are saying is, actually with this Dhamma, what we are understanding is even that moment is not true. So we understand that the past is the thought. Whatever we think about the past now, we can think about now. Like 10 years ago, I was like this. So you can think about that. It's okay. It's just a thought now. And you can think in 10 years' time, I'm going to do this. Yeah, you can think about that. That's fine. But it's a thought now. But with this Dhamma, you really understand this. Even this thought, even that is not true. I'm thinking about a house, or buying a house. Buying a house is just a perception which we can buy. If you really have the ability, you might buy, but that's not the point. Point is, whatever our world is full of perceptions. So you know, even if you get a craving, you definitely know that is the you. There's no separate you. It's not I am craving chocolate. The craving itself is I. There's no separate I there. That is what we keep understanding. So how does the craving come from? Craving come from because you feel chocolate as a thing. So when you feel the chocolate as a thing, then definitely you feel it, and then you get a feeling to keep it with you. But so
And Dr. Kokila, this Dhamma is so miraculous. Since you raised this again, this Angie's behavior, because in the morning she was not listening. She was telling, no, I don't want to end the suffering. I love the suffering. Suffering is what keep everything happens. So what would happen to the evolution of mankind, the development? Now we are going to explore the other planets and so on. So she she says, then she, even in the suffering in the mundane world is not a problem for her. So we were discussing all these plane crashes, losing loved ones. She says, no, that's fine, I want to be born again. It's all right, I enjoy them. So and I just came because of Theo's persuasion, and so halfway through she leaves. So by the evening, Dr. Kokila, it's so miraculous. She was interested. She changed her tone. And from the very beginning, she was asking, okay, now you are on the path with the spiritual teacher. Now I am going to rate. So if it is 1 to 10, 1 is maybe number 1, me, I'm just starting. So your teacher is, maybe he has completed. So where are you? Then I was telling, no, we don't talk about achievements and so. No, just tell me where are you. Then me and Shani, we told maybe 3 or 4 like. Then the very question he asked Aryan was, where are you? Are you 10? Then after that, what is the purpose? Even though we tell that after full kind of awakening realization, also everything will happen as normal. Okay, I know the mechanism. I know everything, because their minds are so big. They are kind of intelligent also. So they have watched the videos and grasped everything kind of as knowledge. So they never want to see through a thought to, I mean, practically. They say, no. We know that it was on the video. That's not on the only.
yeah, but I think the Mr. Was
Theo, yeah.
Theo was different, I think. Theo was
He
different.
was very different, doctor. The problem is he has practiced concentration meditation for 8 years under different teachers. So he doesn't want to come out of that. He has never heard of insight meditation, but he was listening. And when I said that the vibration that occurred with all the data, the qualities of previous births and everything into zygote, and that will telepathize, synchronize into each and every thought, he was interested. Then, of course, he said, now I am coming back. But by today, when they were leaving, they have written poems. Even Angie has written poems, danced, and she's asking, you can share it anywhere. I am coming back. I want to meet Aryan Mahanse. After then, she was asking, didn't your teacher tell that I am aggressive? Then I said, no, you were open-minded. That's fine. That's the way. Many people tell that I am aggressive and they always stop me. But you all are different. No, don't you think I am aggressive? Then he said, no, we don't think you are aggressive. That's the way that it's very good. We said you went by the feel. Whatever you felt, you asked. That's why. Then she was impressed and she wanted to talk to Aryan Mahanse, and she says she wants to
yeah, I wish
explore
actually I wish they come.
Yeah.
Actually, it's okay. The
Yeah.
main thing is the open question. If someone is actually asking open questions, there should be some kind of answer. Otherwise, they will just shake their head and they will walk away. So,
Yes.
if our main understanding about this truth is true, if our intention is to give them the real happiness and
Yes, doctor.
super awareness, then we need to like kind of calibrate or kind of synchronize to their wave pattern and just try and understand how to get it down to the level that the understanding level, or even just to the level to listen to Dhamma. That's how it is. And one day, like even Joel just started to listen to Dhamma, and one day we never know, he might even get these instincts of how to actually get the root point, because the root points mainly is like of about the worries would be the losing the loved partner. Sometimes they are the root points. So we can't really understand the root points without actually feeling them, how they feel, what is driving her, how this mind is driving. It's similar to everyone. What is Sudharma being like? What is there for Sudharma to hang on to? Like, what is Kokila hanging on to? What is Surangika hanging on to? Like, what is the main thing that against liberation of mind? So, likewise, this is the research that we do. But if someone is actually entering, we just have to feel them and help them. And it is easy when our mind is not strong. When our mind is not strong, it's much easy. It's like water. So the water fill in the cup. It becomes easy so that you feel the other person's fears, because definitely it's a fear of liberation. Fear of liberation comes from various aspects, and one is ignorance, 100%. But there are several other views. It's mainly views, like if someone think about, I need to go to God and then I will do anything. I just want to see the God and then only I will do whatever you're saying. So something like that, like we never know. We never know the underlying reason or the waves that is held in someone's heart. So the getting into that wall is the problem. And when your mind is kind of really thin, it's much easier, and the communication gaps are there because of the language, but still we can. There's nothing we can't, isn't it? What do you think, Joel?
Yes, doctor. It was like I was just investigating on this matter called self and the perception I. The self and I has become a big problem to us before we got to know this truth. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because we always rely on self and this I perception. And the day we come out of this I perception and this self perception, like Arya once was saying, come out of your mind. That is where you get liberated. And you don't feel about yourself. You don't think about yourself. You just go as it goes.
As it is, yeah.
And just feel the breeze, but you won't feel the breeze. It's like something getting into your sensory department.
Yeah.
And even when people speak to you, without knowing you, I mean, you give compassion. You'll be compassionate.
Yes.
Today I felt it a lot because not I, okay? I'm just saying when I went to the place I didn't like, I didn't feel anything. I mean,
So
I
you
just
already
spoke.
did it. So you
Yeah,
already
yeah, yeah.
challenge.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
just
great.
wanted to go to that place and just be there. And after I came home, I was thinking, oh my God, I didn't react. So where's myself? Oh my God, I lost it. And
Yeah, that's so good.
I was like, wow, it's a magic, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can come to that point. We can do it. But
Yeah,
the
we
thing
can do
is,
that. That's the message. We can do it.
we have to practice it. I'm practicing it every day, man. Thank you.
There was
Thank you.
an Kokila.
Thiruvan Sanayaranansa.
Yes, so what's this experience?
Yes, Saranansa.
Yes,
Are you asking Joel or me?
no, I'm not I just now joined him. So I've not heard the full story, but I have a question. What's the real experience? I'm talking about the truth.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
It's experience of non-vibration.
No, real loving is a real loving is the Buddha's loving.
Yes.
It's everything there. Not only the girl or woman. It's everything is same. Girl and woman and what you show. This is sky or everywhere is the same loving.
Yeah, even
What is that loving?
it's
Only the one part. Only the one part is the girl and woman. But everything is same. Girl also same.
it
So
would be
it's a fault.
infinite love. Infinite. Infinite is Ananta.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere here and now. What you think, what you think, what you're doing, what you're talking, no matter. Everywhere is the same. What is the daytime experience? What is the nighttime experience? It's the same. It's the Buddha's word.
Yeah.
Yatha diva tatha ratri. It's the same loving is there. What is that?
I think that's the most beautiful experience someone
That
could.
is the real loving. That is the Arya
Yeah.
love, Arya Bhumi.
Yes.
That is the spiritual guys have loving. It's a huge loving is there. You know, there's a mundane guys. It's a normal people talking about the loving. That loving is somebody's doing. He's there everywhere. He's there. But someone understood this Dhamma. Nobody's here, but love is there. It's not nobody's not do or not here, but love is here. I ask him, what is that experience? What is that loving? Everywhere. What are you looking? What are you hearing? What are you doing? What are you thinking? Everywhere that love is there. No matter girl or woman, it's no problem. Same. So girls are thinking he's interested in me, but not only him, everybody. But everyone is a feel is coming. No, it's me. It's a normally people. Normally the someone don't know this Dhamma. I think he misunderstand. She is misunderstood. She's thinking she want him because she don't know the Dhamma. She want him. But you know, she know the Dhamma, she don't want him. Is other loving. So she's in happy. She's happy. She's happy is the me, my happy. Is a spiritual loving. She's not in happy. Is my feeling is that one. I know she's not in happy. I want she in happy. She's in happy. Sure, I'm given the Dhamma because Dhamma given be happy to him, to her. That is why I'm telling the Dhamma. Because it's a Mahamaitri is the word. It's everywhere. Here and now. Someone understood this Dhamma, internal transformation is happening. That's the experience. It's a practical experience. It's not a thinking, it's not a thought. It's experience.
Yeah,
That is the real love. That is real loving. You know, this Nibbana is a loving.
Yes, sir.
Yes, because someone became in a Nibbana. He loving everybody. Because he wants happy everybody. That is why he is given the Dhamma. Because Dhamma is the really tranquility, peaceful mind, and loving mind, loving kindness is there. That is why Buddha told, Metta Karuna Buddha. That is a real love. Because that love, you know, he don't want anybody. He don't want marry or anything.
Doesn't expect anything back.
That is real loving because she won't be happy her. He given the money and everything. Why? He don't want anything. He want only one. She won't be happy. That is the real love. It's not a business. No profit. Nothing happen, anything. Is your feet. It's nothing there, anything. Only the happy is there. That is the real love. It's unbelievable loving. I'm talking yesterday also.
Yeah, true, Aranansa. And that would be for the darkness, that would be for the sun.
You know, Kokila, that's love. I have that love.
Yes, sir.
I have that love. Yeah, I know that. I have that love. Because I don't want anybody. I don't marry or anything. It's okay. But you know, I want given someone have problem or someone have question or where he is stuck, where he is struggling, where she is struggling, someone. So they are in like a cage.
100%.
Yeah. So many guys in somewhere is stuck. They can't release. They can't release their own mind.
Yeah, even Joel was telling that how he's slowly coming out of the cage now.
Yeah, that is really nice experience. So you know, many years you don't know my picture or anything.
No.
But you know, there is the loving, but it's not a personal loving.
No.
It's a Dhamma came. So Dhamma is the loving. Nobody, no person. But you know, it's a feel. Nothing there, anything. But feel is nice feeling. Because peaceful mind is how is telling this? No cage is here. Unconditional loving. No condition also yet. That's right.
Yeah.
No? It's okay.
Yes,
It's a very nice experience. You know, I will tell something. One boy told me this story. That girl, that she's a loving affair. That girl, hate. It's a how is telling English that what that boy is telling, but he have the feel is loving, but that girl hate him, hate him. No, you know how
yeah,
it's telling English.
yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't love
But
him
that
back.
boy is feeling is boy is telling me, boy telling me the feel. Loving is there. No anger or anything coming.
Yeah.
What is this? It's a feeling. It's a feeling. So I told the boy, yeah, your mind is not anything there. Your mind is loving. So that a boy, that's a person loving. That one is a person loving. But after I explained the boy how many stages is here loving.
Yeah.
Yeah. After boy laughing, yeah, it's a me. It's a me is there. Yeah,
Must
I'm
be
doing
in
that. Yeah.
must be in Sinhala language, Aran Hansa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, how is this? It's okay. It's a story. Nice stories have this type of because love is the feeling. It's not a material. Love is not a material. Love is a feeling. It's a sex or others are it's not a it's just other one. It's a hormones sexuality is there. But hormone how is coming react feel is there, hormone also coming pick up. So after is a there's the sex, that's a raga. How is telling English is a raga, is a romance, no? But after is coming that, but love is not that one. Love is not a romance. Love is not anything. Sex or others are body system is happening. Body language is there. Body is a reaction, no, it's a material. But love is not a material. Love is a feel. It's a nice experience. It's a nice feeling. Yes, but I think people won't understand what is the body, what is the hormones, what is the sexuality, what is the love. Love is not sexuality one, it's a feeling. But feeling is there, You know, it's a mind given others one. Mind given the business. Mind given something, business. It's a material type. But real one is not a mind. Real one is a feel. I think I don't know. Understood me?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Mind is doing the business. So many marriages are Sri Lanka. Yes,
Business.
the proposal marriage is not loving. It's a business type. It's thinking about the property. So others. So it's not loving. So love is a feel, no material, no anything. It's a feel. It's a vibe. Vibes, same vibes, link. That's the real divine loving. But divine loving is not still. That's the case. Sometimes today divine loving is here, but tomorrow we can't say because this vibe is changing. Divine loving also destroyed. It's unbelievable, this talking. So we want to understand because this life also not still not permanent. Anything not permanent. It's okay. Everything is impermanent. That is why we won't understand how is this our mind. Our mind is not permanent. It's impermanent. It's every time is changing. It's happening. How is telling this? So that is why it's a vibration. Is the mind is thoughts, thinking, everything. is impermanent. So we want to understand this, or what is your lifestyle is going, what's your pattern, what your thinking style is. You won't understand everything. So after it's okay, you can decide what's your journey. So it's okay. Wow, someone selecting the partner, marry or engage, it's okay. You won't understand the Dhamma is okay. It's very important. You can choose the selecting everything. How type of wife or husband you want? What is the your way? What is your pattern? What's your rhythm? What's your wave? It's very important. It's very important because I'm talking about the normal guys, normally person. I think how is the lifestyle won't be go, because I don't think about everybody won't be monk. I'm thinking about the Visakha or like that. Everybody can this life can go and keep going, because Nibbana also there. No problem for the Nibbana. So it's my experience. I know this, but you won't understand what is the body, what is the senses, what is the hormones reactions, what is the mind. How's these parts, these senses creating. Finally, it's a simple life. You can go simply. No problem anywhere. What you think about?
No suffering.
No suffering, no sadness. But suffering is there, but sadness is there, but nobody is there. Unbelievable is this topic. You know, I'm talking about Sinhala language. Deyak noana satutak. Deyak noana dukak.
Yes.
Deyak noana gina. Always tell you this.
Yeah, if your son died, you will be not happy, you will be sad, but it's not a thing.
How is telling that? Happy is there, but no happy is there. How is telling English? Sad is there, but not sad is there. Sad is there, but no one sad is there. Happy is there, but nobody happy is there. But no one happy is there. But happy is there, but you haven't happy. Sad is there, but you haven't sad.
So
How is
there
telling
was
this?
is it selfless love, selfless sadness, or
Yeah, love also there. The love also there. Love is there, but you haven't love.
Aranwansa, in Sinhala,
Honestly.
can we say
Yeah.
windin nati, novindina satutak, novindina duka?
No. Deyak noana satutak. But satuta, there is a happy. There is a happy. Feeling is happy. But not inside. Pain. Not inside pain. Yeah.
I think it's happiness without self, sadness without self, because there is
but sadness is there. Sadness is there.
Yes, but without self.
You are happy, but you are inside. You can't tell happy. Yeah, you have tranquility, but not have You happy is a mind. Tranquility is not a mind. Happy is a mind.
Yeah.
Sadness also mind. But tranquility is not a mind. That is why sad is there, but tranquility is there.
Yeah,
that's the Nibbana. That's the Nibbana, guys. That's the spiritual guys. Yeah, the coming censoring is okay. It's a body sensor. Coming this hormones is coming. That's a happy also coming. This is I'm telling this Sinhala. Kichi kya hua hum satuta enavane. Eka mind එක සම්බන්ධ නැහැනේ. නේ. ඔක ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් කියන්න පුළුවන් නම් මේ ඒකත් සතුටනේ. ඒ වුණාට ඒක mind එකට සම්බන්ධ නැහැ. කිචි කැවුවම නෙන්නේ. It's a sense of creation, no.
Tickling.
Yeah, that's so true, isn't it, Darren Mansa? Because it's just a bodily reaction. When you tickle, automatically that person starts giggling and laughing, but nothing to do with the mind.
It's not, nothing, anything. They are mine. That is, yes, sir. How
Dr.
is this?
Kokila?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Dr. Kokila,
Yes.
all these things I'm listening and I'm fallen in love with a person. And that is Aryan and Vansa.
You will get a good answer from Aryan Vansa, Joel, in a minute.
It's a few minutes now. So no time. Sorry for this. It's okay. What time is now?
Aryan Vansa, Joel has fallen in love with you.
Yeah, I know. Because he feel me, I think. No, feel. Yeah, it's okay. It's not a person, but it's I think it's a nature like that, no?
100%
It's a feeling. Yeah, it's a feeling. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the Dharma Aryan Vansa.
Yeah,
It's so beautiful.
Yes.
Day by
And
day, we are feeling it, Aryan Vansa, so much.
Yeah. You know, Sudharma, this time, no any guy. Our many nuns with me, many problems last few months happening. But today, everybody like me, no?
yes,
Nothing
Aryan Vansa.
question given. Yeah.
Aryan Vansa, I want to share this with you, that Angie, Chinese lady, and Theo, both of them were so impressed when I said that next time Aryan Vansa would be meeting you. They were very happy and they were like telling, we are blessed, we are coming back. To hear that you are going to meet them was a great thing for them. And they were so grateful to you and asking us to tell that they are so grateful and they want to explore more about the truth, as you said, Aryan Vansa. They will be coming back. Yes.
Yeah, but I like alone. It's my feel. It's my feel. It's good.
Yes.
So be careful, yeah.
Yes.
It's not too good close, I think. It's my side.
I think
Yeah.
Aryan Vansa, initially the reason you set up the International Meditation Center is to spread this Dhamma to the Western world, Western society, and through the English language. And that Domagoda place is so valuable in that sense. So your dreams are, the vision is coming true. But in order to provide that, to give that lasting message, Aryan Vansa, maybe at least once in a way, if you actually come and speak to those international visitors, I think they will carry the message for us, Aryan Vansa, to their places, to their countries. That is going to have a lasting effect.
Oh, yeah. You see, I've not heard what you say. Yeah, Suranka.
Yeah, what I said was Aryan Vansa, the Dobagoda Center was made purely to take the Dhamma through the English language to foreign visitors, to other countries, which you have always said that we want to spread the word, isn't it, to the Western countries.
Yeah, Suranka, today, especially, what happened today? Especially, there's a BTV, Zoom, and BTV YouTube, and the BTV Facebook. You see that, Suranka?
Yes,
don't know?
Yes, we saw Aryan
important.
Vansa. It was really good.
Wagala today is the first.
The opening ceremony.
Yeah. Today is the first day.
Yes.
Today is the first day. Wagala is a practical. That's a
program. Yeah.
Program. Yeah, it's the first day. As you see, there's a footpath. There's a walking meditation. Many few kilometers. It's a long. There's a queue is there. Long footpath is there because the village is there, mountain area, and the down area, the other temple, they are coming down 3 kilometers, I think. 3 kilometers or 4 kilometers. So that's the walking meditation. Many guys there. You can show tomorrow. So live is going. Otherwise, you know, BTV, Zoom, 24 hours open. Mudita is Sri Lanka here everywhere. Not only the Sri Lanka, we are expand this other countries. We won't do this. It's okay. Another step. Sri Lanka everywhere. Mudita is guys there. They can anytime join the Zoom discussion and join the Zoom and they open the video and they can show everybody. So it's very important. This BTV Zoom. BTV Zoom is creating other group. It's a Nikini and Timira and the youngest there. But IT engineers there. Nikini also IT engineer. So very nice. They are coming, I think. Join with us, no?
Yes, Aaron Mansa, I think one day somebody, maybe in Australia or some person asked you.
Yeah, 31 is the day. It's the
Yeah.
Melbourne is the place. Is the our guy is who's that guy name?
Sunita.
Sunita's home. Yeah, Sunita's home. The Melbourne. There's a practical program is there. It's the Melbourne is the first one. Yeah, it's otherwise our Diluksha also there. Metmal our NGO, Metmal Samaseva Padanama NGO.
Foundation, yes.
Foundation president is there. Melbourne. This is nice, I think, because Andra also there. Andra and the Diluksha and the Sunita, and I was okay. Everybody can join with them because Rajit also there. Melbourne. There, I think is going good. I think Kokila can join the Zoom. We can join the group. BTV's Zoom is ready for that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. Kokila and the Suranka and everybody can join there.
Even Sunet said from Sydney, Aaron Mansa, Sunet
it's
also
okay.
will
Okay, it's okay.
join online.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to talk, no? Sorry. It's okay. Nice to say.
But also, Aaron Mansa, the Buddothpado, the BTV, if some mother asked you, Aaron Mansa, one day, like, you know, the Kurunagala Metmalarana program.
Yeah.
If they can link the video program to BTV, that will be very nice for mothers all over the world. Also following Buddothpado. Yes, Aaron Mansa.
Now is Kurunagala is steady. Now Kurunagala is strong.
Yes, Aaron Mansa.
Yeah, I know that. Kurunagala becoming day by day strong. Kurunagala is the head place one day. Because there's Manel, there's many guys I know. Just last week I'm in Kurunagala, last week Sunday. So I have that experience. That is why I'm telling Kurunagala is coming ahead. You know, Tomogoda and the Kurunagala and the Vagala and the Kalutara is next week. Kalutara coming join the program. I think it's a Mahatara and the Dagabada is now is a nice place. Is arranging nice cottages. We can see future. It's okay. Balungala also come. I think good. No, good is happening.
It's very good, Aaron.
Yeah, future is good. Yeah.
Dr. Gokila,
Yes.
ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ නෝර පැත්තට එන්නේ නැද්ද?
I think he's in Kurunagala. I don't know where he is at this moment, but
Wow, what is that?
he's asking whether you would come to Kandy.
Aaron was last week in Kandy, no? They are Vagala. Vagala, there's Samadana. What's the story about?
I think he wants to meet you, Aran Mahansa. So you said you're going to plan another.
Oh, no.
So
I'm
I
not
think
talking about that. I'm not talking about that soon. It's okay. It's, yeah, it's okay. One day I'm telling you how you can meet me. I think sometimes your side, your dharma is coming strong. That is the time is suitable time is meet me because dharma is doing this, not me, not person. Dharma is strong. It's okay. That's qualified. That's qualified. It's okay because of Buddha's word is. You know the Dhamma, you know the Buddha. It's okay. That's the time is. I think it's good meet that person. No person is here. Dhamma
Yeah.
is here. That is why I'm telling this. I think you understand this. It's okay. No longer. Sometimes I don't know. This month is sometimes next month. It's something sometimes happening because I'm always coming Candy because Sita Kotu also stay here. Uh, our place is there making. Otherwise, Wagal also now is okay coming. Uh, and the Balungal also there. So everything is handy. Otherwise, another place these days talking about given us somebody I don't know the person. He tried to given us that has a place. Many guys are ready to given us the places because they won't happen in this very way. That's a Dhamma. Nothing anything. It's the Dhamma. You know?
Yeah, power of some.
Yeah, it's good idea. I think what is the name of jail? No, jail. Where are you, Candy? Jail.
Candy, I was in Animata, but before that, I was living in Askiria, Gedige
Nice.
Pansala,
Yeah. Dedicated
next to
person.
that. So, Upali Hamdru
Yeah.
is a well known person. So,
Nice.
basically from Candy.
Nice.
So, I like to meet you one day as a person because when you laugh and smile, even that is very selfless. You are not selfish.
Yeah.
And I like that. I don't know how to do that. I'm in that path, but I need time to practice this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's okay, Kokila. I think time is now is over. Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you
Yes.
everybody. Thank you, Jel. Thank you, Suranka. Everybody, I like Dhamma friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terusana Mahasa. Terusana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 40. Let us see how we can see and how we can observe the Dhamma while doing our day-to-day work in any of the 4 postures, Satra Iriya. At the beginning of your journey on the path, we would recommend a bit of the Samatha meditation, concentration meditation, and a bit of the Vipassana meditation. The reason for needing a bit of the Samatha meditation is because we have to train our mind to observe the aramu, the stimulus that comes to your mind consciousness. If we do not train our mind to see the aramuna, stimulus, the mind will be fleeting about so fast that you would not be able to see the aramuna that comes from seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, or thinking. Not being able to see the aramuna is a big problem many of us face when we try to go on the path. The moment we try to see the thought that arose, we have already lost the concentration of trying to see the thought. The mind runs off. How do we learn to see the thought the moment it comes? It is up to you to develop the focus to see the thought that arrives to your mind. Seeing the thought that comes to your mind is a kusala, a wholesome deed, a skill that will help you realize the pure truth. The Buddha said, Sabba papassa akarana, kusalassa upasampada, saticca pariyodapana, etam buddhana sasana. If you have a fleeting mind, it means you are not skillful. Fleeting means passes so quickly or passing swiftly. If you are not able to see your thought, or if you are not skillful in seeing your thought, it means that your unskillfulness is going to prevent you from realizing the pure truth. All fleeting thoughts are not wholesome or beneficial. Fleeting thoughts do not help you attain nirvana. Terusana, everybody.
Theron Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the pages for us to start. We all worship at Narayan Mahase's feet, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, Theron Saranai, Dr. Kokila. We are going to start the English Zoom discussion for today. It is at 2:45 p.m. of Sri Lankan time. we try to explain the contents of this book, 2 pages a day, so that we explain it slowly and try to start from the basic level. Uh, sorry. We welcome actually questions and inquiries, because then we can move along that particular topic. So whoever are listening through the other means like YouTube are welcome to join the Zoom. Thiruvan Saranai, all of you, and also we are very thankful to the Dhamma friends who are helping with all the technical work. Sorry. So we'll start with just briefing what Shani read. It says that it's advisable to do a little bit of concentration meditation to calm down. Sorry. Calm down the mind, because as it was mentioned in the book, when the mind is very disturbed or fleeting, the word fleeting was used there. So when the mind is not calm, and when the mind is sort of very agitated, or you can use various words to describe the behavior of this mind. In such a situation, the ability to concentrate on the stimulus, or to concentrate and understand what these Dhamma facts are is going to be difficult. So this concentration meditation is something which has been in practice for a long time, even before the Lord Buddha was born. And Lord Buddha also did this concentration meditation for years and years under different teachers, different gurus. But Lord Buddha realized that it is not going to bring this current to an end. It only temporarily suppresses the feeling, and it gives a little bit of comfortable feeling, but it's nothing to do with nirvana, because it is only momentarily a relaxation that the person observes. But as it was mentioned in the book, it's helpful in some way to calm down. So when the mind is a bit calmed down, it's easy to understand the insight meditation, or what is called as vidarshana meditation or vidarshana. Concentration meditation, doing concentration meditation, I can give a metaphor to explain. It's something like when the mind is disturbed, and if you try to look at the bottom of a lake which has all the stirred mud and other particles, you cannot see the bottom. So the mind is also like that. When the mind is disturbed, you cannot see through and through. Similarly, something like a cup of tea, if you are stirring with the tea leaves inside, you can't see through it. But if you keep it for a little while to settle down, when the tea leaves settle down to the bottom, you can see the transparent appearance of the tea cup. So this is something similar to what we are trying to do with the concentration meditation. You can focus on your breathing, or maybe you can focus on the walking if the person is doing a walking meditation. Sometimes you can concentrate on the posture if you are sitting in one place. So there are slightly different methods of doing the concentration meditation. So it is just a small fraction of what is taught by Lord Buddha, and also what is explained by our noble friend R.N. Mahanse. And for the beginner, this is useful, and then we move on to the insight meditation or vidarshana meditation. So Vipassana meditation can be done in any posture. It doesn't have any specific posture, but most of the time concentration meditation means that you are most of the time it's in the seated position. So you are not moving around to change the posture like sitting and walking and lying down. Changing the posture is going to disturb the concentration meditation, whereas the insight meditation or the vidarshana meditation you can do in any posture. So that is the beauty of that. That means with whatever the activity you are doing, you can do this vidarshana meditation. So I think those were the basic contents of the 2 pages that that Shani read for us. Maybe we can move on from there, or we can discuss something that was discussed in one of the Deshana, one of the sermons done by R.N. Mahanse today or yesterday. Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, can we start it that way?
Yeah, we can. About that concentration meditation part, actually, when you are so flustered, it's difficult to see, how stimuli keep changing or how power keep changing. So it helps even if you're going to a Metmal Arane, where like a monastery where you try to do the insight meditation. Aranon says, I think, instructed maybe 5 to 10 minutes of concentration meditation just to calm down your quietly flustered mind. So it's nothing major, but some people may need it more. Some people may not need it at all, because it depends on the person actually. So you have to understand whether you will need it or not. So yeah, that is about that. Anything? So we can discuss something. Of course, is there any specific thing that you will have heard or anything suitable?
Again, yeah, sorry, yes.
Anything suitable? Yeah.
There were some discussions about the perception again. Now, this topic has been spoken about again and again over the last 2-3 days, I think. We can discuss around that, isn't it?
Yeah, but is there a specific point you got interested? Or anyone else?
Yeah, others we can ask, yes.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and Dr. Sakuntala. So it's a very important topic when Dr. Sakuntala elaborated on that concentration meditation or this tranquility meditation. So in this Buddhist philosophy also there is a saying that samatha, there's a concept, I think, as samatha vidarshana yugandan, that both these meditation traditions, they complement each other. So as Dr. Kokila said, if one has a scattering mind, this tranquility meditation is a must, isn't it? And then Aryan Mahanse
has
Yeah, but the
explained.
problem is,
Yeah.
if there is no truth or satyajnana, whatever the concentration meditation is useless. So that is what it is. So if you have some understanding about this satyajnana or the truth, then if you go on researching about it and to feel that, bit of concentration meditation can help. That's all. But it depends on people. Actually, it depends on personalities, where the because some people actually might need it a bit, not must. There's no must at all.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's no must at all.
And Dr. Kokila, here Aryan Hansi talks about the concentration or samadhi that arises through seeing the reality of the stimulus, isn't it? That insight concentration that will be there even amidst a noisy crowd, even in a chaotic situation, that internal tranquility, inner tranquility will be there. That he says it will be consistent. As we know, if one is addicted to concentration meditation, we always talk about that. So your this confusion, your mind, the scattering mind, or the liberation from the external world will be so temporary, like keeping a rubber ball inside underneath water. The moment the one becomes a part of day-to-day work, day-to-day activities, again the mind will be a monkey mind. So when one, as you say, when one practices this insight meditation as the first step of understanding, and actually we can't say understanding alone, realizing, and when the external world and the self perception, self view gets gradually get less and less obvious, or when it becomes self-evident to the person that the nothingness, this insight concentration will gradually arise, and so that will be something, that will that persists, or that will be consistent. So
Yeah,
can you please
that's
explain? Yeah, please
that's a
explain
bit
about.
confusing when you try to say that. Well, I have to first tell something, but I don't know whether I'll be able to tell this properly, so I'll try. So, you have to understand that the non-vibration is in the is where when we have a mind, when we are in the mind, in the sense when the defilements are there, only we can identify the non-vibration. We can't identify the non-vibration without the defilements. So it is kind of a duplicate when we do that. So we have to be careful. So that is why day-to-day life is much more important than the just sitting somewhere. So sitting somewhere and trying to focus is not the main agenda of this Dhamma at all. Not at all. So you have to get this correct. Because if you try to do that, thinking that it would help you to attain or feel the non-vibration, that's not what it is. What happens is it supports the this raising mind. That's all it does. But the main important fact is concentration meditation actually can hide the defilements. So the non-vibration is also hidden as well. I mean, there's very difficult to understand the defilements in this situation. But the day-to-day life, when it comes to like, you're with the kids, you're shouting at the kids, you're trying to get everything done, you're going to work, you're trying to earn some money and come back and cook and do all that. So that's full of stuff. Or even in a monastery, it doesn't matter. Monastery also, there's a head of the monastery, there's followers, there's other monks or nuns. So there's some problem everywhere. But that is very important, when the mind hides, it is very difficult to actually get the vibration out or the non-vibration out in that sense. So the truth or the truth about this vibration and as well as the non-vibration, you have to have the stimulus. So this would be when you have a stimulus. You have to have a stimulus to feel the vibration and the non-vibration. Do you get the point? So when you have that in the land where the ignorance is, only the prajna would be there, in the sense the avidya bhumiya is needed. That is a singular word that we use. But so it is very important how to handle these both aspects of mind. So the concentration meditation is like taming the mind. It's fine. You can tame it as much as you can, but that's not the thing that we are looking for. Whatever the limit you tame the mind, you are there because you're trying to tame the mind. So you want a meditative state, yes, you can tame the mind, have a meditative state, it's fine, it's okay. But that's not the non-vibration. That's not the non-vibration. We all get it, isn't it? So if to feel the non-vibration, it would be, when we say without any posture means, actually, if you are limiting yourself to a posture, you have a plan, underlying plan. You're planning something. Why would I go somewhere and sit somewhere for a few hours without any intention? Would you do that? No, you have an intention. That's the thing. If you have an intention and you do something, you're trying to tame your mind and you're trying to put I always say this, the security personnel there trying to watch mind, whether mind will play some unnecessary stuff. To whom is that unnecessary? To me. It's unnecessary to me. I don't want my mind to think that. I don't want my mind to think that thing. I don't want my mind to think about anything else. I want my mind to think about Dhamma and understand Dhamma. That's it. Attain Nirvana. You're ordering your mind to do stuff. But that doesn't work that way. This is what I want. So I comes all the time. But the concentration meditation helps a little bit if it is really flustered, the mind, but then that is not going to help you in getting this marga, kind of understanding this Dhamma. So the understanding this Dhamma, or actually feeling this Dhamma, is in the stimulus. So there should be a stimulus, isn't it? Otherwise, how can you and there should be the vibration, and there should be the wisdom for you to turn it to the non-vibration. Yes. So, but and also at the same time, you can't have such a big agenda underneath to, okay, I'm going to do this now. I'm going to do insight meditation, and I'm going to understand this today, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. So when we try to think about this, that what Sudharma secondly asked was some completely different to the first question. Second question goes around and around and around about the phala. So that is the fruit of the truth. Fruit of the truth. So fruit of the truth is, what is the fruit of the truth? It's actually the outcome of. So if someone has felt the non-vibration and know that, okay, this is the vibratory level or the tense, and if we correctly apply the words are different here, but not if we actually, the truth is applied there. We can tell in passive sentence, I think. If the truth is applied there, then non-vibration would be felt. But the result of that is your complete understanding of a stimulus or panchaskandha, or it's just improving your wisdom. Again and again this happens, and when you understand the so Lord Buddha says the doubts about 8 things will be gone. So then you know that there's no self, even though I feel it. Oh no, you feel it even after. Imagine someone like Vishakha. She knows the truth. She knows the truth, but she has felt the truth also. But she has all the defilements still. But what has happened is that we shattered, and she's not going to view defilements as my defilements. So it is completely different. And also, additionally, she knows that because to understand this to feel the non-vibration, you have to understand so much to come to that level. What you have to understand that outside, whatever we noted outside, that is including me, because me, we look at the mirror and say it is me, and we look at our son and we say this is my son. How come that happened? So this is me, that is my son. So that concept is so engraved, we can't even think about something else. How come you say that there's no my son? That is my son, and I am his mother. So that goes on because no one is actually challenging it. This gets challenged by yourself because you have felt the non-vibration. So you can understand that when the stimuli is actually not true, to come to that level, you have to understand so many stuff. So you have to understand this one stimulus is we felt the projection as it is out there, but actually it's a perception. That's the main thing. The perception actually has no perception. Perception is a kind of a vibration which has no meaning at all. So in that sense, you have understood the whole thing about the panchaskandha. When you say panchaskandha, that is a stimulus. So without knowing the stimulus, you can't feel the non-vibration. When you feel the non-vibration, you know about the stimulus. This is this feeds each other, because that's how like Vijnana feeds Sankara feeds Vijnana, kind of like that. They feed each other, kind of thing. Namarupa Vijnana, they feed each other like thing. It is the same thing everywhere. So till you feel the non-vibration, you have so much doubts about this panchaskandha, stimulus, how the stimulus is felt as a thing, why does that matter, what is the big deal about it, all that. But then when you feel that, then this cycle, the main cycle of, stimuli is here, I am here, stimuli is there, I am here, that projection is broken. You fully understand that this feeling is not there when the stimuli is not felt as a thing. So you understand actually the stimuli is also not there. I'm also not there, If the stimuli is not there, how am I going to be there? Because it's just the other side of the stimuli. It's just the stimuli. If the stimuli are not there, you're not there anyway. So the fruit, again, going back to her point, the fruit is the relief you get by knowing this. The relief is you now definitely know the thought, myself, the thought, son, daughter, moon, mother, father, husband, family, job, shoe, whatever. That is a stimuli, but stimuli is not actually existing. Why? It is just a vibration. How can we say vibration is existing? Because it just happens. It just manifests. So the manifestation is there, but is it actually there? When can you say the vibration or mind vibration? Can you say that it is here or there? Is it under the table? Is a mind vibration under the table? No. Is it under your heart? Is it under your tummy? Or where is it? The mind vibration. Yes. You can't find it like that because there's no place like that. So you keep understanding that this vibration keep playing up. It's actually a construct. It's a construct. Even the mind vibration is a construct. And even the light is a construct. It's just the way that the human eye is. If you, for an instance, if we have the science, if we remove the human eyes and, have two eyes of another animal, how would you see the world? Well, you might see even upside down. Or you might be like waiting for the sun to come in the morning and you will be going out, everyone will be sleeping because you have gotten an eye of a maybe bat. So these things keep changing. So when the things keep changing, so the formation of the eye, the vibration of the eye, that is what it is. The output is the light, yes, but it is a construct too. It's a construct of the eye. So we keep understanding these things. The final fruit is the liberation, because the liberation, what you mean by liberation is the value of the mind is not there. Otherwise, you still can think, you still can feel, you still can see, you still can hear. So what is the liberation then? Liberation is from the value. There's no value at all. So you don't feel it. When you don't feel the mind consciousness, it will be direct. Even these descriptions, they have to be taking them very, very, very carefully, because slowly I'm also getting the point that where Aranwan says, come to in the middle of the Zoom and try to, change whatever we are trying to say, because these things, if we keep saying the same way, they might think that is the truth. No, whatever we are trying to say is a message, and none of these words are true even. So it is very tricky to say that none of these mind constructs are actually true. None of these sensory organ constructs, none of them are true. So can the self be true? No, because it is felt only when these things are felt as true. Why they are felt as true is because of the ignorance. So the ignorance goes in hand in hand with the self vibration. So the final fruit of understanding these some levels of this wisdom is you feel relieved. It's just the lack of defilements that you feel relieved. It's not a new thing. It is like in Lord Buddha's time, some many nuances, some venerables have told. It's like I can't remember who, but it's like putting something down, because the pressure, the power, or whatever the word you can use, the defilements, or this burning is less. That is the lightness you are going to feel. That is the fruit of this Dhamma. But to come to that, all this ignorance should be actually transcended through the wisdom. It should be, you should actually understand this, how this self vibration has formed, and because actually is there a Arananse once said, I mean very recently I think, he has said this before, but he recently said that this vibratory feeling, or the self vibration, or the consciousness, is that there? Even that is not there. That is a non-vibration. So there's no actual new thing as non-vibration. There's no actual new perception as non-self perception. It's the lack of self-perception. It's kind of a void. That's why it is emptiness. I don't know whether even my explanation met her question. But what I was trying to say is, you can't get confused about the path and the fruit, because we can't do much about the fruit. We can't. The fruit will follow, but the path is the most important thing. So the path is understanding Dhamma and following Dhamma. Main part is the understanding Dhamma, and practicality of that comes with your courage, comes with your directness, comes with your what is it? Renanse uses the word like avanka. What is the word for that?
Honesty. Can you?
Yeah, honesty. Yeah. Oh my God. The honesty. So all these things are needed in the path, in practically feeling this, so that concentration meditation can help in the practical aspect, so that because if someone is running for a but that's what I'm saying. These are very tricky points, because it's only few types of people who will need any little bit of concentration meditation to calm down their mind, because already if someone is listening to Dhamma, that person, if that person's mind is kind of already in that vibration, because you can't really understand this Dhamma without that, without some kind of concentration. Because you can't, a lot of people get a lot of vitakka. What is vitakka? I don't know in the English word for that. Yeah, like
Thoughts.
underlying thoughts.
Thoughts.
Yeah, it's underlying thoughts actually, because you talk something else, you think something else. You kind of do magic double, lot of tricky stuff underneath. So but when it is there, that is so flustered, the mind is so flustered. So even a sermon, to listen to a sermon, you need to have such a good way of absorbing that, so that it absorbs without any blockage, because the vitakka is going to block it. So this is the thing. So the concentration meditation is already there. You don't have to do it separately. That's what I was trying to say from the beginning. It's only a few people who need that. And you can understand that from your own life. You will already know that that you have that pitfall, and you can correct that, isn't it? Did I even touch your question? I don't know.
No, that's a very beautiful explanation, Dr. Kokila, when you said one should feel the defilements to experience non-vibration, because otherwise a baby, if a baby dies, I mean at the level of radiant mind, he or she should end this samsaric cycle, but it doesn't happen, right? Because of the change, there is still they haven't, although they haven't felt, because they haven't felt defilements. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, the insight concentration. So from your explanation, it is a fruition level, you said, right? Insight concentration that arises through insight meditation, is it? It was
again, you are confusing me also,
it's
because so what does that mean? What are you trying to say?
Vidarshana Samadhiya, Samatha Samadhi and Vidarshana Samadhi, because Sarana says when one sees the truth of the stimulus and liberates then and there, that person gradually gains this insight concentration, Vidarshana Samadhi.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. The fruit,
Yeah.
actually.
I think what your meaning is Vipassana Kanika Samadhi, aren't you? That is different to Vidarshana.
No, I
because
was
Vidarshana is in the path, actually. That's what I'm trying to say.
So
I
was explaining, Dr. Kokila and Ms. Surangika, actually you might have also heard in that not Samatha Samadhi is temporary, but insight concentration, the Vidarshana Samadhi, maybe
Vidarshana, there's no Samadhi as
no,
in
it's
Vidarshana. It is Vipassana.
Then Vipassana
Kanika Samadhi. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah, what happens is that when you do the Vidarshana, which is the thing that Dr. Kokila is mentioning,
Yes.
the penetrative insight, the penetrative reflection, that is done even at the point of listening to the Dhamma talks, while Saranvasa is explaining. I think he made that point this morning as well. That is why these Dhamma discussions and Dhamma forums are so important, because those on the path, there is a reflection even whilst he speaks, even whilst these points are explained and elaborated, there is a reflection by the followers. and you can go deeper and deeper into these finer points. And that is why the Vidarshana is to be done at whatever point. As we have as we understand the arising and the cessation, Samudayansha, Attangamansha, has to be ascertained or understood even at every stage, isn't it? Because we know that even at the stream enterer stage, at the Sakadagami stage and Anagami and so on, the Buddha has been asked, what do you have to do, Lord Buddha? And then Lord Buddha has said, Skandha, they understand how the aggregates, the 5 aggregates are formed. So the penetrative insight or the Vidarshana that you spoke of is the thing for the reflection. But as you do that, that inner transformation automatically arises, which is the samadhiya, the inner samadhiya, the lokottara samadhiya, which is
That is the
which
fruit.
doesn't have an object, animitta samadhiya, and that is there at every moment. It is not as if you are doing anything to get that samadhiya in this moment, but
Yeah,
it
Suramika, the Animitta Samadhi is always there in and around.
yes, but we are talking about just, I mean, like, even for those on the path, it is
There are
there
different
in
levels. Yeah, there are
various stages,
various
different
stages.
levels. So to the extent that one has seen through the mind and the thought process, to that extent, and to that extent of liberation or non-vibration, the Animitta Samadhiya or the Vipassana Kanika Samadhiya is there. To the extent that there is the Vitakka that we spoke of, the thoughts that are restlessly forming and fleeting through the mind, to that extent, the samadhi is not present. Sorry, I just wanted to just mention that. Go ahead, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, I think, Sudharma, it's just any
Thank you
samadhi
very much.
is
Thank you,
outcome.
both of you. Yeah, did great job. Both of you tried to explain, and it's clear, Dr. Kokila. Teruvan Saranai, thank you.
Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, anything else to add to that?
And Dr. Kokila, another question. When you now said that Vitakka thing, at once it occurred to me. So, although we call it sustained thought or initial thought or Vitakka vichara, it is also a thought when we look at from this insight meditation perspective, because at in one we can't say moment even. However, there can be one faculty working now at the moment. So when the thought occurs, there cannot be other, although we feel it as a inner kind of thing.
Yeah. Actually speaking, this is so fast. We
Yeah.
can't even understand that I'm driving and I'm at the same time I'm listening.
Yes, true.
Yeah, we are able to do that because of these fast occurrence of but at the we don't even feel that we are at one time we are driving and one time we are listening, but we don't even feel that.
Yeah. True. It's very interesting when we see it through ourselves. Teruvan Saranai, somebody else can ask questions.
Anything actually the perception, it's it is very nice to know that the self perception has no self. So there you come to the one kind of one vibration thing, because if you keep understanding that none of these perceptions are actually true, they become actually useless, isn't it? Like none of them are actually true, so they are just constructs, a new vibration because of the five sensory organs. So that new perceptions, like chair, if you take an example, or daughter, the perception of the daughter is a construct, and there's so many perceptions around daughter too. So the daughter may have millions of other perceptions attached. So the daughter is like this, daughter is like that, daughter has a job, daughter has PhD. What else? What else can we say? Whatever you whatever you want to put there, you can put. So can you see that it's one perception, but it has so many attachments. So likewise, this self-perception, the thought of self, I, me, mine, has so many attachments that because, can you understand, each and every thought in this 45 or 65 years of age or 85 years of age, or even if you live to 110, that would be the same. Kind of all these perceptions made you to feel the self-perception. So they are like two sides of a coin. So
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the sansaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of sermon. This is the starting of sermon 10, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya. True Buddhist philosophy preached by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse 5 years ago. Darshana Samapatti, Sermon 10. What we see, what we think, what we hear is actually from within us, not outside. What is building from outside? That means we see so many things, but we see through our eye lens. So what we think also the same. What we think also inside our mind. What we hear is also inside our ears. So actually from within, everything, all these seeing, thinking and hearing is actually from within us, not anything not from outside. What is building from inside? We get angry not with an outsider, with an image of a person built inside of our mind. Yes, because our eyes are like a mirror, a camera. So when we see somebody, that means we are taking a click picture of that person through our eyes. Then we get angry not with an outsider. We get angry with that image, with an image of a person built inside of our mind. That means when we see something, the actual photo, the eye is taking a photo, and it's recognized through our mind consciousness. So it's in our mind for a little while, and then it is vanishing. But where we get angry not with an outsider, with an image of a person built inside of our mind. We think that there is somebody outside. But the thinking of that means there is somebody outside is just a thinking. We think that there is somebody outside. All those are sankhara, fabrications of the mind, mental formations. Yes, we are living with mental formations, fabrications of the mind. We are creating somebody within our mind and scolding that person. Yes, we are scolding to a upadaya rupa. That means we are scolding to a person inside the mind. That means a picture, a form inside the mind. And we think there is somebody. No, actually that is only a shadow. So we are creating a shadow and thinking somebody within our mind and scolding that person. Certainly, this is a false belief. Yes, this is a false belief. Nobody is there outside. Everything we see, everything we hear, and everything we feel, all those are creations in our mind. This is a misunderstanding, a delusion. So, we must see this clearly. Yes. As far as we describe this true Buddhist philosophy, now we know we must see this clearly. We see, we hear, and what we feel, all these are our own mind. Yes, we see our mind, we hear our mind, and we feel our mind. That is the truth. We live with our intentions. Yes, we live with our intentions. That means all those are mental formations. We live with our intentions. That means all those are mental formations. That means we live with mental formations. Only the fabrications of the mind. There is no person living. There is no person living. The eye is like a camera and the ear is like a microphone. So, through a camera, we take pictures like that. Through our eyes, we take pictures, forms. And our ear is like a microphone. Mouth is like a speaker. Yes. When we speak, mouth is working as a speaker and the ear is like a microphone. And therefore, this body is like a computer. Yes. This body is like a computer made by the Mother Nature. Separately working devices. Parts only. Just like a robo machine. That means this human body is a complete robo machine made by the Mother Nature. I cannot hear sounds. Yes, I cannot hear sounds. Only can see the forms, pictures only. Yes, I cannot hear sounds. Eyes can only see the forms, pictures. Ear can only hear. Ear can't see the forms, pictures. Smells for the nose. Likewise, one part can feel only one thing. Eyes can feel pictures, ears can feel sounds, and body skin, tongue, nose, and the body skin can feel the touch. Each and every sense of faculty can feel one thing. That means every sense of faculty is independent, self-reliant. Yes, that means every sense of faculty is unique and independent. Eyes can feel some colors only. Yes, seeing means feeling colors. Yes. Can't feel anything beyond that. Ear can feel sounds only. Good, bad only. Yes. When hear a sound, the ear consciousness is thinking and realizing and sharing and highlighting and saying that this is good, this is bad, like that. Praneeth, exquisitely sweet, refined and pleasant. All these are inside the mind, not in outside. These are created in the mind consciousness, created within. Mind consciousness is the instrument, sense of faculty, which is highlighting and sharing and showing this and that and creating things within. One who practices Satara Satipatthana, the four foundations of mindfulness, certainly should have this realization. Yes, one who practices the four foundations of mindfulness certainly should have this realization. We are trapped in the illusion. Yes, we know because of these six sense of faculties, we are creating a mind-based world, and it's a complete illusion and we are trapped in the illusion. We are practicing the 4 foundations. We are practicing the 4 foundations of mindfulness to realize that. Yes. It is very important to understand that only one sensor faculty is working at one time. That knowledge should have how a thought mind is creating. The mind, which can see forms, pictures, cannot hear sounds, unable to hear. The mind, which can see forms, pictures, cannot hear sounds, unable to hear. That means there are different types of minds. When we see something, that mind, the creation in that mind, seeing is a seeing mind. So when we hear something, there is a hearing mind. When we feel something, there is a feeling mind. Therefore, the mind which can see forms and pictures cannot hear sounds, unable to hear. The mind which can feel the taste cannot see the forms, pictures. The mind which can feel the taste cannot see the forms and pictures, because the tongue consciousness can only feel the taste and it cannot see that mind cannot see the forms or pictures. Creating mental formations, fabrications of the mind, and creating or imagining a mental dream world. Yes, that means we are always creating mental formations through these 6 sense faculties. That means fabrications of the mind. Mind is telling this is that, this is that, like that. So, and creating or imagining a mental dream world. Yes, we are creating a mental dream world inside our mind, building an imaginary dream world in the mind, and we are trapped inside it, constructing a dreamlike world mentally and lost, stranded in it. Yes, we are constructing a dreamlike world mentally, and we are lost in it and becoming isolated and becoming lonely. That means lost in a dream. All the human beings in this karmic land, karma bhumi, are like that. When you understand the truth, this world will become an illusion. Yes. When we listen to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Brahma sermons, the eternal truth, then we understand this world will become an illusion after listening to the truth, a dream. The dream will collapse and falling apart, leaving behind sadness. Yes, the dream will collapse because always the dreams are collapsing. Dreams are not existing forever, those are collapsing. The dream will collapse and falling apart, leaving behind sadness, leaving sorrow behind. Yes. When we go through a illusionary dream, suddenly the illusionary dream is collapsing and we are leaving behind sadness, leaving sorrow behind. Finally, only sorrow is remaining for us. Yes, that is what happening in the mundane world for the mundane people. Other than mental formations, fabrications of the mind and activity process is remaining. Yes, other than in these mental formations created through these six sense faculties, there is something else, that is an activity process. It is remaining. Mental formations means thoughts and intentions. Yes. All the perceptions coming through six sense faculties and forming names and forms, and then binding together those names and forms, binding together and making thoughts. And all those mental formations means thoughts and intentions. We must clearly understand the intentions and the activity process. Yes, there are two types of two things happening here. We must clearly understand the intentions is one side and the activity process is in the other side. This activity process is just an activity process. Yes. This activity process has nothing to do with these thoughts. It is just an activity process. Just like the blowing wind. Yes. The activity process of this human body is just like the blowing wind. Swaying of tree branches are not belongs to anybody. Yes, you may see the shadows of swaying of tree branches. Yes. Swaying of tree branches are not belongs to anybody. An activity process without an owner. Yes. Tree also has so many activity processes in it without an owner. Certainly, the point of mind we are talking about is completely redeemed from the outside world. Yes, now we have come to a situation to talk about the point of mind which is completely redeemed from the outside world. There's there's nothing called outside at all. And the internal world also there's no the mind state of mind is completely redeemed from the outside world and the internal world, the creation of world in the mind. That means redeemed from the mind intentions also. Then only we meet this action mind, where the mind has completely redeemed from the mind itself and the intentions. Yes, now we are talking again about action mind, which is completely redeemed from the mind itself and the intentions, thoughts. But you recognize this activity process. Yes. You must see, you must realize this with your awareness and the wisdom. That means the action mind, the activity process, you must realize, you must see this with your awareness and the wisdom. Actually, your hands and legs are moving as per the tree branches are swaying. Yes. When we take this example, one side there is a tree and the other side there is a human being. So the tree branches are swaying, and just like that, hands and legs are moving as per the tree branches are swaying. So there is a similarity. Our talking language is also having thoughts and intentions. Yes. That means we always talking a language. Without a language we can't talk, and that language is also having thoughts, intentions. We must think before talking. Yes. Without thinking we can't talk anything. Yes, we must think before talking. A language means talking means a language means talking. Talking means when the air, the wind, in another way, gas, air element in the body is releasing, emitting. And when the air inside the body, the air element in the body is releasing, there is a sound coming out. Yes. This sound is the language. Like a whistle, the sounds coming out through voice box. That means the part of the throat involved in producing sound, speech. Yes. This is a marvelous thing. The sound coming out is also a marvelous activity process. According to that, the words sound goes up and down. Yes, when we are talking, the words, the sounds are going up and down. The pitch of the sound raises and falls. The pitch of the sound is raising and falling. Different types of sounds are building up. Different types of sounds are building up. Different types of sounds are building, developing, rising up. We say that we are talking a language, but sound is just a sound. Yes. We say that we are talking a language, but sound is just a sound. That is also an activity. That sound is also an activity. But you should see that. But you should see that. When we see something, there is only an activity. Yes. When we see something, a form, that means there is only an activity. Some light and some colors. Yes. Seeing means within the light, we see some colors. What is the action here? What is the activity here? Yes, we must see When we see something, we should understand what is the action happening here and what is the activity happening here. What is the action mind? Yes, what is the action mind? It is the most important part of this study of Dhamma. You should see this fact through your wisdom. Yes. When you see through these 6 sense faculties, they will be going cessation. That means when you try to understand the activity process happening in these 6 sense faculties, then those 6 sense faculties will be ceased. They will be going to cessation. The thoughts creating a world for you will become useless, pointless. Yes, when we see the activities happening through these 6 sense faculties, we are able to understand the thought creating world which is inside our mind, happening inside our mind is useless and pointless. There is no taste. There is no taste. Yes, there is no taste. When we eat something, this is just we can feel just a taste only, but there is no taste. Good smell, bad smell. There's no smeller. Yes, there's no person to smell or there's no person to taste. There is nothing like beautiful or ugly. No seer. Yes. All are created in the mind. There is nothing called beautiful or ugly because there is no seer. When the two extremes are not meeting, when the two extremes are not meeting, something created inside will be not taken as outside. You will be redeeming from the two extremes. Yes, the mind has two extremes. So always in the mundane world, people are swaying through these two extremes. When the two extremes are not meeting, something created inside will be not taken as outside. It is not taken as something. You will be redeeming from the two extremes. You will be redeemed from the two extremes. If you are not attaching or clashing to these sounds, there is no problem. Yes, you may listen to thousands of sounds, but you are not attaching or clashing to the sounds. There is no problem. Yes, if you catch the sound, if you have a clashing with the sound, or if you have an attaching with the sound, then only the problem starts. Sound is just a sound. Color is just a color. Ditte, Lord Buddha preached this too. In Dhamma, Lord Buddha preached this part of Dhamma. Ditte dittamantang, sute sutamantang. Mute mutamantang viññate viññatamantang. Lord Buddha said this Dhamma in a short, in a summarized way to Bahya Daruchiya, the person who came to listen to Dhamma while Lord Buddha was in his arms round. So when this Bahya Daruchiya asked, Lord Buddha, please tell me Dhamma. Then Lord Buddha said, Bahya, now I am in my arms round. Then again Bahya asked, please Lord Buddha, tell me the Dhamma. I came so far, so many miles by walking. Please tell me Dhamma. Then again Lord Buddha said, Bahya, I am in the arms round. Then Bahya told Lord Buddha, if I die, so what will happen? Then Lord Buddha, seen through his wisdom that Bahya has no long period to live, his lifespan is nearing completion. Then Lord Buddha, in the shortest way, in a very brief manner, Lord Buddha preached these wordings to Bahya Daruchiya, Ditte Dittamantang, Sute Sutamantang, Mute Mutamantang, Viññate Viññatamantang, Dutuanam Dutua Pamani. Seeing is just a seeing. Dutu kenek ne, dutu deyak ne. No seer, nothing seen. Redeemed from all these wrong views are the Samma Drushti, point of right view. You meet, yes. When you hear something, this is just a hearing. No hearer and nothing heard, because all those are just happening and vanishing. So feeling also just like that. Feeling is just a feeling. No feeler, nothing feeled. So redeemed from all these wrong views and becoming Samma Drishti is this point of, this is called right view. You meet the right view. Through these few wordings, you can become the right viewer, right view. But realizing your mind with your awareness and wisdom is the story inside this. Yes, the story inside this is realizing your mind with your awareness and wisdom. Certainly, we are talking about defilements, mental impurities. Yes, we as human beings always talking about these defilements and mental impurities. So, what are the defilements, mental impurities? Yes, defilements, mental impurities means raga, lust, dvesha, hatred, and moha, ignorance, and like and dislike, attaching and clashing. There should be something outside. Yes, always thinking there should be something outside. There should be someone outside. Yes, always we are used to see that way. There is something outside and there is someone outside. Defilements, mental impurities are with that. Yes, defilement and mental impurities are creating due to this. That means we think We used to, the people in this human world used to think there is something outside and there is someone outside. If you practice Satara Satipatthana, 4 foundations of mindfulness, if you practice 4 foundations of mindfulness, the point of which you are redeeming from self-view, the point of which you are redeeming from self-view is the true reality of this Dhamma path. Yes. Redeeming from self-view means you have completed the journey. This is the true reality of this Dhamma path. We have redeemed from form and name, shape and name. If you practice in a practical experience like this, and if you can see each and every thought, examine what this thought is, seeing through awareness and wisdom, you have only a redemption. Yes. We came through this samsaric journey because of the attaching and clashing to these perceptions coming through these 6 sense faculties. Now, if you can see each and every thought, examine what this thought is, seeing through awareness and wisdom, you have a redemption. Midenava, redemption. You have a redemption. You have redeemed from name and form. Yes, you have redeemed from name and form. Defilements, impurities. If you are redeemed from name and form, that means you are redeemed from defilements and mental impurities and also the taints, ashrava. If you have redeemed from name and form, that means your defilements, mental impurities and taints will be redeemed. When you redeem from the 2 extremes, see through the nature of defilements, mind impurities, taints with your wisdom. When you redeem from the 2 extremes, when you redeem from the 2 extremes, when you redeem from the 2 extremes, that means the good and bad, like and dislike, love and hatred, things at 2 extremes, like and dislike, like that. When you redeem from the 2 extremes, see through the nature of defilements, mind impurities, taints with your wisdom. Yes, because this world is fully, that means this mind created world is continuously running based on these 2 extremes. We called it as duality. This is a dualistic world you have created inside your mind with the help of these 6 sense faculties. So, Lord Buddha showed the path to come out from this dualistic world, and Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa is now very clearly showing each and every person on this planet Earth to come out from these defilements and mind impurities and taints with using with your wisdom. Yes, because the karma bhumi, the karma is happening, the creation of samsaric journey is happening due to these defilements, mind impurities and taints, and those things are giving us very bad kind of karma. And when we are able to redeem from this dualistic world, and we must see through our wisdom the nature of the defilements, mind impurities and taints with your wisdom. So duality, we can always judge this duality. The mind is running between this duality. We can take up a piece of paper and write how many dualities are there in this world. And finally, there is oneness, that is Nibbana. When we redeem from the duality, we reach the oneness. The final destination of ours is the Nibbana, the oneness. You can see whether you have any remaining defilements, mental impurities and taints. Do you have a feeling? Do you have desires? Yes. When you can judge, now you can judge your thoughts. So when the thoughts are appearing, you can see whether it is a feeling. Do you have a feeling? Do you have a desire? So what kind of desire is it? And what kind of feeling is it? When it is coming out, you can clearly see it is what kind of a defilement, what kind of a taint it is. So when you see those things, when you see your thought clearly, you know the thought has created due to perceptions. We live in a world created with millions of perceptions, and those perceptions are becoming names and forms, and they bind together and making thoughts, intentions, and due to that, those thoughts and intentions are running between the two extremes. Some thoughts say it is good, some thoughts say it is bad. When we see a pineapple, so the mind consciousness, that thought says, oh, it is very good to eat. And again, the mind consciousness says, no, you shouldn't eat it because there is acid in it. So one time the mind is telling to eat, and again it's telling not to eat. So like that, all the thoughts are running between these two, that means this duality, two extremes. So when we are able to redeem from these two extremes, that means we are very, very much clearly nearing the eternal bliss, because the mind is not hurting. When it goes to the good end also, it's hurting. When the mind is running towards the bad end, is also hurting. That means when we see a tiger, the body is shivering, and the mind consciousness says, oh, it's really dangerous. Don't go near. It will eat you. The tiger will eat you. Then you will be finished. So other side says, just doesn't matter. Now you understand Dhamma. Let the nature to do whatever it wants. And you just go near it. Like that, the other end is telling. Like that. Always these thoughts are running towards two extremes, good and bad, likes and dislikes. Yes, so many likes you have. You have a tasty meal on the table, so if the mind consciousness says so, go and taste that taste in there. That meal may very tasty. Go and have it. Like that, the mind consciousness is telling. So until you eat it, you are having some kind of tension while eating. You are eating fully. So then after that even you are having some kind of trouble because your belly is full. So it gives you some kind of uneasiness. So the extreme of taste has given you that uneasiness. And the other end, if there is nothing to eat on your table, so the mind says, see, there's nothing for you to eat today. So again, the mind is crying. It says, oh no, there is no food on the table. It's another extreme. Having and not having. Having and having. Having also give you pain. Not having also give you pain. When you come out from those two extremes, if you have a good meal on your table, or if you have nothing on your table to eat, you don't feel anything. You are just having a good vibe because you don't feel such kind of conclusions. That means there are no two extremes in your mind. So you don't have any kind of trouble because you have overcome those two extremes. These mundane world people now fighting with each other for no reason. For no reason. Because there are two extremes. If there are two extremes, you are suffering because your mind is always running behind those two extremes. Once you are redeemed from both extremes, you are free. You are free from all those impurities. Yes, because your mind is free from that kind of clashing and attaching. So you are completely free. Therefore, Lord Buddha, and according to Lord Buddha's teachings, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is now explaining the ultimate truth to this world, to these human beings, to overcome their mind created worlds running between two extremes, to have the entire satisfaction throughout their life, means entire bliss, to reach the ultimate bliss of Nibbana, having overcome through these two extremes of the mind. Because when your mind is fully redeemed from these two extremes, you have no suffering, no any kind of fear. Fear of death will be not there, and there will be no self. There is no self. The main point is that according to this Dhamma, self we will be vanishing. That is the greatest ever achievement a human being can have in his life, to overcome the self view. That is the ultimate thing giving you such a big problem. So having overcome these two extremes means you are very much nearing to this ultimate bliss. You are closely coming towards the Nibbana. So each and every human being in this human earth should listen to this Buddothpado PeoTV Dhamma sermons and discussions 24 hours non-stop from each and every corner of this planet Earth to understand the reality of mind and the mind-based world and the thoughts and intentions and the self-view which is trapped, which will be trapped inside this unknown territory. So we should have go to our motherland. That is the true nature of Nibbana is our motherland. So as human beings, our main goal should be to go to the ultimate home, ultimate bliss, and live in this world with the blissful mind, with unbound love and kindness towards the fellow human beings and all the animals and all the other creatures living in this planet, and live with harmony until we go beyond our bodies. So that is the highest thing an human being can achieve in this planet Earth. And we always thankful to our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse for the teachings of his realization to after realizing this ultimate bliss and teaching us the correct path to overcome this sansaric journey and to reach this ultimate bliss. That is the main thing as a human being we should do. So now I am concluding this session for today. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time, the most valuable and most venerable sage of our era. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of this planet Earth to end the wheel of suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet. Thiruvaren Saranai Aryan Vahanse. May all our Dhamma friends be blessed by Triple Gem. And may our friends who are helping with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is the usual daily discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, which is a part of the Buddothpado PeoTV English channel. Since we do not have allocated time for questions at the end of the sermons, these 2 hours are dedicated for that. So any Dhamma friend who has any queries can join the Zoom via this link and then join us with the discussion, because rather than one of us talking, it has to be a discussion which will open up many avenues for all of us, because we know that even at Lord Buddha's time, evenings, it is said that Lord Buddha used to meet up all the venerables and have a discussion, a Dhamma discussion, where every person, every venerable will bring up their points that wanted to be cleared. And also if they felt that they are kind of static in one level, they wanted to get those things clarified. So that was a very useful session. So that is what actually Aryan Vahanse, our noble friend, is also doing. Throughout the day in Sinhalese medium, we have 8 Zoom discussions altogether, and particularly 2 of them are mainly for the to get the things clarified questions. Even for a newcomer, newly joined person, there's a separate session at 9:30 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So there are many opportunities for the Sinhala speaking people, and this was introduced very recently by Aryan Mahanse with the intention that the any Dhamma friend who is not speaking Sinhala to join and then get whatever the unclear things to sorted out. So as usual, 2 of our friends have already joined, and I can see Surangika also joined. There was Saranai to all of you. So any questions, any points that we want to discuss? There was Saranai. Yes, there was Saranai.
You continue. I can.
Okay. I just wonder whether Champa has any points, because you couldn't talk for few days, isn't it?
Yes, doctor. I'm sorry because I came last evening and I couldn't hear anything.
No, that's all right. That's okay. Yes. Okay. Marniamma, are you going to tell anything? Your mic is unmuted.
What, I don't know what happened to the phone.
We can hear your voice.
But I can't find the mic here.
But we can hear your voice. You want to unmute it, is that?
Yes, the screen also has gone. What happened? I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, those are the issues with the phones, because sometimes the things
The
are very
phone might have
unpredictable.
got locked, I think, isn't it?
Can I can mute her phone for mic. Shall I?
Yeah, you mute the mic. I'll try again to go to the Zoom.
Okay. So, Surangika, I don't know whether there were any points that you wanted to continue from yesterday.
Maybe I think maybe I wanted to ask Dr. Kokila to go on more about the thoughts part of it.
Okay, when she
The
joins.
Mano
Yeah.
Sanchetanahara, the mind, the thoughts, because there are thoughts and there are thoughts, isn't it?
Mm.
In a way, you can't stop thoughts because it's a natural phenomena.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, it has to be recognized as a, the vitaka nature of it, isn't it? The unwanted thoughts and then going on with it.
Yeah, Dr. Kokila has joined. We can take
I mean, if
that
there's any other
discussion
topic,
forward.
it's fine. I just only thought of
No,
that.
I
That's
think
all.
I think we can talk about that because we didn't expand on it very much, isn't it?
Sorry, I just joined. What was it?
Theron Sanai, Dr. Kokila. We will just raise the Mano Sanchitana as just a topic to discuss perhaps, because these days also R.N. Vahansa was going on about everybody's thinking, and the thoughts can come involuntarily, and then the thoughts can come with the self view, and so the distinguishing the thing would be a good thing to discuss, because quite a few, I think this morning there was another mother also who was saying, I think R.N. Vahansa said the same thing, almost similar to what he said to me a couple of week ago or so, about not feeling something and thinking or something like that about thoughts. I don't know whether you had the opportunity to listen
I
to
did,
this
actually.
morning's talk. I think it was towards the latter part.
Well, I did.
There was some other where the reception was a little off, but she communicated most of what she wanted to say. And then she kept asking, what am I to do now? And then R.N. said, it's too much to take now, for her to relax a bit and then think about what he said to her. But basically, anyway, irrespective of her experience, it's about the thinking and not coming to the feel, really. That's what he was trying to tell her, that it's not something that you can keep on thinking and achieving. It's not something that you can do that way.
No, it is kind of the skill is to understand that you're thinking. If you're thinking, basically, it's, you can think about Dhamma. It is okay in the beginning. It can involuntarily come, yes. Passively as well, yes. Again, it's not the thing. It should be felt. That's all. Those are the 3 areas. So you should have the skill to understand that you're thinking. What do you think?
As opposed to a thought occurring, isn't it?
No, we don't. This is about Dhamma now, I'm saying. The power of the thought can't be caught by another thought. That's the thing. This is all about capturing the power, no? The effort is to capture this self-vibration, the power of the initial vibration. So that's the task. So otherwise, tasks will be forgotten. You will be just thinking. So this task, you can't do it by thinking. So if you're thinking, just know it. That's fine. But the main way to capture the self vibration is not in the thinking level. And thinking about your power in another thought is useless. That's another thought then. Then you have to think about that thought power. Maybe it's a Dhamma thought. Do you get it, Dr. Sakuntala? It's very important. So
No, can you, I was going to ask you to explain it again. Please.
yes, so now every thought is unique, right? Every stimuli is unique stimuli. It can be repetition of a chair, but this we are seeing the chair now. We are not actually, we are synchronizing, yes, but it's a brand new thought. So thinking, then our task is to capture the self vibration. What is this power? Actually, the power in the initial vibration. So if you get a thought and you think about Dhamma in the next thought, well, it is another thought. Then you have to understand whether that thought had a power. Again, if you're thinking about again with another thought, then that thought is the matter. Now, if I talk 10 sentences here, 10, just imagine 10 words, even 10 words, these are distinct stimuli, isn't it? Then we can't catch it. We can't really catch every thought. We are not doing that. But at least we have to understand that the task is not to keep thinking about the power. Task is to actually capture it. To do that, we have to actually understand that the thought level is useless. Thought level is pointless in that thing. It's actually obliterating the capturing of the self vibration.
So basically the thought level is a more superficial level, no? That is, isn't it? Thinking means a
Yeah,
more...
but that is what we do.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so even the Dhamma becoming a thing, or even the thought about the Dhamma is no different from any other thought.
Yes. Because we keep forgetting the task, we keep thinking.
Yeah, the Dhamma thing also, that's also something that we are constantly thinking. That's also
this
useless.
plan is to not to think. Sorry, plan is
Not that we are just thinking, it's just coming.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Just realizing how much power that has is the thing. That's a skill.
No, but that's the thing. There is no power in it.
Okay. The thing is, what you call power is the problem now. This is again going back to Dhamma.
Perception.
Yeah, because we talked about this yesterday or day before. So if you are looking at a flower, I mean, just imagine you even don't know any Dhamma. Also, you can look at a flower without any burning, but still self-view is there, self-vibration is there, self-perception is also there. Everything is there. The field that you are even observing, the observer effect is also there. The subjective objective effect is there. The duality is there. Everything is there. that power is definitely there. It's hidden.
Yeah, even without any attachment or aversion, I mean, it is there. That is the underlying perception. It is existing. That exists. I mean, perception of existence is there.
Perception of existence, you don't have to think about it. It is there.
Yeah.
It's not a overt thought. It's not like a classic thought like, I didn't think about it. And even when you say there's no fire, what fire? Which fire are you talking about? So it is a tricky area.
Yeah, actually, no other words to explain, isn't it? That feel that you that you experience. You can't tell. I mean, you can't say it is a fire, of course, yes, but that perception that comes up to
No, in the
indicate that it
superficial
is.
level, it is a fire. Like, just imagine
Yeah.
like getting very angry and stuff.
Yes.
Even
Yes.
that,
Definitely.
how can you put that in? Now imagine you see a ice cream and someone immediately feel the ice cream as a thing. How can you explain that? Existence perception and the self-perception, they are kind of similar but not similar, and they are hidden everywhere. The research is not about the burning. That research is about the Satyajnana, actual finding this deeper levels of burning. Actually, you can go by the burning, and it becomes very, very delicate. Superficially, it is fine. You can say, I didn't get angry. I didn't even want the ice cream. I'm not even having a go at the ice cream. Well, I have no burning with ice cream. But the thing is whether the self-view is there or not. Whether the self-perception is there or not. Whether the self-view, the vibration is there or not. So our research is not about the ice cream at all.
Self-vibration, that's what you were explaining a couple of days ago, no? And
That's
the
the
problem is the
tanha,
catching it.
finding the carpenter. තණ්හාව නැමැති වඩුව what is it? I catch you
Carpenter.
and I will never let you build a house again. So what power is that? Can't be this superficial, I don't want the ice cream, I don't have any burning with the ice cream. Yeah, I'm okay. Can't be that kind of thing. Can it be? But the thing is, the path becomes delicate, yes. Aranase is now only he has started saying these things very straightforward. He was waiting for about 5 years to.
And Dr.
He has
Kokila,
told this over and over again. Yes.
That fraction of a moment experience that you say, is there any particular talks where he explains it 5 years ago? I haven't come across. I have listened to quite a number of old clips. I haven't
No,
come
he
across
hasn't
him saying
mentioned as a fraction of a second. No, he hasn't. But he
ever,
has.
even those old Aryadesa now, so he hasn't.
I can't remember like that, but he has definitely told about the finding your own vibration, and actually he has talked a lot about the life field. So the life field, and he has talked about this Dhamma is a field. like actual understanding is Dhamma fully is a fear. It's
Because some of the
always he
old
has talked
Desana,
about the experience. Even yesterday or today morning, he was talking about that. Mohatata avadi.
yeah, but he only mentions it. It doesn't say anything else.
No, he can't. I mean, even I can't. I shouldn't. Because these things are not really, how can I say? You can't really have a chittarupa about that. Because this is never experience like that. So having a mental image about that doesn't help. Because then everyone tries to get a mental image of that. And even today morning when I was trying to do the sermon, it came to me, Advances says, go back to the beginning, go back to the beginning, go back to the beginning. As soon as you say Niagara Falls, you have to go to the beginning. As soon as you say mother, you have to go to the beginning. See, going to the beginning, that Surangika's questions, all questions actually should be resolved, because if you go to the beginning, then you can understand that the first thought, how did it become a thing? By that only we fully realize that it is the same thing that is happening now. The first thought is from the baby getting the first thought. Niagara Falls maybe in year 5. Doesn't matter, or maybe even in year 10. But it's the same thing. Because this one thought arises as unique as another thought. Otherwise, we will never be able to attend Nibbana actually.
Dr. Kokila, aren't there many instances when we are looking around or when we are just hearing the sounds, they are not felt as sort of real, but I don't know how to explain it now. When I see something, it's seen and it is recognized as a picture or whatever, but that really existing feel is not obvious. Is it because it is not obvious, or are there any stimuli that can be sort of experienced in that way with no, that maybe 3D effect is also not there, like, but you can explain it whatever. If somebody asks, what did you say, what did you see, then of course can explain, but as it is that
So that's an arahant state you are talking about. The thing is, it should come after the problem is the samadhi. In arahant state, of course, you see, doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, arahant state, of course, yes. But now we say that there are many stimuli, that whenever the stimulus is not a thing, that means it has no.
No, then you have to wait till something becomes a thing then now. Because now this is like floating around. Because you don't know what you're looking for. This self-vibration is not in that level now. That's again, that is the thing. The deeper level, if that is not investigated, then maybe you have to wait till someone actually tells you a very big lie again.
Yeah, I
No,
think
can it occur like, I mean, kind of oscillating, or it happens and for
No,
some stimulus?
Samadhi is just one thing, no. Samadhi. So the problem comes when when Aranhanse talks, can you see the main factor he's looking at is whether this system is fully aware that there is never a self. After that, anyway, defilements will slowly go down.
Yeah, yeah.
If someone tells you a lie,
Mm.
then you can say, because now you're wondering what to do, isn't it?
No. I mean, I wasn't sure what that experience
Yeah,
is.
that is the thing. That is the thing. That is the
Mm.
thing. Not sure means there's doubt, So that's the thing. Whole thing is just to give up, and all Dhamma, and just live. And someone will tell definitely a lie or something. Then there will be a burning, because now the the burning at the moment the keles should be the defilements or the burning should be there, not to detect the non-vibration. So if someone is an arahant, already there's no burning anyway. And if the burning is not there, you can't catch the non-vibration either. But this catching the non-vibration thing is an initial thing. If it is already, if you have detected this self-vibration, that power of the self-vibration, it's okay then. Now there's nothing you can do, definitely that was the reason. And the life wheel is not there when the self is not there. This break in the life wheel is the most important thing, because you felt this continuation of your life now. Even looking at this thing that you are saying, no, it didn't become a thing to me, that sound didn't become a thing to me, but the life wheel was there. So your insight meditation is not that pure, isn't it? Do you mean not pure? No, that word is wrong. It's not that deep, isn't it? Have you gone to this 4th level? You're talking about somewhere like 2 or I don't know whether it's even 3. Maybe it's 2, maybe. Maybe 3 also, but the 4th one?
Yeah, the person who is experiencing is there, no?
Yes. Oh, finally. The duality is there now. Even the trance you had, duality was there. If you are vigilant enough only, you will understand that. The floating effect, duality is there. You have to be vigilant enough to quickly let them go, because the duality is there. Who cares if the duality is there? Yeah, self-vibration is there. That's it. Who cares? Doesn't matter, but you have to let go. Yeah, like it's no point just keep thinking, and it will just mask the feel again.
Yeah, actually, I don't take it seriously because it just came to my
No, the
mind
thing
right
is
now.
whether you have the insight properly. Because the questioning is not. It's lacking the Dhamma there. You are asking Okay, now I see the flower doesn't become a thing to me, the sound doesn't become a thing to me. Yes, then it is Arahant level. But then again, if for an Arahant, the duality doesn't matter. So this whole thing is complicated now. So the self view is shattered. After that, nothing matters actually. After that, slowly this fire is going to go down anyway, the alive field or the self vibration. The underneath elastic power of the elastic is which is going to go down. Seeing is going to happen anyway normally. Duality will be there as normally. What is going to happen? That underneath fire you detected, the power, the power of the self vibration is what is going to go away. Actually, that will never go away until the avidya is there, like the ignorance is there. Usually, ignorance is the one which is vanishing. Then the tanha has no place. Is that what Lord Buddha said? විද්‍යාව නැමැති භූමියේ තණ්හාව පැලවෙන. So if the vibration is there, power is there. But when the vibration is not there, that is a non-vibration. Actually, there's nothing called non-vibration. It's the absence of vibration. Then you know that power is zero. Everything is actually, that is where you call like non-manifesting consciousness. And again, Surangika's question, which comes all the time, going back to the first thought, it is very important. Because if you don't go back to the first thought, because after the first thought, it is a synchronization to that, yes, but it is another new thought. You are not seeing the previous fan. Well, you are not seeing the previous fan. That is the idea we have anyway. That is felt like that I saw the previous fan. This is a brand new thought. And when the self vibration is there, power is there. Absence of self vibration is as if you are not there, but the stimuli is there. In the sense, seeing is there. Seeing can be there because it's still the consciousness is there. Seeing, the experience of seeing can be there, but the feel that it is happening here is not there. It's as if it is released. So it's a feel only. So when you are satisfied, that's the thing. When you are satisfied that this doesn't become a thing to me, if you have done the full research is the problem now. That comes as a question. Do you understand? Why Aranmansi is questioning? Even I know only little, but even in that level, the question arises. The question makes you to wonder whether the non-vibration has been fully felt. Because no self-perception will never arise if the system is not, hasn't had the absence of the self vibration or the life field or this duality, whatever you call it. See, we don't really take these things much seriously. You can't take things seriously also in this Dhamma, but if you have listened to Dhamma, you have to know that you have to go back to the first thought and see. And first thought, itself started from the radiant mind, where light consciousness was a thing, sound consciousness was a thing, touch consciousness was a thing. Now, after the first thought, now who the mother is created now, but in that that initial thought has to be fully realized. And that the thing that it is only one thought at one particular stimuli. And you are born in every stimuli is a factor you know by definition, but it has to be felt. That where is the problem? That if the stimuli is not a thing, actually that feel will be not there. Don't worry about what I say about the fraction of second and all that. It's actually no need to think like that. So I should actually stop saying that because it may be adding some pressure. So if we just one stimuli. It was a very quick experience. That's why that's a metaphor used. So don't take it seriously. So all the things are used as metaphors to show that it's one stimuli. Chair or whatever.
Today morning, Aranhase told that mother, no, that when you are used to do thinking all the time, that ability to pick up the field side becomes sort of covered, like so. Even for me, I think I am more on this mind side. That must be a problem. Yes. She was asking what to do from Aranhase, and Aranhase was saying that because you are used to do lots of thinking all the time, that will not come to the surface right now. So maybe some other time.
Mm. But only Dhamma will do that. You have, that is again Satyajnana, that fully realizing that the thoughts are useless. Thoughts are just thoughts. So let it be. But the thing is, it's not easy as said, like this mind power, it is powerful. I mean, especially like people like us.
And we are quite used to that, isn't it? The thoughts, we are used to be with the thoughts all the time. I think that is one reason. Only with these Dhamma discussions, only from Aranhase's teachings, we knew that there are two categories called mind and the feel, but because we knew only the mind and the thoughts, only that side.
No, but this Dhamma, why when Naran Hanse said about the baby, it actually made it so clear to me because
Yeah, what I meant was from the
if you
previous
try to become the
nominal.
baby, this problem is over actually, in the sense not physically, but
Yeah,
if
true.
you
Now,
try
what
to
I said was
understand.
we have been listening to so many other sermons from different venerables. Never mentioned
Well,
about
actually,
this.
maybe I
Yeah,
haven't.
yeah. I mean, it has never been mentioned. This something called feel and something called mind or thoughts.
But I thought it
So
was so good because this,
it
otherwise,
is very good. Yeah, it is very
this
good, but
dependent
it was never
origination
mentioned. Mm,
can't be explained otherwise.
yeah,
And Nivana, the Nirvana or the Nibbana or whatever, in that sense, the release from self, it can't be just thinking. I have thought about it well before. There must be something, no? Like how, it can't be like 2 by 2, 4, 2 by 3, whatever, like the chakra, what is it called? The time, what is it? I don't know. If you are, if you have by hearted it really well, now you can say yes, done. But losing you can't say done like that.
Yeah.
This is a unique Dhamma now. So even whatever we boast about, whatever we talk about, whatever we think about, has nothing to do with capturing this underlying power which gave us the misunderstanding that we are there. There's underlying power. There is underlying power which has given rise to this whole problem of organs and mind. 6 sensory organs and the mind. Sorry, 5 sensory organs and the mind.
There was one thing I didn't understand from what Aranvasa told. So I was trying to say that this asavakya jnana, now I think he said that everything is being taught. But the gradual fading of the defilements can't be taught, no? That hasn't been in the current level 1 month ago or 1 year ago or 6 months ago. It has been absolutely painfully dwindling at the speed at a degree where nobody can control. Each time it comes up, it's observed for what it is, and then the next time it comes up, it has reduced, and then the next time it has come up, it has reduced a little bit more.
Comes up what? Is it a life field you're talking
When it
about?
becomes a thing. So why I'm
Are you
saying that?
talking about the life field or comes up?
No,
What is
now this
coming up?
asavakya jnana, keles, defilements.
Defilements, that is the thing again. So this moha, so what is moha? This anger and craving, of course, maybe we have a idea about that. This defilements also is all about the self-view, self-perception and self vibration. So understanding what is bhavasanya and what is atmasanya. And those both two are useless, like kind of they are irrelevant if we really understand what brought it. So Deyakwenne is a superficial level. Now when we talk about the flower didn't become a thing to me, whether you have done the enough research is the problem comes again, isn't it? Like whether you have pierced that flower to fully to get into the level of the perception and the vibration and the non-vibration. That's the fourth level.
No, I mean, sorry, I'm not talking about the non-vibration. Nobody was ever expressing anything about a non-vibration. This is about the reduction of the defilements, raga and
Yeah, but
dvesha.
the reduction of the defilement can't be talked with this mithya drushti. That is the problem now we have. Whether the samadhi has come or not. That is the whole problem here now. Do you understand? Only the path begins after samadhi.
Then what was the reduction?
That Arenanse asks all the time, what ginna are you talking about?
No, the reduction of clinging, the desire, the aversion, the
Yeah, but
resentment,
what about the
that
moha?
kind of.
What about the moha then?
Yes, so the
The
reduction
clinging
comes
and the
when
desire
one
is
sees
very
it, isn't
easy,
it?
Surangika. Surangika, it is easy thing that you are talking about. Can't you understand if you are really going after ice cream? It is very easy now.
Yes,
Now,
so the
now you
ice
don't
cream is known
hate
for
the
what
ice
it
cream.
is. Yeah. Now, those days there was a craving for ice cream or whatever. Say,
Yeah,
for
now the
example,
craving is not there, but whether you have pierced the ice cream is the problem. I don't know whether I'm getting anywhere here, but what I'm trying to say is, you don't have to pierce each thought. It's only one
so
thought.
this is, now you're talking about the three realms, no?
Yeah. If it is not being done, then samadhi can't be talked about because you haven't found your own vibration and the non-vibration. How do you otherwise know when you become an arahant? How do you know whether you have become an arahant or not? Definitely, one can know now that haven't come to that level. It's very easy to say.
Yeah, even not referring to arahats.
No,
nobody
the
was referring to
comparison,
arahats
how we
anyway.
know that you haven't become that, is that you have felt it before, isn't it?
Thought it was, but apparently not. Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, I got it now. No, the thing is, this feel side is
can feel, no?
Yeah, feel side is the problem. I had that issue, the feel side. The whether you have a full idea about this.
Yeah, because I think that was mentioned so many times, but I think nobody was picking it up because I kept saying that. That means there was something wrong right throughout, wasn't it?
I have tried to tell you.
Yeah, I think it's also the way the reception is, no? How we take it. Because if one puts oneself into a frame, no matter how much the Kalyana Mitra is saying it, the person who takes it is taking it in a frame because they can't comprehend anything beyond the frame, no?
Yeah, for about
Something
1
like that,
month at
actually, yeah.
least. For about 1 month, this is just my advice here. Just for about 1 month, just drop everything and try to feel. Just feel. Just live, basically. Because consciousness is a basic thing.
Yeah, so that's the thing that prompted me to ask at the beginning with Dr. Sakuntala about the Mano Sanchetana, because that also has a element, the dropping and living also has an element of not an element. Yeah, it's an element of thinking. No? So that
Yeah,
thinking, there
yeah,
are now
yeah, yeah.
actually even talks. Of course, I'm not listening to a lot because I used to be listening. So after Advansi said all that, I'm only listening to the Andolnataka and the morning one, those two. But then, of course, because of office work, by the time I finish those two, also practically almost the whole day is gone. But so that
I listen to
doesn't
both
leave
of
room
them.
much to
Yeah,
relax actually.
I listen to both of them. The important thing is, I said maybe half an hour or 1 hour, just live. Because it is difficult to find a time to even live, isn't it? Just to relax. Your walk is good enough for that.
No,
So
I
doing it.
listened to the Andolnatmaka Dr. Kokila at that time. Otherwise, no time. Morning, I
think
listened to that
no,
2.5 hours, and that
maybe even half an hour. Don't listen to anything. Just go with the nature.
otherwise I can't finish it before I start work. Yeah, I think I should do that. But half an hour is not enough anyway. Saturday, if the parents are not around, it's a bit better. But anyway, but yeah, definitely, I think as Saran once said to that mother this morning, I think to several mothers the last couple of days, there has been enough listening to the Dhamma, isn't it? There's that part, even for Dr. Sakuntala, that part is
Yeah.
very well known by now, isn't it? Apart from some Abhinya Deshana that Aryan Mahansa makes now and then, the rest is known. No, when he says it, we know, isn't it? So it's that it's the turning to the feel thing that has to be done actually.
Actually, you can't do that. What?
No, I mean it's not a doing, but yeah, the
Yeah, what
relaxing
you
part.
can
Yeah.
do is fully realize that the thoughts are actually baseless.
Yeah.
That is the only thing that Dhamma does.
Yes. There are moments
And the
where
other tactics are the going to a monastery or walk or nature. All the other tactics are to bring down the mind, or gym,
bring
whatever,
down the
to
mind.
bring
Yeah,
down the
even that
mind.
thing about the hike that Aryan once explained, no,
Hike,
the other
gym,
day.
whatever. People use so many stuff to bring down the mind. Even yesterday, I think, again, it's all about hindrances, isn't it? When you have underlying problems of it's difficult. When the mind is strong, just imagine just one thought is enough for the mind to be strong.
Yes, you don't need a string of it. That's true.
Yeah.
And that I think that UK mother was also saying, I think the day before yesterday, was it that where she was saying about that having to survive with the son and having to think about everything and plan about everything, and that kind of thing was giving her that extremely mind-driven type of thinking that Swarnamali was advising about, I think, the day before, I think it was.
Mm. Yeah, but again, the Satyana clear things because it's only one stimuli at a time.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing is, this projection, that is what is not broken. that you were there yesterday, you were there 10 years ago, you were there 45 years ago, whatever.
Yeah, that's the perception of being there, isn't it?
Yes, these are the
Can't be
deeper
stopped.
things,
Like
deeper things that you should investigate, not about the burning with the flower. If you feel that flower is there, you are there. This is the perception level. So this is beautiful Dhamma. You just slack in the first level. You have to go through the 4 levels to feel the non-vibration, at least in one stimuli. In an arahant, it is all stimuli. Yes. That's a different level.
maybe Champa has a question.
Sudharma is also there.
Hi.
Maybe Sudharma is Champa must have had the out of the time. I think that's okay.
I asked Dharma is here. I thought she was traveling or something. Okay.
Don't know whether she can talk to. Maybe
Peruan Saranai, doctor, I just came back. Yeah, I was listening to your explanation regarding Asavakya Jnana, doctor, on YouTube. And what actually, after that, again, I got disconnected. There, Asavakya Jnana, did Miss Surangika say that it is also taken by thoughts or something? I heard so. It's discerned through
Asavakya
wisdom
has
only.
nothing to do with the
Yeah,
thought.
with the thoughts, yeah, it is discerned
Nothing.
through. Yeah, exactly. That is to be discerned through wisdom only. It is at that morning.
Feel.
I don't know. Yeah, feel. And
No, I mean,
doctor,
I that wasn't my thinking, but when I was trying to say that, and Mahansa said that no, that is wrong. That the experience was that it was being thought and automatically feeling it is as if it was reduced.
that is the
Not
big
that.
mistake, isn't it? Yeah, that we do that. When that's I also have that experience, Miss Surangika. Whenever when we go to the Zoom and start telling that Aryan Hansel, previously I was taking things like this and now this is so, then all become thoughts. That's what he is showing us, that you take it as thoughts, but what is important is to talk about the feel, how you feel it. I mean,
So
from the way
at that
yeah,
particular time, I see. I was
yeah.
wondering. I didn't understand that part. Now that you said it, I understand. So what he's trying to say
Yeah,
is, at that time of expressing it, we are putting it into thoughts.
into thoughts, of course. That's what.
Right.
That's the
Okay.
No, even that gives the idea that the full you know that he anyway he never I can't say never. He
Doesn't put a tick.
doesn't no. He doesn't judge by the words.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
No, he doesn't judge by the thoughts or the words. Actually, what he is trying to understand is whether it has become a thing to you now. Now, if I talk with so much power, he's definitely going to put me down, like shot me down. No, I'm joking. The like that is what is he going to detect. So the power, that it is enough, because this is the moment that you are alive now. You don't have to.
That is why, doctor, for some people telling the same story, he says, okay, I feel you are at that time, all right, go ahead. For some people, he says, no, what is this? All thoughts. You have to, I mean, rethink about that, and you have to not rethink, you have to feel it. Yeah, so we get totally confused. And that's, yeah, I have that text.
Yeah.
Yeah, same experience may be told, yes. Yeah, there is a thing like that. But the thing is, and he, don't forget, now imagine, I am giving a call not 10 years ago, maybe 6 years, 5 years ago to Aran Hanse. He definitely knows what the tension was. Whatever the tension, because definitely nicely the self-view was there. A beautiful self-view was there. Beautiful self-perception was there. Massive self-vibration was there. So he can feel that. So his comparison is similar to the Asakshanyana. Actually, it's fun. It's not funny. It's actually beautiful, isn't it? This tension. It's not. Yeah, the moment you open your mouth, that can be felt. So that is the important thing. So then in his system also this can be felt.
At
He
the
says no.
beginning,
Even
Doctor,
Asanti now she's feeling better like that. How? Because he knows Aranansi knows how much tension was there before. But it's useless that the noble friend knows it. It should be well evident to this system. But the problem is when Surangika says the burning is not there, there's a definite question coming. Which burning?
Yeah, that's what. So, I mean, it would have been good if Aryan Master said what level. Because, I mean, in this system, it's not as if I'm lying. It wasn't that you're
No
going and
one lies
lying
here.
in the
No one is
zone.
lying. No one is lying.
Yeah, so it's
Everyone.
actually the honest thing that is being felt. So, I mean, in that sense, so like now you said, Dr. Kokita, it's at the perception level and the vibration level that it's not felt. So, then
Still,
at
then the
least
Samma
know that
Ditti is
that's
a
where you have to
challenge.
do some. Sorry?
Samma Ditti is a challenge then, because you have to pierce all these levels to at least once feel this non-vibration.
Yeah, true. But then when you say it like that, at least then there's more clarity.
Yeah, 100%.
Because otherwise, like, I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm a tube light, but I don't know. But that actually saying it, the perception level, and something that you just said now, what was it about the vibration? Being like, I mean, thinking like a baby, and then actually that other one you said about the feel of existence being there yesterday, being there last week, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Now when I said last month, 6 months ago, the Keles was like this.
Yes.
Even
Yes.
there, that underlying assumption is there, isn't it?
Yeah, you are comparing in the
So that
mind.
was of course really good when you
This
said that, because that
time
kind
is
of
in the
sense.
mind.
Yeah.
I have been trying to tell that, I think
No, the
maybe
time,
week
of
ago.
course, you have said several times, but the fact that the way you put it, the perception of self, I mean, not that we're actually saying it, but it's implicit, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah, that was quite helpful.
Yeah, we are actually,
The
we
problem
know
is
Dhamma.
different personalities and different, each one takes the interpretation of what Aranvasa says in a different way, because this vibration is different, isn't it? Person to person, not person to person, system to system vibration.
Yeah.
Some people need it straight. Some people need a long explanation. Some people need a little bit of a manipulation. Like that, depending on how their level of communication is, how intuitive they are, and probably how wise they are, or whatever as well. The way it is taken, that message is quite different, no, Dr. Bogila?
Yeah, now even 7 o'clock Zoom is not for Satyajnana, it is for the Krutyajnana. So, but again, when someone talks, because Swarnamali is directly talking about how to lower the hindrances to feel this. So likewise, there's different approaches, So she always says, if the Dhamma is there, if your hindrances, she doesn't use that word, but if this power of the mind is coming lower, then the feel may come and the non-feel may come. In the sense, non-vibration, absence of the vibration may arise. We can't do it now. What we can do is the only things that we can do. We can change our the tiredness, mental tiredness, physical tiredness. Yeah, actually, working 5 days and then in the weekend, all the kids' activities and all that, it's exhausting. It's just that Dhamma is in the background, which is like a virus now. It is activated so that the computer can't work anymore. I'm actually putting it another way.
Doctor, today I can share a simple scenario that I experienced while I was coming back. There was a white lady and she was making a video call to maybe her grandchildren. So she was talking to them and she was actually hugging the screen finally. She was having the screen on the face for like 3 minutes. That actually I felt that she was hugging the kids in the mind or the perception. At that point, I was like, we were also in experience doing things like that when we were talking to people who live far away from us. But that just, I mean, at that point, I was uh, Dharma point came to me that it's just the perception in her mind, not the grandchildren, but still she doesn't feel that it is the screen either.
Mm. Yeah, this fight is with one thought. Don't forget that whole fight is with one thought. All one thought, just one thought. That one thought is the why there is a thought, self-thought. From where on earth this thought originated? There is a reason. There's 100% a reason. It's not just there. It is because there is underlying feel that we have actually due to ignorance, we have kind of attributed that power to this side. Like there's something here. So that's why the chair is in front of you, fan is above you. When you come back to the room, again the fan is above you. And you feel that it was the fan which was there yesterday. Maybe if you lived in a house imagine you have lived in a house for 8 years, you feel like you lived in this house for 8 years.
And doctor, even though we discuss Dhamma so much, still we have that dream, no, at some level, that we have the family, the childhood. I mean, those perceptions somehow may not be as thick as before, but still the dream is there.
Well,
And
just
it's,
imagine if you really feel that your child is in Australia and you have come to visit him. Yes, you are there.
Not only me, Dr. Sakuntala is having the same dream. She is also going to visit.
Really speaking, I don't know. I have a kind of anyway. I didn't have a very
I
strong
mean,
attachment.
she's going to have good time here. Maybe, maybe it's in the winter as well. No,
Yeah, there'll
hopefully
be
not hot.
lots of yeah. That is why we selected this time. The thing is, there will be lots of traveling and visiting, and also I will have to be fully engaged with those things most of the time.
Oh, really? Do you have a lot of people? So, yeah, maybe
Yeah.
because is that Melbourne or where is it?
Melbourne, Adelaide, sometimes Canberra.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
And
that
Perth
involves.
also, I have relatives, but we will not be going there, of course. I mean, we just sort of feel very tired of traveling when you come there and be relaxed when we come back.
Mm,
When you said about that half an hour, taking half an hour and just relaxing, I think that advice is very useful to me also. But something that tempts within me is that if there is free time, just sort of listen to something. That is the urge that I get from within, because there are so many sermons to be listened, and because I save quite a lot, which I feel that is useful listening, uh, but I don't have time to listen to all of them. They keep on getting collected. So if there is a half an hour, 45 minutes free time, uh, no, it's not happening the way that you advised actually. Rather than spending it as a free time, that urge to listen to something is coming up.
well, listening can be done while you are cooking and all that. If you put some earphones and you can listen.
Yeah, that I do. Yes, that I do. Yeah, but as you said, I must try to do that for about half an hour at least.
You know,
What
in the
Dr.
beginning,
Kokila
yeah,
suggested is, sorry, it's exactly like what Aryan Wahanse recommends in silent meditation period. He never
yeah,
let anyone to contemplate Dhamma even no. So when Dr. Kokila was telling that, I felt you are asking us to keep the Dhamma aside and keep everything aside, contemplation, and just relax and be yourself kind of thing. No, Doctor?
yeah.
Just there is no
Even
yourself.
even
Yeah.
even that thought should not have that power, because then you know this mind is very tricky. So if the kettle is on the stove, then you have it underneath. You will be like, no, forget about the kettle. We have to take something which lasts for 30 minutes now. So imagine you plan something to do after that. This subconscious stuff I'm talking about. This English word is good for that. There's nothing in the singular words for that. Subconscious plans all should be dropped. So it's a very difficult thing. It is a very easy thing when you go to a monastery, because you can't have a subconscious plan in there. Maybe going to the toilet, maybe, like you get the urge to go to the toilet, then from that onwards it will be the toilet, 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 toilet. What time I can go to the toilet, like that. That will be the. I mean, it's just an example. Um, Otherwise you will be like, oh wow, this tree is so beautiful, that cow is angry, whatever, anything. It can be anything. But the problem is you can't compare. If we can't compare ourselves with our Aranwanse also. Aranwanse has, if someone, just imagine Lord Buddha, what Lord Buddha would be doing. He will be walking to the uh, king's palace with 500 other monks. He doesn't have a problem with that, whether he's going to the king's palace or whether he's going to the poorest person's house. No, he doesn't have any problem with whatever. But we can't really compare with that, because as soon as Aran Hanse says something, some others say, yes, Aranal, I feel that too. And I feel amazed how mothers say that because it's very, I think the depth of Buddhism is not felt there. So the alive feel is if when Aranwanse says like a tree, should be felt properly because there is no excitation whatsoever. And this excitation also not in the, I don't know how to say even these things, but because these things are like excitation, not in the sensual world excitation. Sensual world excitation, of course, we can definitely understand. That is not there. We might not drive for 15 minutes to buy something specifically, So now I forgot what I
Doctor,
started to say about your question. What was the question?
not special, not a specific question. I was just telling that experience of
Yeah.
white
So
lady.
what I was trying to say is subconscious plans. Now imagine you are specifically you are trying to say in half an hour I'm going to go to work, right? So I will go for a work for half an hour and forget about everything. That's a subconscious plan. That doesn't work. So this dhamma should come naturally. That's the problem. So it's a very tricky area. I don't know. Do you all get it? Can you all talk?
So I have heard Dr. Mind cannot survive without getting attached to something. No, it is being repeated all this time in discussions also. And even previously, I have heard not we cannot stay without doing something. That is the
Of
challenge.
course, you are
Always,
walking. You
yeah.
will be walking, or you may be jumping if you really want to, or maybe climbing a tree as a child. What else you can do? What else? I don't know. Maybe
Playing with
if you are,
water, playing with water.
yeah, if you are in a beach or something, yeah,
Mm.
whatever. It doesn't matter. The activities. So that's the third part. The activities will be ongoing.
Mm.
So what I was trying to say is having a pre-planned thing doesn't work. Let it be, and it will come. Because if you like Dr. Sakuntala said, no, 45 minutes, 30 minutes. If you really plan it as a, if you are used to do walking for 1 hour, it is okay. Just remove the thing, the listening, and just walk without that, and just walk and see. Just walk and see what happens. Thoughts will come. Who cares? It doesn't matter whether thoughts are coming or not. It's okay. Just let be. So the thing is, if you have a very strong subconscious plan, it will be like Ananda Thera. I have to participate to the thing tomorrow. I have to become an arahant now, before next morning. That's a big plan, no, underline. What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, true. As you said, without planning anything, just if the free time comes,
That is the
whenever.
worst case scenario. We don't know that to do that. We don't know to live.
Mm.
Yeah, it is difficult. It is difficult, but if you have a walking time, like it must be easy for Suranka because she already has a time like to walk. Then it is okay. She just have to put the phone aside and just walk. But the thing is Mano Sanchetana, she was talking about that. Yeah, that can be issue. In the beginning, it will settle down.
Yeah, walking time is fine, doctor. Sometimes the phone is left deliberately. But as you said, like Dr. Sakuntal, no, Dr. Sakuntal was talking about listening to things when there's free time. The other thing is this thinking about certain Dhamma angles.
No, that
So,
should be stopped. Yeah.
yeah, that's the thing. Now that after that they are advanced spoke, I have stopped that. So I'm only listening to those two talks and leaving the Vidarshana only during the talk, whilst listening to the talk and not listening to all clips, or at least most of the time I'm actually refraining from the temptation, as Dr. Sakuntala has, it's actually a temptation that we are constantly filling the silence, I think. And that is also a perception, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Perception,
Yeah.
that point is not, maybe I need to know a little bit more about that particular point. This point, that point, and like that. And then because just like Dr. Sakuntala, I also have playlists like certain Abhijna Deshana and certain points where I want to go back and listen, then I have that saved. So then anytime moment the normal Zoom is over, sometimes I put that on and go to that particular clip and listen. So that tendency has been dropped now. Because otherwise there's no recourse really, because you're constantly doing the listening, and that doesn't leave the listening means active listening. No, active listening means mind is being used, isn't it? There's no room for the thinking to stop.
No, we are not planning to stop thinking. This listening to Dhamma, if the first contemplation at least is good, thoughts will not be a thing.
Yeah,
If
but thoughts will not be a thing in the deeper point, deeper 2 points, isn't it? Not the normal point.
Yeah.
So for that deeper 2 points to even emerge, for it to kind of actually
But it won't emerge if the first two things are strong, very basic.
Yeah, but if you're listening.
Yeah, true. No, what I'm trying to say is the power of the thinking is here. What happens, not the actual thought. Not the problem with the thought. Thoughts can arise, but the power should be less. That's why you go to a monastery. So yeah, there's the power is less with so much serenity. Imagine like Dr. Sakuntala or having so much relatives around, and Sudharma having so much relatives around. There's definitely, that's not conducive, isn't it? It's a kind of restlessness is there, no? Anyway. But if you are kind of a master in Dhamma, then everywhere Dhamma is there. From the morning to the night.
So Dhamma, I think that you mentioned about our advance introducing that silent meditation at Dhammagoda. Is that part of the daily routine program?
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that is in the residential part, Miss Suranka, but I don't know when in this one day program, I don't think it is done.
There's no
In
much
the
time.
residential,
No,
yeah,
not
in
in
the
one day, but in the people who come to have a residential program, right? Yeah.
of course it's there. It's from 6 to 7, 6 to 7.
Okay.
In
Uh,
morning.
No,
Evening, I think.
evening after
Oh,
everything. 6 to 7, no, 7 to 8. Anyway, it's dark around at that time. Anyway, the place is dark, surrounded by rubber plantation and all sorts of huge trees. So it's dark. And when I inquired whether we should pay attention to the bird sounds and feel how the sense faculties function, no, nothing like that. You just wait. You just wait silently, that is. If the thoughts arise, if the word sound arise, let it come. But that active contemplation, paying attention to it like a policeman, oh my ear, the birth of the ear happened, birth of the eye happened, kind of thing is not there. Just
yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, that's the best one. Yeah.
Mm.
That must be very relaxing, isn't it, Sudharma?
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't think about the
doctor,
relaxing part. Now Dr. Sakuntala came up with that.
he always recommends to sit under a kumbuk tree. There are several kumbuk trees in that garden.
Because
It's
if you think
actually
about the wow, this is so relaxing. That is again a hindrance because it becomes the kamachand.
the thing is when we go there, we really like want to stay there, not getting attached to the place, but we forget that there is a house and there are things to do. I have to go to school, all those responsibilities. Don't know. That's why Aryanwasi says if someone spend some time there, that uh, particular environment is so conducive to practice this. Yeah, the transformation will naturally arise. There is no magic or magician. But
Yeah.
even when Dr. Kokila said, now you have come here and you have more time for this, actually it is so. After coming here, I mean, I am lot of uh, I mean, I have a lot of time to listen to sermons, participate in the discussion, and to at least to sit and just wait. Otherwise, they are from this to that, like so much of work. So here, I feel this feel thing also is slightly felt with this relaxing experience that I have here. That Chitta Vivekaya and Kaya Vivekaya both are essential. I think that's why uh, Lord Buddha recommended people to go to monasteries and to
Yeah,
be
imagine
ordained
someone
also.
becoming
Yeah.
a nun. Yeah, nun
Mm.
or a monk. It should be like so good, so conducive.
Lord Buddha says, no, Rukkamula Gatova, Arana Gatova, like that he has explained, no? That is, I think, what is meant.
Mm.
And Aryan Vahansi's advice that you don't have to do anything, know it, you should know it, and then just wait. Dhamma will act on the system. We actually experience that. I mean, without any effort, we see Dhamma through uh, our life in our day-to-day activities.
I mean, in the moment that we never thought about Dhamma, we see Dhamma. Now, while traveling, like after boarding the plane, even I never thought that Dhamma will be there or Dhamma point will be there, but seeing that, I felt it. So there are a lot of such experiences in the day. And even though we don't think about Dhamma, we happen to see it.
Dr. Sakuntala, I was going to ask whether we should give Joel's number to Aranwansi, but then I think we have to ask Aranwansi, isn't it? If we are to give
We have
Aranwansi's
to
number to
ask
Joel.
him. Yeah, and also maybe we'll have to ask him also, no, Joel?
Ask Aranwansi. No, because we have to ask Aranwansi and give Aranwansi's number to Joel. That's what we do, isn't it?
That way. All right, fine. Yeah, okay.
I think maybe ask Aranwansi.
Yeah, I will ask him one day, yes.
Whether it is
It
okay,
was
I don't know.
actually last few days I have been trying to contact him after so many calls. I could talk to him today. Every time when I talk, he's busy with something. So I sort of cut short because I just wanted to tell him about the days that I am away. He usually doesn't check the messages also, but I will try to call him. We also didn't hear about Joel recently, last few days. Joel was impressed about Aryan Hase's way of talking, how sort of relaxed he is when he is talking, very light way
Yeah,
of
because
talking.
I was thinking whether a man-to-man talk would be better. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I
Because
will.
we all are like mothers.
Yes,
So
I know.
mother telling something to a son like thing.
Yeah, I will contact Aryan Hase first and ask him, and then maybe give the number to Joel then. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Doctor, today when I was talking to my son, he was just asking me, then this whole life is a kind of simulation, isn't it? So it is so, isn't it, doctor? It's
Yeah,
like
that thought
it's
is also part of that. That's all.
yeah. So
Whatever we think, even whether this flower is true or whether this flower is not true, or self is there or no self is not there, whatever the way we think is irrelevant. So the every view is a wrong view, including self. In the sense, no view is correct. So every thought is a creation only. That's okay to have them. It's a creation only. If you really understand that, that's the first layer of contemplation.
yeah,
The
now only it
mind,
occurred to me. It is I mean, how the world gets created and the first point of contemplation. When you mentioned that, I also feel simulation, external world becomes real.
but the mind is also not true. The chair is in the mind, fan is also in the mind. mind is not true is completely mind power is slowly dissolving. And then whatever you feel is actually self vibration. If you fully understand that it is the speed of the sensory organ, then it might actually, because the self perception is there when the existence perception is there. Existence perception is a very unique thing you have to fully realize. It is there even in the one vibration.
And Dr. Kokila, I wanted to ask this from you. Actually, this mental image and perception are more or less the same. Mental
Yeah,
image
kind
and
of, yeah.
yeah. Mm,
You have a perception that yesterday was
mm,
there.
mm.
Yesterday
And
is a
even
thought, but
yeah.
actually perception is much subtle than that.
Mm,
You don't have to even talk about yesterday. That perception is there yesterday. You don't have to talk about your home in Sri Lanka, but it is there is a perception. It's already there. It just has to be, it's dormant. It's all dormant. But actually Sri Lanka is there somewhere is a perception. You feel no that Sri Lanka must be there, that and the house must be there.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a perception. And when you are flying, you said that you are flying is a perception.
Mm,
But the consciousness level is actually the feel. That has nothing to do with the actual perception. Perception, perception, none of the perceptions are true. So when you have one perception of a tree, all the other perceptions are also active. So the existence perception and the self-perception is there because there is existence feel and self-feel. They are both similar, kind of similar, but different version. When the self-view is broken, this whole power starts to vanish. What power? The self-power. This underlying feel. Actually, that power has nothing to do with this stimuli then, because already you have realized that they have nothing to do with that, because it's a feel. If you listen properly, Aranhan's question, what burning comes, when mothers talk about, I don't have burning, Aranhans, he asks, what burning? Don't you feel the kochi then? Don't you feel the, what burning are you talking about? Yeah, that's the thing.
that
And
burning is not what is experienced at the sense faculty level. It is something underneath.
when the self-view is broken, whatever felt is irrelevant then. That is why the power starts to go down from that onwards. Because what is being attacked is the actual moha part of it, delusional aspect of it.
That is getting the ownership, isn't it, Doctor?
Yeah.
Now also I was in the
Personalization.
ignorance. Yeah, when you said now don't you feel that burning when you eat chilies or something, I felt it as an experience of the sense faculty, and this burning within maybe some due to some embarrassment, some we feel some inner burning. So it is also the system. That's what awareness all. But even now I felt that burning is the self, and that burning that comes with kochi is the sense faculty, which is again delusion. Both are the system. Yeah, but
That's the thing. This alive feel,
Mm.
when the stimuli is not a thing, the alive feel vanishes. That gives you fully realization that this long-term alive feel we had, this vibration which is kind of permanent forever, when you feel the absence of it, you definitely know that self was a creation. Until such time, you are not convinced enough. You know, you say, yesterday I wasn't there, but you definitely feel as you were there. And you say that I was born in this and this, and 5 years later, my sister was born. You can say, no, it is not a thing to me, but you still feel that. You feel something, like you feel that. That is the thing. The feel level is the important aspect. Superficially, you can say, I know that, I know these are all thoughts. We can say that. Doesn't necessarily matter. You're still feeling.
Now we know this knowing is a basic level, primary level. I know that knowing has something to do with the path, but
Mm-hmm.
feeling is the real experience of the path. I mean,
Don't know whether Champa must be busy with maybe Aurudu. Not sure. She didn't talk today.
No, dear. No, doctor. I actually went to Ricky Lagaskat, passing Candy, and that area, not much of this data. I couldn't hear anything because the data, mobile data is not very good in that area.
Okay.
Because all of that place is very remote, and a lot
That
of
should have been a good area then.
jungle-like area, my husband's native place. So I wanted to go there really because it helps me to calm the mind and things like that. We both are very much like that place. We used to go there when there is a possibility where we used to run there. So I practiced this walking meditation there and couldn't listen. But when I met some relatives, I gave this message to some young people and old people as well. So one girl, I think a retired Navy girl, she is now listening from today. She is very much interested, and a retired Navy doctor she is. So like that, to a teacher, and then all one of my brother-in-laws like that. About 6-7 people, I was managed to give this Darshana Samapattiya for them to calm their minds. That I did, and my Gammy, sister-in-law. I was there with her, and I taught her how to do this 4 practical steps. And like that, things I did, but I couldn't listen much Dharma because of this data problem, doctor.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. You have listened a lot. You can continue to listen. That's okay. We have very good Sinhala Zoom sermons anyway. Mahanse is helping everyone to understand why there is a delay in this realization in Dhamma. So the initial realization is just the beginning of the path, actually. So that's the thing. It is very important. Everyone will understand. I think Aranhansi is telling it straightforward now sometimes. So anytime if you have too much mind, it will hamper, like it will reduce the progress of this Dhamma. So there are tactics to reduce the mind power. That is like, maybe being silent, maybe doing a long walk where that mind settles down as Surangika's problem. It should be a long one so that mind settles down, because mind usually get tired. So mind will settle down so that there is more chance for the feel. And what are the other ways? Working also the same, but it should be a long repetitive one. So that's where the importance of like gym, like things come up, because someone can do it for 1 hour if they are doing. So even someone who is cleaning the weeds or doing using the hoover or maybe using the broom in the garden, or even collecting leaves in the garden, or even putting water with the hose. I'm just telling, even kitchen stuff can be used. If you try to practice the 4 steps, you will actually get into the protocol. The first 4 steps will be a nuisance, but then with time it will get better, like the long walk. It will get better. So we all should do that. What do you think? Anything? Any? Yeah. There are. If Dhamma is there, any activity from morning to night could be like that. Now we talk here. It is the same. We can be talking in the workplace It is the same. Maybe from morning to evening in the workplace. Same thing. Whether you are actually there or not, in the sense whether you are awakened from the dream or not. But this can't be kind of the beginning of this path actually is from the non-vibration, field of the non-vibration. So that's the beginning. That is the beginning after the Sammaditthi or the right view only. The Samma Sankappa, Samma Jiva, Samma Kammanta, they all come after that. Isn't it? Anything else?
Doctor, when you said that about the time that we should be silent and relaxed, something again came to my mind. Aryan Mahanse says, silence helps, and silence is important for awakening of certain jhanas. So that is why he has recommended this silent meditation for that program. So since you
Yeah, it
offered,
must be really good. Yeah. Anything else to add? We have only about 7 minutes more, I think.
Miss Surangika can talk about the sutra. She has a very good knowledge of sutras. I think certain Pali points she explains more, Dr. Kokila.
No knowledge anymore, Sudama.
But that's also important. Janato passato.
Too much Janato at the moment.
Yeah, actually, yesterday you asked the question whether this knowledge has helped. Actually, it has complicated the path. I mean, the less the knowledge, the more the feel is.
No, but there's one thing
That's the
Aryan
main
Master
thing.
said that I never realized. He said asattu tak tiyena. So some things no one doesn't even realize. I have no idea that there was an asatuta. But obviously he can feel it, no? There must be something like that also, no?
No,
But
he
anyway, coming
says
back to the
we
I
are
think
enjoying Saro. What he says is we are enjoying Saro, we are entertaining Saro. I don't know. Dukkha
we know.
something he says. Yeah, for us also
What
he
is
says
the English word for nosatuta? That is that we talked about a lot of words yesterday.
unhappiness.
Maybe dissatisfaction.
Dissatisfaction, maybe. Yeah.
Unhappiness.
Yeah, but unhappiness is so
Unsatisfactoriness is better, I think.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's not something that's felt. So it's not something that one actually even realized till. I'm like, what is that? So, but coming back to the knowledge, sorry, what were you saying, Dr. Kokila? To too much knowledge or
Please.
something you said yesterday?
No, yesterday Surangika Sudharma asked no whether having knowledge about this science, whether it helped. I can't really
Yes.
say that. Yeah, I can't really say that. Because of Aranwance's tactics only, if I realize something, because he told all about this in science aspect, otherwise I won't understand.
But doctor, when he says now I perceives this and vibration, drushti vittanaya, now I have some knowledge that I mean studied something in the school in the A-level class, but you know the entire structure of the eye and that
But
I
I
mean,
dropped it very
yeah.
early. I dropped all that very early. That's why actually it was easy for me. I dropped all the knowledge very early because I knew that eye has nothing to do with the actual function of the eye. It is the field.
Anatomical structure.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with that. It's actually the eye field has nothing to do with the structure at all. So
So still
I was able to drop it because Aranhanse reiterates a spiritual aspect. No, not a. Even though he talked about this aviññānaka way, it's not saviññānaka, aviññānaka. That really helped. That really helped. Because
so
all the
that you
time,
have got the right angle. So still we are struggling with the angle, I think. As Lord Buddha says, if you are able to see the rainbow through the dewdrop on the blade of grass, it's just a matter of the angle. No, everything is there as usual, but the angle you see through it should change with them.
yeah, some things that he has told me over the long time, because each time he will tell something. Sometimes he goes back to the basics. Sometimes he tells something to the straightforward question. So like that it changes, but no self angle, even that deyak wenna thing, that I didn't pay much attention to that. It was always kenek nai. That was the one I strongly, it clicked me because I was wondering who am I anyway. So when he said there is no me, then my question was irrelevant now. But then when he said you have to find this vibration, which is the reason that we have misunderstood, mistakenly saying that there is someone, then the journey begins, research begins. That's the thing. So as soon as he says, because my question is, who am I? But then he says there's no self. Actually, Lord Buddha said. So when I knew that from the beginning that Lord Buddha said there's no self. But the thing is, how on earth I feel something is here? Then the answer came from Aranhanse, no, that is actually the chair. The feel that chair is there is this feel that I'm here. So that is the groundbreaking revelation. That time. I mean, he makes so many groundbreaking revelations, but this little bit of Dhamma is enough to realize Dhamma. All the other, supportive factors are there. But yeah, this chair is me is the thing. Flower is me is the thing.
That's the thesis statement, yeah.
Yeah, I think we have come to the end of the Dharma session. So thank you so much, Aranvansa. We worship you every day. Thank you, Dharma friends. May
Therwan
Triple Gem
Saranai.
bless you all.
Therwan Saranai. Therwan Saranai.
Everyone's online, my friends. So let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. And let me pay homage to our noble teacher, Buddothpado and you are listening to the Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom channel. And this channel has just talks as well as a discussion. It goes on for 24 hours and it's in the English language mainly for the benefit of our English speaking listeners. We have a 2-hour discussion between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time, and the rest of the hours are mainly 1 hour and 1.5 hour talks given by various practitioners and followers of the noble teachings of Lord Buddha as imparted more than 2,500 years ago. That same Dhamma, that same pure truth and Dhamma philosophy as realized by Lord Buddha is the same teachings that are being unveiled by our noble teacher Buddothpado and Mahansa. And the key tenets of that is actually understanding that this is a Dhamma, that is the pure truth. It is something that every human being should actually have the access to, and unfortunately does not. But so with that noble intent in mind only that this Zoom channel was opened, so that in some way or form, at some point or another, even at a future date, someone out there would be able to hear this, listen to it, and try to absorb some or all parts of it and be curious and find that this actually resonates with you. And if you have been in search of the truth, if you have been in search of something to be able to alleviate the suffering, the fact that maybe you have been searching for something and you have felt in your life that you haven't found it, that no matter what you do in this conventional world, in your life, that you haven't found any kind of satisfaction. These are sometimes actually hallmarks of those who are not really looking for anything in the material world, but unbeknownst to them, are actually finding or searching for the truth. And if you don't find the truth, that is where you feel as if you are wandering aimlessly. But that has been the experiences of some of these or most of the practitioners as well. They have gone to various teachers, they have learned Buddhism, they have predominantly in Sri Lanka, from the time we were born, there have been association with Buddhist temples and Buddhist teachings and various sermons. So that has been there, but the exposure has been there, but whether one has actually heard the truth is a different matter altogether. So in that sense, these teachings of Buddothpado and Mahansa have revealed a practical side that is not heard in the mainstream channels. And it is that very practical aspect of these teachings that have actually unveiled or helped enormously to for any practitioner to come to the path to nirvana, come to the path towards reaching or attaining non-vibration. That practical application one cannot actually find in the Tripitaka, the Pali scriptures, because how can you actually write a practical application, isn't it? What is there, the sutras are okay, and they are in fact actually the true teachings of Lord Buddha in the Pali form. But in the interpretation of it to Sinhalese, the native language for Sri Lanka, one of the native languages, and then in the interpretation of it, the translation of it into English as well, probably from the Sinhalese language, it might have got translated, which is why you find the same type of sometimes a misaligned understanding. is there. So the Pali scriptures by itself is fine. It's the interpretation or the translation that have had a few issues. So the Buddothpado teachings, which is the pure truth unveiled by our noble teacher, was not through the Pali scriptures really. It was unveiled by his own by his own revelation, by his own realization, by going in search of the truth, just like Lord Buddha or Prince Siddhartha at that time, prior to becoming the Buddha, did his own search of the truth in that similar fashion. The noble teacher embarked on a journey of his own, having already practiced concentration meditation for 20 odd years. He realized that that wasn't the path, that he almost even went to the point of his last breath being taken off or taken out or almost dying, by going into the highest and higher states of the jhanic meditation states. And the higher state of meditation, sometimes the issue is that it goes into a formless realm, no sanya, no perceptions. That is what we call formless realms. And in those higher states of formless realms, one cannot even feel oneself sometimes. And you don't actually come back to reality for a long, long time. You can stay like that for a long time. But it is not the nirvana that the Buddha spoke of. That is not the state of non-vibration that the Buddha spoke of. Because ultimately when you come out of it, it's almost like a permanent state of, some kind of slumber, some kind of sleep. But it's not actually the correct state, not actually the nirvana. Nirvana is actually here and now, which is something hard for people to accept. So in terms of the noble teacher, he did that, and then he almost, kind of got lost in that jhanic state. But finally, after such a valiant effort, he realized that without knowing the truth, all this was useless, because no matter what you do in those formless realms, the self-vibration, which is the reason for this whole suffering, the ignorance had not completely dissipated. And why do we say that? Because ignorance, the self-view was still there. The self-view, the fact that there is somebody or some person trying to achieve something, some state, some calmness, some tranquility, and trying to get out of something was always there. That concept and that view, the wrong view, was always there. So it is that the noble teacher also realized. And if you will, so continuing on that journey and doing, actually trying to understand the Buddha's true teachings, came through practical application to him first. So that full self-realization, the full awakening actually came to him. And it was after that he turned to the scriptures. And when he was describing some of the states of tranquility, inner awareness, inside awareness, and the inner transformation to various venerable bhikkhunis, it was then later on, as he was imparting the Dhamma, later on only it was realized that whatever the experiences that were being recounted were actually really matching with some of the explanations in the Pali scriptures. But anybody reading the Pali scriptures purely as just words, and particularly not understanding Pali, relying on the Sinhalese words, did not actually get that same experience, get that same meaning, because the way the teacher explained it was coming through the practical side of things, through the self-realization. And through that self-realization, that self-evidenced abhinya knowledge or the experiential knowledge, is actually the unvarnished truth. And when the unvarnished truth is said, and then somebody actually realized later on in that discourse through the bhikkhunis that actually these are the ones that are in the scriptures. But nobody knew for generations and generations, for thousands of years after the Arahats were no longer here, when the last Arahats were all gone, this had got gradually hidden in the sands of time. And why was that? Because there was nobody who actually had experienced it practically. So then what happened? Then the reliance was always on the books, on the scriptures. But can one actually even draw a parallel to what is in the scriptures to what is actually practically evidenced? No, you can't. So it is that is the significance of the Buddothpado teachings, because it has been practically applied and practically evidenced and practically experienced by the noble teacher. So that is an enormous helping hand, enormous strength for the practitioners, because as the Buddha said, one day there was a conversation between Anandathero and Lord Buddha. And Anandathero had said that the sasana, the Buddha sasana, is reliant on the noble teacher for a certain portion. It's partly reliant on the noble teacher. And the Buddha had proclaimed, don't say that, Ananda. In fact, the Buddha Sasana is entirely dependent, entirely reliant on the noble teacher and the noble teacher's guidance. Why is that? Because the noble teacher has already traversed the path. The pitfalls, and the pitfalls are many, are already known. If somebody comes up to a Zoom discussion and says, Aran Mahansa, I still feel calm, I'm now tranquil, but I have this kind of notion. If I have sense of loneliness, I'm still, there's some kind of aspect that I'm constantly still thinking of, and so on. The noble teacher, who we call Aran Mahansa, really knows what actually is the problem. Why is that person, the practitioner, getting stuck on something? Where exactly has the problem arose? Where exactly has the issue come about from? And most of the time, it is from the Buddhist philosophy. We call it the Darshana Jnana. Darshana being, I think, philosophy, the truth, the Dhamma philosophy. And the wisdom that arises out of it is why we call jnana, jnana being wisdom, for want of a better word. So darshana jnana, the wisdom that arises out of truly understanding the Buddhist philosophy, is absolutely fundamental to this path. And right through, in fact, I mean, there are some stages in when we learn about this truth, especially in the Pali scriptures as well, they call them 4 stages. So one, Sakadagami stage, Anagami stage, and the final Arahathood. So the Sohan stage is the first stream enterer stage. And it is said that for these stages, for the stream enterer stage, the Buddha Darshana or the Dhamma philosophy is absolutely essential. And all that has to be done for that stage is listening. So the Sotapanna, which is the stream enterer thing, is Sota, is also Sota, also can be taken as listening. That it has that interpretation, that meaning as well. And it is Dasanena Sampanna, which means it's from Darshana, the philosophy that one actually comes to the position of realizing that this view, self-view that has been harbored, that has been entertained for ever so long by humans and by everybody actually, these living beings, is the key thing that is actually holding people, holding anyone away from truly realizing the Dhamma. And so the first tenets of, if you think about, there are 10 fetters that have to be overcome or cleansed in order to reach that state of nirvana, which is actually the underlying state that everybody has. But because it has been covered in some way by either the sensual realm, form and formless realms, all taking place in the mind consciousness, is the issue. Otherwise, the state of non-vibration is already there within. It is the underlying layer for everybody. On top of that is the vibration that has kind of caused this whole malfunction or this whole world of manifestation to occur. And mankind and indeed living beings are caught up in that manifested world. That is what has happened. And so with the Dhamma teachings, actually the path is clearing the non-vibration. Clearing the vibration. Because if the vibration and everything that is manifested due to that vibration is cleared, meaning the truth is seen for what it is, then automatically the non-vibration will emerge. Just like one can't see the bottom of a pool if the water is swirling around, if the water is not calm. It is the same thing with this situation as well. The mind is the top layer where it is always oscillating between the have and the have-nots and so on, between what is there and what is not, always oscillating between two ends. It's there, it's not there. Annajjata bahidda, projecting something to the outside and having a me here on the other side. The duality gets created only in the mind. So when these opposing forces are no longer there, through understanding only actually, when those opposing forces have not, inside, outside, things are no longer there, no longer considered to be true through realization, then that whole mind and the abhisankarana system, the magnification, the excitation from stimuli arising from the senses gradually dissipates. So coming back to the Sotapanna stage, the stream enterer, the first three fetters that have to be broken is the self-view, sakkaya ditthi, vicikicca. Vicikicca means skeptical doubt, and silabbata paramasa, getting caught up in rituals in relation to these mind-made, mind-driven, sensor-driven world, getting getting caught up in that type of rituals, which are all nothing but misconceptions. So these three fetters get assuaged, get broken only through the listening and understanding of the Dhamma philosophy. In fact, right up to the Nirvana state, even for the next several fetters, the next 7 fetters also to be completely broken, it is always the clarity of the true clarity, the absolute clarity actually, of the Dhamma philosophy that is crucial, critical. And that is why every practitioner continues to listen to the Dhamma, continues to reflect on the Dhamma, not to the extent that beginners do, but nevertheless there is a sense of reflection, manasikara, as when the Dhamma talks are even listened to, the sermons are being delivered, there is a sense of reflection. It doesn't happen in an overt way, but there is nevertheless, and that is why the noble teacher's guidance is so important. The discussion, Dhamma discussion with the noble teacher is also equally important, because if one does not have that discourse, the teacher, how can the teacher correct the practitioner, isn't it? Unbeknownst to us, the words that are expressed, all that comes out at the point of discussion. Even at that point, the practitioner himself or herself will be able to kind of almost self-reflect. And if that self-reflection and what is being expressed as the state that person is, practitioner is feeling, is not the true path, then the noble teacher is able to correct it at that point and provide advice that is particular to that practitioner. Because otherwise what happens is the sermons that are delivered, true, there are common aspects that each practitioner can take by just listening to talks delivered to some other mother or some other practitioner. Because some of these situations, most of these situations are life situations, isn't it? All to do with life and various things about children, parents, issues, about tragedies and so on, and pitfalls about practicing the path. But each practitioner will encounter, depending on that practitioner's self-vibration and wrong self-view, will be on different stages on the path. So listening to a sermon from another person, delivered to another person, would help to a certain extent, but that cannot be carte blanche taken as the same thing applying to oneself. Which is why the importance of the Dhamma discussion with the noble teacher is so significant. So coming back to the Dhamma philosophy, the three fetters, the self-view, the skeptical doubt, and the getting caught up in rituals, which are taking the world to be true, are the three things that get broken through the Sattva-jnana. So what is the Sattva-jnana or the true Dhamma philosophy? It is understanding that there is no self here. This self-view is the thing that is fundamentally the problem in being caught up in this samsaric cycle. Because the way the mind phenomena works, the sensors create a world. Sensors, through the speed of vibration, create various sensory perceptions. And these are a natural occurrence. When we take a human being, the eyes, the ears, the nose, the tongue, the body faculty are the 5 sensory organs. And each of these organs, due to the speed of vibration, will will manifest a particular sensation. So for the eyes it is the light, for the ears it is the sound, tongue the taste, the nose the smell, and for the body it is the heat and the cold and the solidity. But these actually naturally occur because as long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, there is vibration, and the vibration is there. And so what happens is, because of the speed of vibration, there is light that gets manifested in the eye faculty. That vibration resonates with other similar frequency vibrations and it arises as a spark in the eye. We call it prasada in Sinhalese, and I think prasada in Pali as well. So prasada means that kind of vibration occurring, and the manifestation of light is the prasada. So that spark doesn't stop and end there in one spark. The vibration is the thing that is happening all over, and the speed of vibration is infinite. So it's not just one spark and then another random spark. That is constantly resonating, constantly telepathizing with other vibrations of equal frequency. And the way the eye is, the way the human eye is, it is manifesting at that stage. Because of the speedy occurrence, one gets the impression that there is permanent light. But where is this phenomena actually happening? It's happening in the eye. It's arising here within. Same thing with the sound. Same thing with the taste, the touch, and the smell. The vibration is happening here. The nose particle, there is the vibration that then resonates with the vibrations of similar frequency, and the smell emanates. The smell gets manifested. For the tongue, the taste gets manifested when food comes in contact with the tongue. But then what happens? These sensations, which are then given some kind of representative name, which for the eye we call light, for the tongue we call taste, for the ears we call sound, for the bodily sensations we call heat, cold, or solidity, and then for the nose we call smell. So these are naturally occurring sensory perceptions, depending on what type of senses are possessed, whether it is a human being or an animal or a creature. If it is an animal, whatever senses they possess, the manifestation can be quite different. Now for the cow, what the cow sees is actually not the 7 colors that humans see. The cow actually sees some kind of brown or red shades of color, and that's about it. For the horse also sees some distinct different types of very limited shades. I think it's blue. And even the vision of the horse is quite different to the vision of the way the eyes are set up. The vision is different. So is the world that is seen by a human through the 7 colors the same as that of a cow, or for a horse, or for a bat, for example, who can only see in the dark through radar-like vision? So if the light was actually there outside, then shouldn't every animal and all human beings be able to see that light? Right? If the sun was outside, then the whole thing is lit up. It's an accepted fact then. That is the light, that is the outside world, and then everybody should be able to see it, isn't it? But it doesn't happen like that. And why is that? That is because of these sensors. And the sensors, depending on what sensors are held by different living beings, the reaction, the vibration, and what it manifests based on those senses are completely different and are unique to those senses and senses alone. Now, our noble teacher gives an example of some insects, I think, who actually see the whole world like luminous colors, like everything is shining. Now, as human beings, you know that we don't see things like that. So what happened to that then? The insects world and our world, now we think everybody's living in our world, isn't it? We think this is the world, and then we think the ants are living in our world, the bats are living in our world, the cockroaches, the fish, the birds, the predators, the snakes, and so on. Everybody's living in our world. That's what we think. Even the pet dog that you have, the pet cat that you have, you think they are also living in our world. But what is this, our world? Our world actually gets only created, as the Buddha said, in these senses. It is a creation of the senses, nothing else. And it is manifesting because of the speed of vibration in our sense faculties in the form of basic light perception, sound perception, and so on. But then what happens? With the mind consciousness then combines the light, the sound, the touch, the taste, and the smell together, and in varying forms and permutations. These images are then called a house, a tree, a fence, a plant, a chair, the pavement, the road, the vehicle, the sky, the plane, the rainbow. Isn't it these images that have been then, and the different shapes, being given different names? Isn't the sound and the different ups and downs of the sound tones that have been given various names? The sound of a doorbell, the sound of a car horning, the mooing of a cow, the noise of a train, the clapping of hands, the laughter of children, the crying of a baby. I just heard a very beautiful melody from a bird outside in the garden. So that's also a bird chirping, another sound. How did we give the basic sound perception all these different connotations? Each one is learned separately, isn't it? So if you think about every aspect of this, from the light sensation, the sound, touch, taste, and smell, they are not experienced by us as those basic forms, do we? We experience it as, no, I heard a beautiful lecture today, it was great, it was fascinating, so and so delivered it, this was the presenter, why don't you listen to it also, so and so forth. Or you will say there's a beautiful new song or album that has come out. I have been waiting for so long to hear him or her bringing out the next album, and it's so great, and so on. Or you'll say that, today when I was going on the train, you'll come and tell your colleagues. There were a couple of people who were talking so loudly that I couldn't concentrate on what I was doing. I was reading a book. I wish they could, be aware more of people around them and keep their conversation quiet. So that's an irritating thought. The earlier ones were pleasant thoughts. So that's sound. What about images? When you go to work, you can probably see an accident, and then that perturbs you because you have learned at some point, isn't it? Somewhere during your childhood, if you keep going back, You have actually been taught about every object and name. And now when an accident happens outside, you know it's an accident. You know that two vehicles have collided or something like that has happened. And then when somebody is lying hurt on the road, you know that it is an injury. You know that it can be life-threatening, maybe life-threatening. If a white vehicle is seen there with lights flashing, you know it's an ambulance. Now, how did you know all that? Did the baby in the cot, the newly born infant, know any of these things? No. No recognition of any of these aspects whatsoever. No recognition of music, no recognition of clapping of hands, no recognition of anybody bringing any kind of image or picture or anything in front of the baby would not recognize. The baby is given to eat, even at a toddler stage, wouldn't recognize. The sensations which we called at the beginning are naturally occurring in the sensor faculties. The light still manifests in the baby's eyes. The sound still manifests in the baby's ears. When some food is given, there is some kind of taste for the baby. But the baby doesn't know what that taste is, because we don't experience taste anymore as taste, do we? For us, taste is having a great some green smoothie in the morning, full of nutrients, this, that, and the other, right? Or the delicious chocolate pudding that we have for dessert, or some kind of pina colada or something that we have when we go on a trip, on a vacation, or some kind of wine that we have on a Friday evening. These are tastes, not even wine. I mean, there are so many varieties of wine. Now we have become more and more choosy about all this. That is what we call taste. Ultimately, it's boiling down to taste, isn't it? Basic perception, taste. All those sounds that we describe, basic perception, sound. All the images that we describe, basic perception, image. And even those images, light perception, sound perception, taste perception. Taste, now can you see how much of Abhisankana magnification has been happening? The perception of taste has become so magnified, so expanded into varying forms and permutations that we have things called fine dining now. We have various types of cuisine, Chinese, Malaysian, Korean type of cuisine, Sri Lankan dishes. Some people can't eat without Sri Lankan food. Sri Lankans particularly have such a partiality to Sri Lankan food. No matter where they are, in whatever part of the world, that is the tendency. The gravitation is towards Sri Lankan food. The taste, the way the curries are cooked. Now, how did that even happen? And if you take some things that you like, or maybe you like, just assuming, continental breakfast, like, scrambled eggs and bacon and sausages or something like that. Or even cereal, the good old-fashioned cereal in the morning. Now, how did cereal become almost part of one's diet or breakfast? The baby didn't know anything about cereal. No. So at some point, if you keep going back to childhood, you'd realize that at some point there has been this thing taught. Something has been given, and that taste has been called cereal. And then the perception called serial has been formed by the thought. So like we said, the mind consciousness takes these basic perceptions, and each one of those in different combinations. Every sensor perception is not used for every object, but most of it is associated with sound because a name is given to every object. And a perception gets formed about it. So if you give an image of, if you have the taste of cereal, the mother will say, this is cereal. And if the child is given a drink, say at the Montessori kind of age, because that is where the most of the learning happens, then if the child is given a drink, the mother will say, this is orange drink, orange juice. So then the repeated reinforcement of that message, the vibrations, will then give a rise to a perception in the child's mind, that this is orange juice, this taste, this sweetness, these features. So where is sweetness coming? So the child then gets used to associating that kind of sweetness with orange juice. But orange juice is what? It's a constructed word. It's a construct by the mind consciousness, by combining all those sensations, all several perceptions arising from the basic sense faculty perceptions. So the taste of sweetness is taken from the tongue sensor. The color orange is taken from the light or eye faculty. And so these are then combined. Liquidity is taken from the body sensor. Sense of liquidity. It's not solid. When you think about orange juice, you don't think about anything solid, do you? It's a liquidity. So liquid. So liquid, color orange, sweetness of the taste. These are the things that are associated with the orange juice word. But orange juice is then just a perception, isn't it? It's just a thought. But with the gradual reinforcement of it, then depending on that child, depending on that vibration of the child and the taints that are there in each vibration, that there is a gradual thickening of that perception. There is a moment that object is considered to be real, that there is actually orange juice. The child begins to believe that actually orange juice exists outside. And then with that belief comes the value that is given to it. And when that belief of an orange juice existing outside gets created automatically, the person observing it gets also created here. The child then believes that there is something called orange juice, and that orange juice exists. The perception of existence of orange juice also occurs. And this belief that it is existing, the perception of existence gives rise to the self-perception. If something is felt to exist, then automatically I am here experiencing it. The self-creation happens. But how does this underlying feeling come? There is a feeling that orange juice is there now. And the feeling is something that actually can be felt. So that feeling, that underlying current is actually because this whole thing is starting off from vibration. So we said that the vibration, fast occurring vibration, is what is manifesting itself as light, as sound, as touch and taste and smell. But it's only a manifestation. But nevertheless, because of the underlying power in that one vibration, the light is felt. That light is there is felt. That you heard sound is felt. You feel as if you heard sound. You feel as if you felt or tasted the orange juice. You feel as if you heard those people talking loudly in the train. You feel as if you actually heard that new album. Isn't it? There's a feeling. The album is also there, and then the feeling that the album is actually there and you listen to it is also there. So the moment the album becomes true, and the fact that the existence of it becomes true, then what is the duality there? The duality of you being there. The self gets created automatically. And this the belief that it is true, the liking for it, is what then magnifies and magnifies over time, because that same perception is continued to be felt and taken and treated to be true, believed to be true. And it is projected outside. The mind consciousness is really a mirage, really an illusion, and really such a tricking mechanism. But unfortunately, it's a natural phenomena. The way the mind works is a natural phenomena. But the way it works is the creation is all within. The sensory perceptions manifestation is happening within. The combination of these sensory perceptions too, and then the construct of a thought, orange juice, train, ambulance, for music album, are all constructs within the mind consciousness. All this, if you think about it, have been learnt. Nobody knew about an album, nobody knew about a train. What is talking loudly? Talking is also a perception. Loudly is also perception. Softly is also perception. Would you have known that if you hadn't been taught that at some point? At some point, your parents could say, if your name was Jack or something, they'll say, Jack, don't talk loudly in public. It's not appropriate. Or they'll say, don't shout at your father. Or it's rude, it's not polite, it's not courteous, it's not respectful. Don't raise your voice at the table. It's a common one, isn't it? So then the child gets these notions, the perception, that is too loud. So loud is not good. Loud will denote certain things. Soft is good, or medium is good. Medium volume is good. Or sometimes they might say, I like to listen to music loudly. So how loud isn't that loud also a perception then? So talking loudly, talking is also a perception. So the child learns the difference between talking and whispering and yelling and shouting. All these different ways are taught, which is why we said that there isn't anything in this world that is actually not taught. It's not just objects, it's not just names of people, things and all that. Even activity is taught, even like concepts like patriotism, civic rights, human rights, privacy, even things like that. Kindness, envy, sympathy. Can you draw sympathy on a piece of paper? Can you picture envy somewhere? No. And yet, when somebody says, I'm envious of that person, you know exactly what we mean. When somebody says, oh, I wish I had that car, I have been saving for so long, but I still can't get that car, and so on. You know that that person is hankering after a car, that person is really something that person is clinging on to. A desire for something outside, because the car has become real, and she is real here as well. He or she is real as well. So there is a car that has been believed to actually exist outside, an object. There is a car and the belief that the car exists. And because of that only there is a hankering. There is a desire, isn't it? A clinging to want something, to want that object. to want to possess it. So who is actually feeling it? An I has got created here. So this mind consciousness is an amazing manufacturing department or factory. It is constantly manufacturing things. So the childhood learning is all what? All magnification of senses and the thought construction. Perceptions getting constructed and constructed at a rate. So this is typically happening in the Montessori kindergarten classrooms where one is initially taught, but it also continues. There can be even more rudimentary learning even before Montessori days. The mother and father may teach various few things here and there, the child will pick up. But gradually with the learning and with the alphabet, with the putting together of words, colors, symbols, tastes, various types of contact with various objects. This is how teaching happens in school, isn't it? And then the teaching continues like that. The perceptions are accumulated and accumulated. And with every one of these perceptions becoming real, the whole world gets created outside, full of all these things, isn't it? School books, classroom, teachers, friends, mother, father, siblings, school bus, trips. When we come to the teenage years, exams, schools, children, sports, music, social media, and then higher education. But these perceptions can get accumulated through education, through one's environment, background, and through the environment, the background, and through education. In all these ways, these perceptions are getting accumulated and building on the earlier perception and the earlier perception. So if you take that ambulance example of that accident that you saw on your way to work, maybe in childhood you might have just been shown a picture and been said that this is what you call an ambulance. But later on, you might have had a further experience about it. Maybe an ambulance came to your next door neighbor's house and took the old lady to hospital. So then you knew that, this is what it happened, what that ambulance does. There are paramedics. This is what they do. And this old lady is really sick, so you can actually call an ambulance to the house. Oh, I see, okay. So, that perception is then taken in. Paramedics is a perception that's taken in. The stretcher is a perception that's taken in, isn't it? But aren't all these just perceptions? But you don't know that they are perceptions. You think that these are actually happening outside. Everything is real. And when everything is real, and the world is real, with this existent perception, that self-perception has automatically happened. It's a spin-off. With that existent perception, the clinging, the desire, the wanting to know, the fact that you know is a growing undercurrent, a vibration that is happening. And the more these things are considered to be real, the power that is underlying that vibration, the self-vibration arising from the wrong self-view, becomes more and more magnified. And it is that is called the self or the soul. The wanting, the needing, the wanting to sustain that undercurrent, that power of being able to see, be able to hear and all that. Because with that comes the clinging, the desire, the aversion. And all because of what? The ignorance. As the Buddha said, ignorance is the thing that causes the suffering, not knowing the Dhamma, not knowing the truth for what it is. So with this understanding, with this true understanding of Satya Jnana, that these perceptions, underlying perceptions, the thought is constructed true, but the thought is made up of what? Perceptions. So with the Dhamma, the practitioner goes through a process of practical application. Once this Buddhist philosophy is fully understood, the way it was explained, how this vibration creates and manifests sensations in the different faculties, how they are then interpreted and a construct of a thought gets constructed in the mind. Mind is nothing other than just thoughts. Thought arising one after the other. Because of magnification, because of thinking that the perceptions are true. And then how with the perceptions of everything being true, an outside world gets created and is believed to be true. It's believed to exist, and with that comes the perceiver, the observer, the person experiencing it, and that wrong self-view gets formed. But then the self-vibration that is also rising out of that, because from that comes a power. The self becomes very important. It is I who have seen this, it is I who experienced, I was born on such and such a day, so many years ago, I have so much of, I am qualified, I have so much of property, wealth, I have a happy life, I am happily married, my children are, holding these positions in society, and so on and so forth. With every object, everything that gets perceived and gets created through the sense faculties, what is getting magnified? The self. Because everything is attributed to the self. If you see something, you think you saw it. If you hear something, you think you heard it. But wasn't this all just a mechanism, a process? The hearing automatically happens, the seeing automatically happens, because this is the way the sense faculties work. As we said at the beginning, the manifestation to the sense faculties cannot be stopped, because as long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, the vibration is there. And when the vibration is there, the sensations occur. But the focus in the Dhamma philosophy is not about those vibrations, it is about the self-vibration. How did this self-vibration happen? How did this self-view occur, the wrong self-view? Because as the Buddha said, it is sakkaya ditthi, the wrong self-view, which is the thing that has to be broken in order to break the cycle of the samsaric cycle. When that is broken, the backbone has been broken. The backbone through this self-vibration propagating and propagating, because this is broken, because this body, the so-called physical body, is just only a vessel, only just a channel. You consider this to be you, but the body is not you. Which part of the body is you? You think about it. The leg is broken, you're still there, right? That's what you think. If your hand is broken, you're there. Even if both your legs are broken, you're still there. You still say that my legs were broken, my hand was broken, and so on. You think you still exist. So where is that existence feeling coming from? You think that that's coming from the mind, right? But then what is the mind? Mind is, as we said, just thoughts coming one after the other. And now we explain how thoughts actually occur. But you think that these thoughts are mine, right? These thoughts are yours. I can change my mind, or I am entitled to change my mind, you'll say, because you think that these thoughts are within your control. If there is ownership, that is the natural understanding in society, isn't it? If there is ownership, then there is possession, and then there is control. But can you control your own mind? Can you stop for 5 minutes and actually say to yourself, no, I don't want to think for the next 5 minutes. I'm tired of thinking. I just want some peace of mind. So I'm not going to think for the next 5 minutes. Okay? So try and do that to see whether it's possible. You probably won't be able to do it even for 2 minutes, isn't it? Just think about it. So, when one actually realizes that this body is also not yours, and this mind is also not yours actually, mind is just thoughts coming and flowing one after the other, then where is the I? Where is the self? And you realize that the self was actually a non-entity. It is this feeling that is felt, that you exist, that underlying feeling of existence and wanting to keep on going, wanting to maintain this undercurrent, that sense of being alive, is what the Buddha called the self, the soul, the I, the Atma. But is that actually real? No, all that is coming from, if we keep going back and back and back, it's arising because of a thought, magnification of a thought, perception turning into a thought. Perception is also actually the thought. In the layman's world, layperson's world, perception is also actually the thought. The fast-moving vibration makes the perception series of mental formations, which then becomes the consciousness, the thought, the stimuli, the mind object, the ambulance, the train, the people talking loudly, the music album. So, understanding that and understanding that actually this is all happening due to that fast occurring speed of vibration and nothing else will allow the reflection to happen that actually this is all just a natural mechanism. It's just a process, just like the digestive system, the blood circulation system, like nature. These are occurring. Nobody's controlling it. So when this is understood as a mechanism, as a pure process, that whole self-view gets attacked, gets challenged, isn't it? And when that keeps on getting challenged through the clarity that is brought from understanding the Dhamma philosophy, finally there will come a moment when that self-view gets broken. Full stop. And when that self-view gets broken for a moment, that is the point of the stream enterer Sotapanna stage. And from that point onwards, one would actually feel that inner transformation occurring. There is definitely a sense of lightness even in the progression to the path. Sotapanna path also there is a definite lightness because the Buddha's message as delivered by the noble teacher is heard. So there is a lightness, there is a feeling of tranquility, but that breaking of the self-view is critical. And from that point onwards, there is that inner transformation, the tranquility, and inside silence, and the defilements are gradually of clinging, aversion, desire, and ill will, and so on, and delusion gradually start fading away. And on that path, with the continuous listening of the Dhamma philosophy, the continuous association of the noble teacher, participating in Dhamma discussions, the practitioner with practical application will slowly be able to keep on reducing and diminishing the remaining power of self-vibration. And once that self-vibration is diminished fully, that non-vibration that we said right at the outset was the underlying layer emerges, because that is the true state. Not that there is anything called nirvana. There isn't a state called non-vibration. But what emerges is what is. The vibration is a superficial, constructed form that is there at the top. But when that layer gets diminished through clarity, through the Dhamma, what is actually emerges. The non-vibration. So we stop the talk there. Dhamma friends, thank you for listening. Let me pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa. Thank you, Aryan Mahansa, for your noble vision and guidance. And hope if you have any questions, please join us in the 3 to 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time zone discussion through the Zoom link. Let's hope this will pave the way for you to gain some understanding of the Dhamma and bring an end to this suffering and this samsaric cycle. Therwan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Saranai, Therwan Saranai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 24. Let us say that you see a book. The fact that you see something means that you exist at that moment. You see the book only because you are there. So you cannot say that you are different to the book. Therefore, the book is you. According to the Buddha Darshana, or the philosophy of the Buddha, you are the same as or equal to the book. You equals book, or the book is you. You cannot say you are different from the book. There is no thing as I am standing here and I see a book. The fact that you see a book means that you are the book. If you see a table in front of you, it only means that you are the table. If you see a brick wall in front of you, it means you are the brick wall. There is nothing as me or self. It is only a seed. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a hearing. There is nothing in it. It is not real. There is only a feeling of touch. There is nothing in it. It is not real. In other words, you do not exist. The Buddha said, Ditte ditta mattam, sute sutta mattam, mute mutta mattam, viññane viññane matta. The meaning of these are, there is only a seeing, there is only a hearing, there is only a sense of feeling, there is only a sense of knowing, nothing else. All what we explained above is only a knowledge that you acquired from this sermon. Now you know that the book means me. We also know that the table seen in front of me is me. Tera san everybody.
Shani, could you please summarize what you said? I just joined. Sorry.
Yes, Tera san Dr. Hopila. So it said like if you see something outside, that means you exist at that same moment. So so there is nothing else, me or self. It's just like seeing is just a seeing and nothing else. Likewise. Terasane.
Okay. I think, so we worship you as usual. We'll start the Zoom discussion today in English medium, and so we discuss this Dhamma every day in this non-self anger, and hopefully we can develop a discussion on this same angle, and there's always several points. I think what Shani is talking about is the sense faculties. So sense faculties do have like action, yes, and that's it. There's nothing else. So how come that happens is due to the speedy vibration. That's all. Actually, light is speedy vibration. The eye sensory cellular function. It's a vibration. and if it happens very fast, then we call it light. It's not actually we see light. That's not how it is, but that's how we implied before. That's how we understood before. That's how we talked about it before. But now we know there's nothing actually called light. What happens here is just the sense of faculty, the function of the sense of faculty. So I can see Sudharma has also joined. Sudharma, do you have anything to add about that? And do you have the book, by the way?
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I got the book. So which page did she read today?
I'm not sure. I don't have the book. So
Shani is already still there. Shani, sorry about this. Which pages did you read? I think it's as Dr. Kokila mentions about the seeing is only seeing. It should be page 24 and 25. That there is nothing in it. It's not real. There is only a hearing. Maybe Shani is busy. So, Dr. Kokila, what at once when you said that seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing, that is directly related to third point of contemplation. So you also have mentioned several times that although we go by and take it as a procedure like with 4 stages, it is all one. I mean, it is integrated always. But this time, as there was a newcomer in the program, Dr. Kokila, it was very evident how this step-by-step practice helps someone, a beginner, to get this message properly. And so once when Miss Asanti was doing this program, she explained very well this third, you also might have said it so many times, third and fourth points of contemplation works if somebody has a thorough understanding of first 2 only. That there is nothing external and there is nothing in the so-called mind or the stimuli, then only one feels that seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing. Otherwise, because initially when we were presenting these points of contemplation through Zoom a couple of months ago, maybe a year ago, what happened was so many ladies who were listening to it. Actually, I also did, just imitated. Okay, the first one, the eye perceives something, and mind identified is as a chair. Eye perceives a shape. Mind consciousness identifies it as a kettle or something like that. So it was so mechanical. So what is important is, you all agree with me, these first 2 points of contemplation are directly related to the philosophy. That is actually without, as you now also said, these 5 aggregates, the speedy occurrence of vibrations and how this power is generated, and so how we have been like ignorantly taking it as everything happens to a so-called person or a self. So all these misunderstandings should be cleared. I mean, somebody should thoroughly understand the philosophy before they step into this practical approach. This has been told all the time by Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse himself. And then the second point, contemplation also, okay, if there isn't anything out there, so if all our thoughts, is there anything as a thought also? Is there anything as mind also? Now, when the eye perceives a tree, at once I perceive the shape, the label tree comes. Okay, in the first phase we say it is a thought. The thought comes as it is a tree. When the shape occurs, you think that it is a tree. Otherwise, your eye consciousness does not perceive it as a tree. It's only the mind consciousness that helps you to identify it as a tree. So, second stage, then now thought is there, the mind is there. So is it true? There, as you also mentioned yesterday, also the Pubbe Nivasanussati Jnana, that wisdom to figure out how this entity became real in one's life. Because every day you all talk about that radiant mind. Radiant mind did not have any labels, just the feel. But how these entities came real in one's life when we consciously go back to those ages or whatever the first ever experience with those entities, actually this is a backward journey, because we have been going with the current and this is going against the current. So this conscious analysis of first formation of the thought is extremely important.
Actually, Sudharma, I would add here.
Yes, please.
We can actually think about that too in the beginning.
Yes.
We think about it. We kind of go through that through imagination. We kind of try to understand that. But in one stimuli, you can feel all these levels as well. That is the experience. So, but we can first we think about it. That is all right. But experiencing it in one stimuli, kind of, it could be a sound, it could be a light, starting with the light, or in the eye, starting with the ear, or starting with the touch, or starting with the mind, whatever. You can experience this specifically through the five senses, whatever the stimuli starting from five senses. Yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Yes, that's so beautiful and important, because every day you mention that the importance of piercing one stimulus to understand everything. Yes, that is the most important thing, because when we actually still focus on theory and we go to town with this, like explain, but you talk through experience and you always encourage us to do the same. So thank you very much, Dr. Kokila. It's very important. It is, as Aryan Hanse always mentions, if you see the stem pattern of one leaf of a tree, that's it. So we don't have to go on talking. That is a feeling. So you will feel it. That's what Dr. Kokila always explains and always draws everyone's attention to, that the need to experience it, at least in one single thought. So it is done forever. And then, Dr. Kokila, when we have this experience of the first two, I mean, that there is, when we take a single stimulus, that it is just a thought, and thought also is not true. Then when we do day-to-day things, the person do not go make things, may not make things that he or she encounters. In other words, the projections of the sensory faculties as true. That thickness of the thought will go down and it will become finer and finer, and we call it this, it becomes this thick perception will become sukuma, so that is that become very light. So that, in other words, the value will go down. That burning that we have, in other words, the craving will go down. And so if we focus on the part that Shani focused on today, that seeing is only seeing, hearing is only hearing. So that is basically the third point of contemplation. There we see the mechanism of the six sensory organs without going into further contemplation, because it will lead to the non-self experience. That is the expectation, final, outcome of the 4 stages of the practical approach. Please, Dr. Kokila, please elaborate on that through your experience. So, Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. And actually, so we need to understand how this happened. And when we understand how this happened, what happens is, as you said, the value of the thought will start to dwindle, and it's you might directly understand what's been discussed, or what you have heard at one point. So, but to feel the non-vibration, that's the most important aspect, I would say, that to see the arising of this self-vibration. And actually if we have never understood, or if we have never felt this, we might not have seen the zero of that power. So that is seeing the arising and the cessation of suffering. So the cessation of suffering, seeing this in one thought, is just seeing nirvana in one moment, one stimulus. But that actually sheds so much light on what you have discussed every day. So this to happen, main important factors are, take this, you learn this very vigorously, as we all do. We try to take this as much as possible, like we did in 2 by 2, 2 by 4, 2 by 2 by 3, 2 by 4, like that. We did our timetables. We did it really with much effort. We usually start studying Dhamma as well in that same way, which is okay. That's all we know. But then the noble friend, who is Aran Mahanse, Buddothpado Aran Mahanse, actually starts telling us with few tips. He starts telling us that you can't do anything by thinking or analyzing in the thoughts, which is needed. First, we need to analyze this, but then you need to feel this too. So that is, so if you need to feel it, then you slowly realize the thinking has no power in feeling this truth. Thinking has no part in that, because thinking has to be one, kind of. So that is the thing. Suranka, can you add something? There are some.
Yeah, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, Teruvan Saranai, friends. Yes, I think what you said is right, Dr. Kokila. And when Sudharma was speaking, I was also thinking of the same thing, in the sense that, she did say initially there is a lot of, it's almost as if in our frantic search of the true Dhamma, once we have found it, or we get the feel that at last we have access the true Dhamma. Then when the practical program was introduced, there is again a very enthusiastic embarking on those steps, isn't it? It's like you're very earnestly and diligently trying to follow the 4 steps, the initial 4 steps, once the initial true Dhamma knowledge has been acquired, at least to a certain extent. So at that stage, there is that thing that we are actually thinking that, how the external world is not real. You take you come across a shape and then you actually think, you contemplate that shape. It is the mind that calls that shape a dog. Or if it is a sound, it is the mind that calls it a baby crying. Or if it is a smell, or a fragrance, it is the mind that says it's a jasmine flower. So at that stage, yes, there is that active contemplation, and I think you have to do it to a certain extent, to a great extent, I would say. You have to really do that. And because this is a practical Dhamma, however much knowledge is accumulated, as we know from even the earlier teachings, even if those teachings didn't get anybody anywhere, the teachings alone, even this true Dhamma, Aryan Mahansava Noble Spiritual Teacher says, understanding the true Dhamma itself is also not enough. That practical aspect of it is so important, which is why these practical programs have been introduced all over the island. So in that practical aspect of it, the contemplation is required. And we have spoken in earlier Zoom discussions also that even this Yoniso Manasikara, or the Vidarshana practice, the penetrative insight, comes about through first active contemplation, and then there is an automatic kind of contemplation, and then finally the feel arises to a point where there is no active contemplation, no auto contemplation. There is a feel that arises which cannot be explained, which is, you can explain it, but it is that sense of lightness that comes about when an object does not become a thing anymore. But to get to that point, initially when we talk about the first stage, there has to be that active contemplation. So no one should actually think that, we spend so many months or whatever thing doing it like that is wrong, and this and that is probably not right. There needs to be that, because once you do that, only what is the word, patyam, if you say in English, it has to get ingrained, that practice, and from that practice the wisdom arises. By doing that active contemplation, gradually only the wisdom arises, and for that to arise, one has to put that into the practical day-to-day, whether you are doing a walking meditation, whether you are contemplating in your day-to-day activities, or when you are making a cup of tea. In all these aspects, it has to be contemplated. So that is definitely required. And even to a certain extent, even in the second point of contemplation. But finally, as Dr. Kofira, you mentioned, the thinking gives a way to the feel, isn't it? And that's what you're trying to bring out in this third point, the action mind that Shani was reading out from the book. Finally, what happens is, whilst that contemplation happens on the first point of contemplation, that an image is not image is said to be a door by the mind, and the smell is said to be a cat's poo or something by the mind, and so on and so forth. And then we come to the mind, and then what is in the mind? The thought. There's nothing in the thought as well except for light consciousness and the touch, taste and smell. Those combined perceptions form what we call a mind object. So is there anything there? We know that there isn't, because that also we have actively contemplated, and we know that in a sound perception there is no sound, in a light perception there is no light. So all that has been done. Once we do the spade work, once we do the groundwork, as you said, Sudharma, that Asanti explained, it is only then, and that has to be really thoroughly done, really thoroughly practiced. And when that is done to an extent, it is then that when one maybe is doing the walking meditation, and there is an encountering of still the senses are alive, right? The sense faculties are still working. So what is discerned to the senses, what gets manifested through the speed of vibration via the senses still get manifested. That cannot be stopped. So what happens at that point is that there is still the seeing, there is still the hearing. As long as the ears are functioning, there is the sound. As long as the eyes continue to function, the seeing is still a seeing. But the reality there is that they are relegated to the mere function, and none of those objects of that thought become real, ceases to be real. And because it ceases to be real, both in terms of the external world and in terms of even thought, there arises that feel of almost non-existence. The feel that the functions are there, the functionality from those senses and the sensory perception still arise, but the seeing is only a seeing, the hearing is only a hearing, and the touch is only a touch. So that's the beauty of that aspect of the third point of contemplation, which is actually where the feel arises as well, isn't it, Dr. Kokila?
Yeah, the main important thing is to actually we can't really discuss, we can discuss to a certain level, but it has to be felt. But when we discuss also, we were the most important aspect that Aran explain it in such a way that everyone can understand is when you normally, when you feel something, you feel that it's happening here. It's happening to you, kind of. Even if it's not you, you feel it as if it's happening in this system. But if you can understand, but if you become the stimulus, that means it's just another way of telling this actually, but there's only the stimulus there. So if it is a sound, it's a sound only. So that means the felt way of you felt it as it's happening here. You hearing something, or that's what the baby felt. Baby felt it as happening here. That's what the sasava is. So the sasava, level of sasava has to be felt and thoroughly. You have to actually know this to even to feel it. So how one would feel the power of the vibration and the absence of the power. So to get this feel, you have to understand that actually what's happening there. What is happening there is the baby didn't know anything about that. Baby didn't know anything about real Dhamma. Baby can't understand real Dhamma because there's no mind. So through the mind, we actually understand all this. And through the mind, we actually win the mind. You can pierce the mind or you can understand the mind. So that's what happens. Because the stimulus of chair, if you take the chair, it's a thought, yes, and that thought has all these three levels. That's the beauty of it, because yesterday, actually there was a question which I couldn't answer. Then because I was talking about the way that do you feel that we it's very subtle, the power of the sense faculties. So when we say power of the sense faculties, you just have to, we just imagine it, when we say that, someone can imagine it. When our Hansi says that, we try to imagine that. That is good, because that's how we actually try to feel this. So when we say this, we understand, okay, there is a power. Why there is a power is just through the ignorance. The vibratory nature of the sense faculties are not understood by the baby. Of course, baby just feels something and is attracted to that anyway, because it is felt as something. Immediately, if something is felt as something, I don't know whether this makes sense, but if a sound is felt as something, in the sense it is felt here kind of thing, definitely there is a power trying to maintain that. So it is very subtle though, how we can say that, because why would a little baby with no intention of me, no intention of mind, no intention of anything, no mind formation, nothing at all, has this sasava or this glueness? Why the glueness is there is due to the ignorance, yes, but why the glueness is there is that is the power that happen in the cycle. That is the power which is actually the cause. But this power has the power has this ability of this is manifestation, maybe we can say that it is manifested in such a way, because the power is something you feel. So the power is what you feel initially, even as a vibration of a cellular level, which we can't even remember. How can we remember? We remember only from thinking level. But if you go back to the feel level, even the cellular vibrations, which is very, very familiar thing, even that, there is the ignorance. There is that power, which you feel as it is here. So when it is here, in the sense, I can't say it more than that. And when we feel it as happening here, then definitely there is a intense wanting, kind of wanting to maintain that sense faculty. That's how can we say, or even this vibration, even if in cellular level, the need to maintain the vibration that extends into the eye, that extends into the ear, that extends into the touch. That's how the bodily organs are forming. So we are still the mind has not formed. I'm just talking about a small, very immature kind of fetus growing into a baby. So has the self begun? No. Self began when one first thought began. But there is a different alive feel, because feel of existence is quite underneath one, but the alive feel is in the mind as well. So we can see how this extends, this keep extending. This vibration keeps extending, if you can feel this. So there is a vibration, yes, and what happens is the extension or manifestation of this vibration is the eye, and the ear, and the nose, and the tongue, and the skin, and the mind. Mind is the last formation. Mind forms through the other faculties. So this keep evolving. Can you see how these keep evolving? And finally, Sudharma is Sudharma, and Suranka is Suranka, Kokla is Kokla, so stuff like that. Like we have like an extension now. We have a story now. We have a big story, not a small story. Like it can be 35, it can be 45, it can be 55, and goes on like 105. Yeah. So whatever that story was formed in this level, in a different levels. So when this manifestation of one thought has all the levels, that's the beauty of it. Just one thought. If we take the thought of Bonica or doll in English, in Sinhala it is Bonica. So the Bonica or the toy doll, the doll, we have a perception of the doll first, but then when it comes to the sensual thing, we have a big story about the doll. It's my doll. One leg is broken, but I still love it. I can comb the hair. Don't touch my doll. I have so much, things made for the doll. I would love to buy a new doll, but if mother can afford it, but I would love to keep the old doll as well because I love that doll. I'm just thinking in a way we can think about it as a small child. Because even the leg is broken, we don't stop loving the doll because it's my doll. It's same as the child. I mean, I'm not going to tell that because it's sometimes very consuming for people. When we actually start talking about the family members, can be very consuming, can be traumatizing them. So we try to do that. We do that. We don't stop there. But it's easy when you take a doll that we still love the doll. We have a story. But how did that happen? The story is in one level, but the store under the level, what is the actual thing? We have a perception of a doll. We have a perception of a doll. How did that happen? This is the beauty of Dhamma. Can you understand? Can you feel? Can you feel doll? Can you feel the perception of the doll? If you actually come out of this perception of the doll, you will definitely, if you're actually touching the doll and like combing the doll's hair, you touch doll's hair and think, oh, my doll. That's how we do. Like touch might bring the perception. Seeing may bring the perception.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai.
So, what is the feel? What is this? We are talking about the Yeah, how much you have this, the feel, this word. What is the Dhamma? Dhamma is real nothingness. Oh, yeah, it's okay. That's Buddha's word is Dhamma is dependent origination. Yeah. Why? It's a process. It's a program. The process. How is creating this? How is creating this world? That's the Dhamma. That's the dependent origination. It's your mind. It says, yes, it's okay. It's your mind, it's a thought, it's okay. But nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. This system is the Dhamma. What is this system? Someone understood this system. What's the final effort? Nothingness. Everything is happening, yeah, everything is there. But nothingness also there. What is this
Yes.
nothingness? Yeah, what is this nothingness? So you are not here. Who are you? That's the question is coming. Your body is not you. Mind is not you. Who are you? So people don't know who are they, who are them. So someone don't know the truth. He don't know who he is. Who is him? No. Who is here? Nobody is here. But everything is happening, no, systematically. So I like a camera like that, no, equipment. Ear, nose, mouth, skin, the body feel. Otherwise, our mind, thoughts, systematically is happening. Nobody is doing. No one is doing. System is creating. System is here. It's happening systematically. It's like a nature, like a robot. Robot is a machine. Someone given the power, robot is working. This systematically, this our physical body and this story, who is given the power? Nobody is given the power. System creating the power is automatically coming. Solar power, no? It's nobody is doing, no one is doing. System given the power. This system given the power, this power is you, otherwise. It's a field. LIF. How is LIF is coming? It's a power. Like a robot. So that is why we are talking about how is this power is coming. That's the sense of creations. Sense of creations is senses are working systematically. The power also coming. It's a thinking power. It's a mindful power. It's a thought given you to this power. Easy imagine, yeah. No. So, what is this defilements? Raga, this more we are talking about, no? No attachment, hatred in me. So, ignorance also there. So, these thoughts, no? How is coming these thoughts value? How is coming this existent feel? No? That's the Dharma. That system. So clear. Who are you? You are the power. What? Yeah. Electric power like that, magnetic power like that. This is mind power. Yes, that's a mind power. And do you hear me?
Yes, I don't know. It's not.
Yes, okay. It's a mind power, no? So it's a feel otherwise, no? It's a feel. What is this feel? Alive feel. That's why. It's very important. This very important. Know this truth, no? Know this system. No, but no, it's okay. It's okay. Kokila, what is the truth?
It's actually all about non-existence.
So what is this world? Like a mirror, no?
Yeah.
If someone know the truth. What is the truth? This system, this sense creations creating. The sense creation given this world. The outside is real or no? What are you looking? What are you hearing? What is this world? No? That's the kindergarten time. It's a programming, no? We are talking about the programming. The before kindergarten time, radiant mind haven't a world. No? No. We are not talking about the thoughts, radiant mind. Baby in the cot. Don't know red, yellow, blue or colors or he don't know he's alive or death or birth or anything. Radiant mind don't know, no. It's okay. After kindergarten time, that's teacher given the picture and given the sound. No, that's the thoughts are coming. No, at that time. That thought is, no, it's a mind, no? It's a thoughts. The thought is, no, coming, chair, table, red, yellow, blue. That's the world, no? That's why we are talking about, there's every spark have a power, different in, no? It's a spark. Our eye creation is speedily happening, no? Again and again, and it's power. That's a cause is a vibration, effort is a light. It's a speed given this. No, it's a creation. So sound also same, no? Same system. It's a sense of creation. Sound is a picture also. How is coming this sound and form together coming? That's your mind. Its thoughts are coming. No, sound and form and the body feel. No, taste, smell, feel. Sthina sangati passo. These five senses creations together coming. That's the thought. So it's okay. That's every spark have a power. That's why. No, that's our now we are always talking about the example is the something drop in the water and waves are coming. That's a waves is a power, no? Inside the power. Like that, every spark have a power. Example. So that's why light also existent field is coming. That's the eye conscious we are talking. Consciousness meaning is existent field, otherwise. No. Is a ear consciousness. Perception converting the consciousness. Perception have the power, but consciousness have a power. You see that? It's a five aggregates.
Yes,
No.
sir.
Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana is a Pali words. Rupa is a vibration. Vedana is a feel. Is a Sanya is a perception. Sankara is a system. No, create the system. It's a process. It's a creation. Finally is a consciousness. It's a consciousness. It's a power. That's a simply explaining. Speedily happening. The spark is final effort. Is I is creating. The light is coming. No, it's a rapid speed spark.
Yeah.
No, final light is coming. That's type of It's very important. It's very important. The sound also, no, it's a vibrations. Speedily. That's why inside there's a power spark different name, and it's no spark the power. The secret is the different name. That's a Majje Sutra Buddha's word is no Yo Bante Viditvana Majje Mantana Lipatitambruhi Mahapurusha say the simply Majje. What is this Majje Sutra? Where's the different name? There's a spark that's inside the power. No different name. No power is there. No spark, no power. That's why. There's a power. They exist to feel. That's otherwise the consciousness. Eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the sound, no? Ear given the sound. Sound consciousness is ear consciousness and the smell consciousness and the taste consciousness and the body feel. Hot and cool, smooth and rough. That's the consciousness. So eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and the other consciousness together coming, that's a mind consciousness coming. That's kindergarten, chair, table, mother, father's thoughts. Thoughts have existed, feel is a power. That's power is otherwise you. Who are you? You are talking about, I'm here. How telling I'm not alive. I'm alive now. I can see, I can hear, I have feel. What is this? This is a sense of creations, no? It's not you. Yeah. It's sense efforts. It's not anybody. It's a power. So sense given this power. It's a thoughts, thinking. Every thoughts have existence field. Otherwise, that's a power. That's your life. So someone is outside is existent something. That's the kindergarten time existent field. No, chair is there. You are also here. Chair is not there. You are not here. That's why world is other side is you. You are otherwise the world. No, that's power. Existent field is you. Existent field otherwise alive field. No.
Yes, Arana.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Now.
What do you think about existent field otherwise alive field?
Yes, Arana.
The case is now the field. No, what is this field? Normally everything is happening. No, someone eat the spicy, is hot is coming, but nobody is here. How is this experience? Nobody is here. Hot is there. No,
Has to be felt.
how is that one? So spicy is hot, no? So, but no one is here. How is telling this? Yeah, it's okay. Because the sensor not working is not spicy here, not hot here, no. Because sensor give us this hot. No, it's the same. You are looking something. That's it's a beautiful, yeah. You are telling it's a beautiful, yes. Buddha also telling this forest is very beautiful, very nice. But nobody is there. How is telling this? It's a feel.
Mm.
You can't tell others. Because it's a beautiful. No? Yeah, it's a beautiful. But what is this? You don't want it. You are going. You leaving there. Why? You don't want it. That's why. You want it or no? That's why. No. So something outside there is okay. It's good. No problem. But you don't want it. Why? It's not added. No. Everything is like that. No. So that's why Buddha's no upadayati no bhava. That's the meaning. It's Buddha's word. You don't want it. Then how is that happening? So smell is okay, very nice. Jasmine is okay. He know this is jasmine. He know it's very nice. Yeah, smell is taste. Smell is very nice. But you don't want it. Why? No, it's a fee. How is telling that? It's the understanding finally coming this stage. That's why. Who are you? Who want it? He's there. He don't want it. He's not there. No. How is this? What do you think about a kokila?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
It's a feel.
And
Yeah, it's a feel.
everyone should feel it.
What?
Everyone should feel the non-existence. I don't know how to say that, but
existence also there.
Yes.
Existence also there. But
Sound
nobody
is there.
How is telling this?
Yeah.
How is telling that? Yeah, it's okay. Existence feels. Simply we can tell existence feel, otherwise the alive feel. But existence also, they are not alive feel. Is there?
Yeah.
How is telling this?
I think the words can't can't actually express this. I think easiest way for you to feel it. I think.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. English words, I think, is difficult to say this.
Difficult, yeah.
Because English words have something. That's why. But it's okay. But normally, it's a Buddha's words there. That's a Adhigata Samadhi. Is talking about, yeah, it's a super awareness we are talking. Because awareness there, it's okay. There is something, it's okay. Awareness there. But super awareness, nothing is there. Because it's understanding. Like a mirror. We
Yes.
can see everything mirror, but mirror haven't anything. So like the normal world, we know everything there. It's okay. We understood the truth. Normally world is okay. Like a mirror, you can see everything, but nothing is there. It's understanding, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's understanding, no. It's inside meditation is understanding, no.
Mm.
It's a very deep meaning there. Understand. No.
The prajna.
Yeah, wisdom.
Yes.
It's a wisdom. That's the wisdom. That's what Buddha's explaining. The wisdom is consciousness is true. Consciousness is a mirage. Consciousness is a how it's scary illusion. No? Consciousness is not real. But someone know the consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Mind consciousness given no everything. Sun, moon, mother, father, everything no. Mind consciousness no is a thoughts no. But it's not real. Someone understood. That's the wisdom. Buddha's explaining. Prajna bhavitabba vijnanam paranyeya. Prajna is a wisdom. Vijnana is a consciousness. Consciousness is not truth. Consciousness is not real. That's the wisdom. Consciousness is not real. Someone understand the truth. Finally, consciousness is not real. It's coming. The meaning. That's the wisdom, no? The understanding. Consciousness is not real. Nothing, anything. It's a illusion. It's a house telling. It's a mirage. No. Mirage is a other one. It's a
Perception.
Vijnana Maya. Maya. What's the words is English? Vijnana Maya. So miracle is a mirage, no? It's a perception, it's a mirage. It's a consciousness is the Vijnana Maya. It's a Buddha's word. What is this Maya English word?
We use they are
That's
as
illusion.
illusory consciousness.
Yeah.
Illusion, yeah.
Illusory consciousness.
Illusory consciousness. That's the word. That's good. It's understanding. That's the inside meditation. So inside meditation given you to that's the world is normally here, but you are not here. It's a final effort. Is this? What is this experience? Tranquility, no? Because no any pain, no any reactions, no. Normally, reactions also there, but no any pain. How is telling this? None is
Yeah.
none alive. So none alive feel, no? That's a Buddha's explaining. Nobody's here, no. System is working, no. Normally everything is there, no. That's why. How is that telling?
That's that Aryan answer, the apatitta vijnana, non-manifestative consciousness.
Yeah, it's the words only. It's a feel otherwise.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Apatitta.
Yeah, it's the words. But the feel, how can say others? You are feel, no.
You don't feel anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothingness. It's
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah. Your death is over. Now you happen the death. You are now like a goats. Nobody's here now. Everything is happening now. Your death is over. No death or birth because the thoughts no. Who is death? Who have death? Nobody have death because no death is here. Why? It's the thoughts no. What is real death? Suranka?
No such thing, Aryan answer. Just a thought.
I think your death is over now. Long time now. Now you are God like that. No gods. Nobody's here. It's okay. No one is here. Sister is okay. We are talking. But No death or birth. What is this feeling, Kokila? You touch your hand, it's okay. You are here. No? Yeah, yeah. No, I'm not dead. I'm alive. No, it's a like a current. It's not your Kogila. It's a current. What is that? No current here. It's okay. What is that current? What is that? No, what is that fade in this current? What is that fade in this current? What is that current? LFE? Yeah, what is the current? It's the ego. Ego is disappeared. Oh, zero the ego. That's the
Yeah,
that's the power
that's the
is a
beauty.
zero. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the power is zero. That's the Nibbana. No, the firing is over. That's why Nibbana. Otherwise, firing is there. You are also not there. What is that? It's very important. It's very nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
It very nice, Anand.
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. The experience, I think, very good. I think very nice experience. Nibbana experience. It's a tranquility. What is that Nibbana experience? It's very important, I think. No,
Yeah.
it's okay. It's very nice.
Thiruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa. Can I
Yeah.
ask the question, Aryan Mahansa?
No. Now it's not. Now no time.
Okay.
No,
So,
it's okay. It's okay. Susana. Yeah, ask it.
Aryan Mahansa, now the child in the court also has some like feels certain things. So when the eye of that baby functions, the vibrations also come together and some level of power is generated, but the sense of self is not there. Some minimal power anyway is automatically generated. No, at that point also, when the child sees the eye functions,
No. Radiant mind is a court. A baby in the court have the power. Not a defilements there, but
yes,
it's a cause is there.
yes.
Yeah, cause is there because no defilements is okay, no problem for that. But power is there because asa is there. The power is there because something you can give the little baby for no something. So he don't give on you again. Why? He's attached. What is that attached? Is a power. Is there? There's the power. That's why asa power is there. But not defilements there. But power is there because it's a before is a situation before coming this defilements. No, after this kindergarten time is sense creations. The thoughts are coming. That's the defilements are there. Without thought, we can't talk about the defilements because thoughts given the defilements.
So
Thinking power.
that's why you say that the son has 5,000 watt power in the thought, whereas the father has 30,000.
Yeah, yeah.
Due to
Yeah.
Abhisantara.
No. That example is the little baby. So kindergarten is after that. Baby have little bit datas is a 5,000. Yeah, we are talking about defilements is 5,000. Defilements is coming the thoughts coming after that. That's why before it's a radiant mind have a defilement. So 5,000 is we talking about the defilements. So it's a father have the 11,000 or 13,000 is a defilements. It's a power. It's a power. It's a defilements power because data. No sun, moon, mother, father is a data. No, that's the words. It's like a film. So that's a thorough. The data's there. That's why father have more power. No, it's okay. Yeah. Someone can explain this? So that was the question. Kokila, what do you think? Are you there?
Yes, Saranasi.
Yeah, it's okay, no? Because that's Sudharma's question is for radiant mind. We can't tell the defilements. So power is that one. It's the ego. But radiant mind have an ego, no? How we are talking about the ego? We can't talk about the ego. That's why it's a before. It's a situation. No.
Yeah, the beauty of Dhamma is actually if you understand one thought, or if you feel kind of
Yeah, everything is one thought, no?
thought.
Unbelievable. It's a one is
Even
spark.
the
No?
power,
One is spark.
even the yeah,
One
even the
is spark have this power.
power
Otherwise,
is addressed there. So actually it will address the whole thing. If it is moon, that thought, the beginning of that thought is the power anyway. So when someone without understanding the whole thing, even all these levels of defilements, as well as the initial power, how this started. So that's the beauty of this, I think, because you are not actually addressing it separately. If you are addressing one thought, the one thought properly, then the power is
one is spark.
already
One is spark have the power.
addressed. Yeah. Yeah, the Sudharma's question sounded as we are going to attack that separately. That's not how it is. It's just in there, because the power is the generator. Power was the generator, and when we address one thought, the whole
Yes. Today's time is now so, no?
yeah. We always try. We always collapse with the other one, the 4 o'clock one. Yes,
Yeah, it's okay. Okay, Dhamma friends, it's okay. Kokila, okay, Sudharma, Suranka, tomorrow we can join again. So, okay, Terwa Sarna, everybody.
Terwa Sarana.
We can discuss tomorrow, okay? Yes. Terwa.
The Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Haribo Veva and Teruan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 1 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, the PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 11. Aranvanse Atitang Natagamenya. Meaning the past has already gone. Napatikanti Anangatang. The future has not yet arrived. Yet, when a thought of the past arises, it exists only in this present moment. Isn't that so? There is nothing except this thought in the present moment. Upasika, yes, Honorable Sir. Aranwansi, now you understand that except this present thought, no other thought exists. Nothing else is real. What we are trying to see is this single thought that arises in this moment. Later, you will realize that even the notion of a thought itself does not truly exist. It is also an illusion. Let us take an example to clarify what a thought is. Imagine you see a brick wall in front of you. The citta or thought is of the brick wall. The stimulus is the so-called brick wall, Aranvansi. The Chakku Vijnana or eye consciousness is only a thought. Consider a thought of a book. If seeing itself is a thought, then does the book exist outside? The shape and name of a book were taught to us as children. In Montessori or early schooling, we were taught colors, red, blue, yellow. When a particular shape appears, we produce a sound and call it a book. Did you listen to my sermons about shapes and sounds? Yes, Honorable Sir. Aranwansi, now you see that a book is a thought created from a line. Thoughts have no inherent shape or sound. Yet we believe they exist outside. The aramuna or stimulus of the book you perceive is actually a thought. The book does not exist outside. Do you see? Upasika, I understand, Aranvansi. Aranvansi, now you understand that what we create in our minds, we mistakenly believe exists outside. That is our illusion. The vijnana, the mind that calls it a book, appears to exist outside, but it does not. What you think comes from outside is only a signal, a thought. This signal is what we assume as a book. When we see the shape, we recognize it as a book, but the shape itself is only a thought. Nama Rupa refers to I'm not sure what it says here. So I think what this means is Nama Rupa means the form and the kind of utilized form. What that means is that 4 elements that form a thing or a shape do not truly exist. The thing outside does not exist, nor do the four elements. These elements, liquid, warmth, cold, air, and solidity, are qualities, not objects. A stimulus, a spark formed at the sight sense, convinces us that a shape or thing exists outside. The formation of a spark is called rupang or rupataya sankatang abhisankaroti. The Buddha explained that the spark produces an illusory image. Aran Mahanse, our error is believing that whatever we see outside truly exists. Thus, in answer to your question, Ajata Bahidha refers to accepting and believing in what you perceive outside. Ajata refers to what you think. That is kind of formed inside. We believe that what arises inside exists outside. This duality, the inside and outside, does not truly exist. The notion that there is a book outside is a lie. Even the thought of a book is a lie. This concept of a book arises from combining a color and a sound, taught to us as children. Together, the shape and sound were called a book. So this is the continuation of what we were talking about yesterday. This Upasika asks two questions about awakening to the moment and Ajata Bahidha, the external world and the internal world. So we talked quite deeply about awakening to the moment yesterday, and so here as a continuation, Aranwahasa says the past is already gone, the future has not yet arrived. Yet, when a thought of the past arises, it exists only in this present moment. Even if we think about past, whether we think about the past or the future, whatever the thoughts that we associate with, all these thoughts appear in this moment, comes alive in this moment, in this present moment. The only moment we ever had, we will ever have. There's nothing except for that, this thought in this moment. So, future and the past, they are not real. And so when we understand and realize that we zoom in on this moment, this thought, and in this single thought that arises in this moment, there's the so-called external world and the so-called internal world. So, and Aaron once he talks about this example to clarify what a thought is. Let's say there's a brick wall in front of us. We look at that. The moment we look at that, already the thought that it's a brick wall is born. The eye consciousness. Even a thought about a book, seeing itself, the thought is arisen, but the eye cannot create thoughts. Only the mind can create thoughts. So The experience of looking at the so-called brick wall is just the image and the color, the shape. However, we have to use these labels, the image, the color, the shapes, but we cannot even use those labels because they do not belong to the eye, the experience of seeing. The experience of seeing is just the experience of seeing. Whatever is arisen in the awareness as a thought, that belongs to the mind consciousness. So these labels that we've been taught even when during the kindergarten, we were taught colors, red, blue, yellow. We were pointed, somebody would point at the corresponding color for the so-called yellow and give the label yellow. And with time, with enough repetition, it feels like yellow is out there. But the label, as soon as we see the so-called yellow, the label yellow is kind of, if we pay attention to our experience, it's born in our awareness. It seemingly inside, seemingly internally, whereas the so-called yellow seems like it's outside, far away from the so-called self who's seeing the color. So it always feels like yellow is out there, but in essence, what's out there is the so-called color, the image, the shape, not yellow. That experience of seeing. Even then, we can't say that yellow is out there. It's a creation of the eye faculty of the eye. And this cones and rods in the retina, they vibrate at a certain frequency that's corresponding to the vibration or yellow. And if there's some vibration out there that's similar to the frequency of similar to the frequency that's created in the retina, this frequency becomes that frequency. Or rather, that frequency becomes this frequency in the eye. So we say there's vision. And it's like a projector. Like projector can create images on a wall, but image is not created on the wall. Image is created in the projector. But illusion is such that it feels like the image that the projector is creating is far away and it's falling on a wall or a screen, but it's actually created in this end, in the projector. Similarly, the images we see that seem like that they're far away, they're created in the eye, which is, if we use the language, you will have to say seems like much closer than being far away, but even that is not the case. So when we say we see a book is a label, book is a sound that's given to a child at a younger age. That child, before encountering that label, that child had no idea what he was playing with was called a book. So book is out there and the label appears seemingly internally. And it feels like the book is far away, book is out there, book is external. But the image, the label is here. So essentially we are not seeing a book that is far away. We are seeing some image. And we are projecting the label that's created in our awareness to be that book that is out there, which is not true. So this is what we need to see. And this again goes back to name and form union. Name, as in anything that we associate with, has a name, has a label, perception. And when we say form, there are different kinds of form. We have the image as the form. We have the sound as the form. We have the smell as the form, taste as the form, touch as the form. So, basically, fundamentally, the image and the sound entanglement is the one that gives rise to the sense that something's out there. At least two of these forms are required for this entanglement to take place. That's why when we consider a simple animal like a worm, the worm also has this existent feel. Any animal, human, any living sort of entity has this existent feel created based on what kind of senses they have. So in the case of a worm, it's the sense of temperature. The worm gravitates toward the cold temperatures and away from the warm temperatures. So that gives rise to the sense of self. So similarly, humans have more complex 5 sense bases, 6 sense bases. And when a name and an image is entangled, like when as a child there's a newborn and he doesn't speak right away. He doesn't have any idea as to who his mother, father, siblings are. But as he grows up, as he learns the language at the age of around 1.5, the image that's of the mother is being pointed at, and the label mother is given. Initially, the child can't even pronounce that word properly. Mama, mama. So it starts with blabbering, and eventually, with many efforts, he or she will end up saying mother or amma. So predominantly, this image of the mother and the sound, the label that's detected through the ear. That combination makes us feel like something's out there. The mother is out there, but there's no mother out there. What's out there is the experience of seeing. We can't even say it's out there. Experience of seeing happens in the retina, which is not even far away. And so itself, that entanglement gives rise to the illusion that something's out there. And this label, the need for this label, was the child, the newborn child with the maturing of his sensory organs, feels like there's something out there, even though he doesn't know the names of things. It feels like something's out there. That's why then, this colorful thing, I don't know what the name of this toy that's hung above the cot of a baby. He continues to look at it like moving colors, changing colors and all that, and smiles because it feels like something's out there. He doesn't know what it is, but something's out there, something gives some pleasure to the child. Similarly, if a child, even before they talk, if they're given a phone, when the phone is taken away, the child cries because even though he or she doesn't understand this is a phone, this is a valuable thing, this is entertaining or whatever it is, when it's taken away, like he had some sense of needing that, wanting that. And when it's taken away, it's not a pleasant experience. He doesn't like that. So this something's out there, something's existing out there, that kind of, that sense, that feel was there from the beginning. And then when the labels were introduced, when the language was introduced, it feels like that whatever the thing that was out there is this label now. That is how the thinking evolves in the baby. And the baby begins to recognize the mother, father, the toys, simple objects, complex objects. And with that, even though we say the baby recognizes it, it's the system, it's how the system works and how the system gets entangled and recognizes things, so when, okay, the label mother is given, even now to this baby, even now today, if someone says mother, that sound is enough, that vibration, the frequency is enough to bring back memories about the so-called mother, images of the mother. If that mentally, the whole mental image appears in the awareness as soon as he hears the word mother. And if you can zoom in on that mental image, you can almost hear the mother's voice. You can almost feel the mother's scent. You can almost touch the mother. Everything is from all these sense bases. The inputs from the sense bases are embedded in this mental image. That's why these mental images are created, mental objects are created with the inputs from all 5 senses. That is the 6th one that's created, which is the mental object, which has all the inputs from the 5 sensory inputs, sense bases. Even now when the word mother is uttered, that whole package comes, the 6th cumulative vibration that is kind of created from vibrations from all 5 sense faculties, which is also vibration, which is also a different kind of vibration, different manifestation of a vibration. So this entanglement is what we call life, or what we call living. So that feeling the baby felt, that something's out there, it's still here, but it's more advanced, it's more entangled, because now something's out there that has a name now. The book is out there, the house is out there, the mother is out there, the father is out there. So as one understands how this name and form union, or how the mind is created with these 5 different kinds of vibrations, one begins to see what we thought was existing outside was only a mental construct. There's nothing, there are no books out there, there are no mothers out there. There's the then it kind of strips it off to the experience of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. And when we contemplate, when we try to figure out how the seeing or the hearing or the smelling, tasting, touching, all those come into existence, What we see is the visible range of light. We cannot see anything beyond that. Reptiles has a different kind of vibration. Their senses, their eyes detect infrared and ultraviolet. So their kind of vision is not the same thing. There's me here, and to me there's a, let's say, some sort of a reptile. Whatever the world I see, and whatever the world this reptile sees, two different worlds. So similarly, a cow or bee or any dolphin, bat, all these animals, their own world is different. For us, it's very difficult to contemplate on this and really see through it because it feels like this world is three-dimensional, it's solid, and when I touch this table, I can feel how solid this is. So how can you say that this does not exist? If you really contemplate on that experience too, you think you're touching a table, you can't. With your 4-5 fingers, which are like really tiny, how can you touch an entire table? You can't. What is touched is whatever the area underneath the 4-5 fingers that are used to touch this table. But in the mind, there's an idea that I'm touching the table. So essentially, you're not touching a table, you're experiencing a feeling underneath the fingers. And that is labeled as a table. The moment it is labeled as a table, it also confirms that table exists. If the table exists, who's naming it a table? There has to be a self. So in that one single thought, the table and the self are both born. The fact that there is a table, fact that I saw the table, it's called becoming or bhava. Meaning in this particular thought, the whole world is real. In that particular thought, the table is real, table exists, and I exist. And in the next thought, there's a book. If there's a book, the moment someone labels something as a book, it automatically assumes that the book exists and there should be someone who's looking at the book, experiencing the book, that is the self, so-called self. So in that thought, the book and the so-called self both are born. So if you can contemplate this way, you will see that there's no existing self, only the thought of a self or the sense of the self created in each single thought. And this pattern continues to create the so-called self, so-called existent field, and the so-called self. But if you really contemplate on these things that we discussed, really carefully, really profoundly, you will see that this, due to vibrations, this form is born. Due to continued vibrations, this form matures into thought, and it matures into the sense that something's out there, that feel that something's out there, and with further vibrations, continued vibrations, it matures into the sense of self. It is the same vibration that gives rise to the existent feel and to the sense of self. The sense of self is created as an extension of the sense of the self-existent feel. It's the same feel. One is extended from the other, and simultaneously the mind is created. So the mind gives the idea that existent feel belongs to whatever we see out, we think, or when we believe that something's out there, that object, and that mind labels it as that object is out there, I'm right here. But what the mind is making it a dual thing, but the original experience is not dual. The book itself, the sense that the book is out there, something's out there, that sense is the same thing as the sense of self. There's no separate self and a separate external world. That comes from the mind, that comes from the thought that's created in that moment to discriminate the object that is seen from the seer. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. There's no separate self. That vibration itself is the self, the extended version. And this, you can see it within yourself. This existent feel come from the continued vibrations, that plumpness that objects get, that makes us difficult for us to deny that something's not out there, is that plump, living kind of nature of an object that comes from continued vibrations. So I think we don't have that many people join today. And if you have any questions, Rebecca, you can ask. I see you every time. Yeah, so that is what the book talks about. And that these days we notice in the controversial discourses, the topic that's been discussed for the past 4 or 5 days was, are you on the path? How do you know? So for the discussion portion of this Zoom, I thought that will be appropriate for us to talk about that, because there are many pitfalls in this path, and it's not always easy to recognize them. That's why we really, really, really need the help of a noble friend. Not as a person, but for the Dhamma that's been expounded, for the noble friendship that's given the support. Because when Anandathero asked Buddha, the doctrine of Buddha will be prevailed partly due to the noble friend, and Buddha immediately rejected that answer, that claim, and said, no, Ananda, do not say like that. Entire doctrine will prevail due to the relationship of the noble friend. So in that dialogue, Buddha had very clearly emphasized the importance of the noble friend. This entire doctrine prevails because of the noble friend. As we can see, as the Tripitaka of the Pali Canon was documented and in the 1200s when it was scribed onto the palm leaves, that that is a very symbolic moment. From that period onwards, the arahanthood hasn't been found until Aryan Mahansa started expounding this Dhamma in the same context Buddha meant it to be expounded. Lot of listeners of Buddothpado discourses has gone through many schools of thought that are available in Sri Lanka in search of this Dhamma, in search of the truth. In my experience too, I've been to many schools of thoughts, spending years at one place trying to understand and realize what each teacher was expounding. But after practicing for a few years, it was always noticed that there's not much of progress. There's some progress. There's so much respect for these teachers who did their best to create awareness, to talk of the real Dhamma based on based on their own abilities. To their fullest abilities, they tried. But if they succeeded or not, which is a different case, that's why we are here in this Zoom, having listened to Aryan Mahansa consecutively for almost 5 years. And unlike any other school of thought we went through, we were able to see that reduction in the defilements. The sense of self is reduced. The suffering is reduced. And it feels like that is what Buddha said to Kalamas. Kalamas were being confused by a lot of spiritual leaders and teachers who claim that they are realized. Even to the extent some people have claimed to be Buddha, and they were really confused. And when finally Buddha came to Kalamas, they were confused and asked Buddha, how can one recognize what true Dhamma is? There were people who were claiming to be Buddha and claiming to be realized. How do we know what is a good parameter to put into practice to see who's a real master, realized master? And then Buddha said, do not accept a certain Dhamma because it's written in a book or it came from generation to generation. Even your friend said that, somebody from the family said that. But if some doctrine, after practicing it for some time, if some doctrine is able to diminish the defilements and bring equanimity, then consider that to be a true Dhamma. So that is kind of for people who are in the dark, that's a really good guideline. And I think in many of our paths also that became a guideline for us. And after coming across Buddothpado discourses, we clearly saw that reduction in defilements that we never experienced by going to any other school of thought that was available in Sri Lanka. So I see Dr. Sakuntala has joined Thiruvan Saranai. Dr. Sakuntala, I was
Thervan Saranai. I pay my homage at Taranhase's feet. I actually joined just now. I don't know what the topic that you were talking on.
I was trying
Anything
to, kind of along the same lines of, are you on the path? What is the path?
Okay, yes. Yes, actually that was the discussion over the last few days at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Zoom, wasn't it? Last few days to.
Yeah, it's been consecutive.
Yes. So it's actually something that the person or the system will understand, he or she himself, because even with the complete internal transformation, that means even a person, a system who has reached the arhathood, state of arhat, will not have a difference from externally. The way that interact with the society will be the same, but definitely the keenness to satisfy the needs, like to see more things and to see the things that were enjoyable, and to hear the things that were enjoyable, and also food wise, then smells, so all these things to entertain the sense system, the keenness to entertain will gradually go down. So the person will sort of be quite satisfied and relaxed with a very simple life pattern. That will be the only change. But the way that respond, even at a place where there should be sort of sorrowful and sad mood, or even a place where there is lots of happiness and chatter and that sort of enjoyment, the person will show the same responses, but without the internal fire. So a sorrow which is not a thing actually, or a happiness which is not a thing, that means the value added to that sorrowness or happiness or sadness, anger, value added to that is no more there. And that means the current which is created due to that will not be there. So like that, the person can enjoy the world. Well, I can't use the word enjoy. Actually, the person will react or communicate with the world in the same way. So, but internally, there will be a persistent, non-changing type of tranquility and a lightness. But there is no person who is having those qualities. So without a person, only that feel is there. This may sound a little bit complicated, but I think this is something that slowly come up with understanding. In the discussions, our noble friend has said that the feeling of awakened is parallel, is moving parallel, like the two rail lines, the two lines of the rail track. The awareness to the moment will be more and more significantly flourishing when on the other side, the defilements will gradually fade away. So these are like two parallel lines on the rail track. When one is improving or becoming more obvious, that means the awakened feeling to the moment will be parallel, going parallel, and the other line will be you feel that the burning sensations or burning feeling or defilements or the feeling of self-perception. All these words are used for the same thing. That will be going parallel to each other. So at one point, the system will be fully awakened to the moment. So there is no value at all to whatever the sensor input or the sensor functions. But the defilements will be zero. That means there's without any current, without any burning feeling, the system will be able to function looking very normal until the physical body is collapsed at one stage. So these are actually just sort of very superficial explanations, but I think the person himself or the system himself will be able to understand then and there, because words are actually limited. You cannot explain some of these things by words. Initially, knowledge is important. Knowledge cannot do, knowledge is not the only thing. So knowledge is important about the darshana, that means true Dhamma teaching, the way that the senses are created, the way that the world is created as a result, and because the created world is not understood as a simulation, and it is taken as a true thing, then and there the defilements come like the other side of the coin, and that is what is happening. So, and also how the thoughts are formed as a result of the breathing of the physical body. There are organs which are functioning. That means the nose, eye, tongue, ear, and the skin. So when these sensor activity, when the organs are functioning, then and there, the sensors are created. Sensors are created means there is a vibration of that, and vibration means the creation of the sensor. It means the creation of a sound, vision, a light, or maybe smell, taste, or the tactile stimulation. That means the hardness, softness, or warmth. And as a nature's law, there is a collective function of these five simultaneously and gives rise to the thought. So this is basically what we are learning as a knowledge. And this pathway is a nature's way, and there is no creator of this one, and it automatically continues. And as a result, the thoughts, like a stream, thoughts are formed. And when the thought is formed, always all these vibrations have some form of current underneath. And as a result, the thought also has a power. There's a current. And this current is the one which leads to the activities of the physical body. It's like putting a battery to a doll and getting or any other toy and getting the toy to move around and making sounds. So similarly, this current which is there underneath the thought leads to all the physical activities of the materialistic body. And this is what we see as a live person talking and doing various activities. So this is what we understand it, but it's actually what happens is this current of the thought which is manipulating this physical body. So it looks a bit complicated, but when you sort of go deep into that, you can actually get convinced how this should be true, because when you realize this system, when you realize this is what is happening in every living being, then you tend to sort of slowly disentangle what the complicated things that we have been accepting as true. Actually, the trees are also alive, and the animals and human beings are also alive. And both these categories, that means the trees and the category called animals and humans, they all have the some qualities similar. They are breathing and they are growing. They start from a seed and then grow up to a certain level and then reproduce. And from the seeds, another tree will grow, and from a zygote, another living being, another animal or a human being will grow up to an adult. So this cycle is common to the trees as well as the human beings and the animals. So what is the difference between the two? And also there are some movements, even though the movements are slow with the trees, there are still movements because the roots are moving towards water and the trees bending towards the sunlight. And so therefore, even though these movements are slow, not sort of fast and instant, but there are slow movements. And that is because there are some form of sensors. The tree has some sensors which leads to some bending towards the sunlight. And similarly, the roots will look for a source of water. So that is because there are sensors. And then there are some other plants, special plants which use insects and small insects as a source of energy. And also there is some production of food with the help of the water, oxygen, and sunlight. So this process is more or less common. But the difference is that the sensors in the plants are very slow and they are different from the human beings and the other animals. But since there is a difference, and the main difference is that there is no current or which we call the taints or sasava nature, which is telepathized from another living animal. That action doesn't happen in the tree. So therefore, there is no consciousness or vijnana formation in the trees. So that is why you cannot, this is the only difference between the living tree and the animals and the human beings. Now, in the human beings and the animals, always this telepathizing system, telepathization occurs as a nature's law. And when the physical body collapses at this end, the current which was remaining, if the current has not reached the zero level, that current will be telepathized to another sideboard, and then another life will start from that end. So this is something that I thought of telling, because we may have discussed this earlier actually, but this is something I thought of telling. Anything to add, Harshi? There was Anai.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, yeah, thank you for that valuable explanation. Actually, this path is full of all kinds of pitfalls. So these kind of discussions are very necessary for one to know what they are before understanding, before even realizing that somebody's not in the path or kind of going on a tangent or whatever. It's
Yes.
good to have listen to this, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that's important, and like many different pitfalls, like even today, like one of the ladies, there was this nature about her where she kind of tried to compare where she was before, how she felt like before, and now how she's feeling now, and kind of try to see or look for some sort of a progress in hindsight, and yet she was kind of unable to see that. So that kind of thing that happened to anyone, and even in the past, that necessary to progress in the path, to have some sort of sign that you're progressing, getting to some sort of fruition. That a lot of people, like, I think it's just a thing about how this sense of self, or how the self works in general, always wants something, to perch onto something, to look forward to something, to say that I've achieved something. So these things in hindsight, they're very subtle things. They are not as big as being very mad at someone and throwing something off the floor. But these things are very subtle and profound, and to be able to find them out, identify them on your own is not an easy task. That is why all these discussions with the noble friend are essential.
Yes. Yes, actually, as you said, now even Lord Buddha's time, there were many people who reached some very high spiritual levels, but all of them actually reached certain levels in their mind, but always that self was there. It was not a selfless achievement, but the person was there. So therefore, that was not the end of the this cycle of rebirth. So at some point, they reached some very powerful states. Actually, it said that they could even walk on the sky. and on the water sometimes. But actually, that sort of miraculous type of performances have been possible. But the thing is that always there was a soul, or there was a self-feeling, self-perception who had these achievements. So that is what they are describing, like with the word enlightenment. That word is still used, and it is wrongly used nowadays for the nirvana. But in Buddhism, that is what not described. Actually, here it is selfless, or there is no self-perception at the end, only the function is there, some form of function. So this is one of the major pitfalls that can occur, because many instances when we are discussing in the Zoom discussions, we hear people saying that I have reached these qualities, and I am enjoying this sort type of tranquil feeling, and my defilements are fading off. So actually they enjoy that situation, and there is a very fine clinging to that feel of relaxed and that light feeling. So that means definitely there is a person, there is a soul, or there is the self-perception is still there while enjoying that achievement. So that sort of situations actually should be discussed in one of these forums, unless the noble friend points it out and say that you are in the wrong track. The person will not be able to identify himself. So that is why it is important. I can see Mr. Bernard also has joined. Harshi, we can ask him also to raise any questions or join. Saranai.
I have been listening to YouTube, so just only now only I joined.
Yes.
Yeah, it was very interesting, and very interesting means you gave the big picture what Buddhism says, what the philosophy is. So that is very important. At the same time, you explained very nicely how we should achieve this target, which is selflessness. So that is very important. So it was actually he who listens to this for the first time will surely get the clear picture of what Buddhism is, what the real Buddhism, what the real philosophy is. I really appreciate it. Teruvan Saranai.
Yes. Yes, actually, that is one of the major pitfalls, because that is most of the people who are listening to these discussions nowadays, Buddothpado discussions, experience that most of the defilements are fading off. They say that I used to get angry very often, and I was clinging to my children. I was expecting calls every day from my children, and I like this type of foods now, etc. Now they say that those things are fading off now. I am satisfied with very minimal things, and I don't bother about the children not coming to visit me or not calling me, etc. But those are the big pieces of rubbish, I would say, which are very obvious. But underneath that, there are many other fine little places where this self-feeling or the self-perception is hiding. And our noble friend used to say that it's hiding behind the door. So always look for them. And the other thing is, when your living environment is very quiet, and if everything is going on very smoothly, and very quiet flow of everything, you don't realize the finer places, fine things that have gone wrong. That means your taints or whatever, the minor type of defilements are not recognized. So if there is a sudden change in that environment, you have to see how it comes up, hiding. So these are, sometimes you have to take them as actually the angels who are the big issues all of a sudden which comes are kind of angels who will show you the pathway that you are still on the ways, you still need some more cleaning up. So listening to this Deshana and also following the 4 steps of this practical pathway, I think those are very important. And as we discussed earlier also, even though it is described in 4 steps, it's actually each and every thought you have to apply these 4 together. It's always applicable to that particular thought. And walking meditation, walking is something that is easier to start with. That is why it's always advised in these 1-day programs, because it's a kind of monotonous activity and it's easier to pick up or identify what is explained. Same thing you can do with something like an exercise like sweeping to start with. But later on, when you are used to that, when you realize that there is no active person who is conducting this, but it is a changing system of sensor functions alternatively, because always only one sensor is functioning at a given time. But because of the rapid speed, sometimes you tend to feel that you are doing 2 jobs. 2 sensors are functioning at the same time. It's not. Sometimes you are listening to a Dhamma discussion and you are doing some work in the kitchen. You tend to feel that you are focusing on both, but it's not. It's always changing senses. Because of the speed, you don't realize the change. So when you have this basic practice and the basic knowledge, later on automatically a person will feel that this is a system which is function. It's not me who is doing the work, but it's a system which is functioning, and you are paying attention to what is being done. Not that your thought is flying somewhere else and doing the job, but you are doing the work with some attention to that. But the feeling of I am doing, that heaviness that you feel with the self-feeling is not there. So many people we have heard that explaining that the job also was done and I didn't feel tired and I was quite relaxed throughout the activity. So this is the basic feeling that the person experiences or the system experiences at the end. Anything else to add from 2 of you?
Actually, it was good explanation, Dr. Sakuntala. Thank you very much. And this weightlessness of this claiming to be the self, or claiming ownership of a self, and that is very tiring. And like you mentioned, we even these days in these discourses we see a lot of progress in our regular listeners. A lot of people are, after years of practicing, getting to this tranquility, and it's a beautiful thing to kind of experience together. And these discussions is this really clearing the weeds and showing the path where everyone has. I'm sure it will continue to help, and it's just nice to have that dedicated discussion, so like everyone feels like that they can ask direct questions about their own path. And yeah, so I mean, like, there are so many pitfalls that we can continue to talk about. I think Aryan Mahamsi just joined there once, and Aryan Mahamsi. Yeah, so
Yes, Harshi.
yeah, Aryan Mahamsi there once, Aryan.
First today is something.
It's the same thing as the Andolanaatmaka Desha. Now, are you in the path? We were kind of talking about the same thing, Aryan. So,
I think it's good. It's very important. Clear the path. Everybody, I think, struggling sometimes. They are thinking they are in path, but the defilements are coming. They are going doubt. No, is clear or no? Yeah, that's experience. It's not a knowledge. No, knowledge sometimes practically not enough. No, knowledge is knowledge is okay. Knowledge, you won't know what's happening here, but you haven't experience. It's only the believing, only the trust. But this term is not trust or believing. No, you can experience it. But practically, is every moment, every second, you have thought. No, that's that thoughts given some thing to you. It's real. So otherwise, you are in existent fear. You are in alive fear. But it's not real. But you have fear. You're talking, you're talking, your feel is your like a living being, no? How is that feel? How is that alive feel? How is that your soul? Is there someone? Are you somebody? Are you someone? Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. But this one, not only the syllabus or book reading or knowledge or anything. It's not a data. It's inside power. It's you. Feel. Alive feel. No? That power is given you to. This power is given you to feel. That's thoughts. How much this thought have power? How much this thought have value? That is you, no? Value is you, no? What do you think about it, Harsh? It's you. It's your feel. How much? How much you inside pain? How much thoughts are coming? It's okay. Stimulus are every time is there. But very important is, who are you? You have feel, no? Are you there or no? What do you think about Harshi? Are you, everything happened to you or is a system? How is feel?
System.
How is feel? You are talking about system, but that one only the thought. But inside you feel is, it's not a thought, it's a feel. No, it's a value. Otherwise, this thought is existent feel. That one is the, it's your world, it's your everything. It's you otherwise. World is other side, you are in other side. No. Same. World is you. So this experience is very important. Without you, everything is happening. No doer is here. Everything is is gone. Everything is happening. But nobody happen. Nobody to happen. No one to happen. No one to happen. But everything is happening. How does this feel? What do you think about? Do you understand what I say? What I try to say?
Yeah, I know. So,
Yeah, the system. Sometimes you are working this moment. Sometimes you are thinking. No, your mind is coming, nobody is here. You are thinking. And at that time is coming that mind. It's a picture. No, system. It's okay. But anytime it's not happening. That's the question, no? What do you think? Are you sleeping? It's not a dream. I'm doing the really happening thing. You are in US now, you are night time. No. It's not a sweet dream. It's a bad dream. Because nobody is here. Like a death. But death is only the death, otherwise it's a thought. No one here who have death. No. Everything happened to you or everything is system. What do you think? Everything happened to you?
no, the system.
No. Everything happened to you. Because
Yeah,
you are,
before I met this summer, that's what I was thinking. Now it's
that's right.
slowly diminishing.
That's why very important, no? This
Mhm.
term. Because everything happened to me or no? You don't realize, no? Everything happened to me? Where are you? Who are you? These senses, no? Who is looking? Are you looking? Who is hearing? Are you hearing? No. Who is thinking? Are you thinking? Who have this worried? You have worried? You are there or no? This sense, we won't wake up, no? Our dream. No, Harshi?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So it's practicing is very important. That is why. No, more time per day. We won't wake up in. Because we are going dream. No, reality. But it's a dream. But it's not remembering. No, this dream. Your acting is doing. Film is gone. Now you are acting doing. No, you are not wake up in. You are not awaking. Film is gone. You can act. No. It's
Yeah,
no
you're not
no
affected by
prize is
it.
given anybody. Yeah, everybody given prize, but this silly film, no, it's gone. It's going. So, what do you think about Dr. Chandani? How is she in sleep? Like,
Yes, Aranhasa, it's a dream, and as you said, it's a dream or film or teledrama or whatever name is given. We are acting
yeah,
in a very foolish way.
you are the
We have
producer
become
also. You are the
actors.
actor. You are the
Yes,
producer.
yes,
You
and
are
the script writer, all one
so
person.
you.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Tomorrow, what you want to do? Tomorrow, what's your plan? It's your producing, no?
Yes. And next episode of the drama is for
Yeah,
tomorrow.
yeah.
And the episode which was finished is yesterday.
Yeah. So we want to ask, how is your dream? How is your film? It's good? Yeah, or Oscar Sama, or what's Oscar prize? No?
Academy
Given to
Awards, they
you.
call.
Yeah. Your sad time is coming, that's the prize. That happy time is coming, that is the prize. It's given to you. Film is so now good. No, that's type. Our dream, our film. Dr. Ravi, are you there?
No, Dr. Ravi is an answer.
Yeah. It's very important. No? It's very important. Yes. That's the system, that's process we want to understand. Especially the mind sensor. The mind sensor always cheating. No?
Yeah, deceives us.
Yeah. It's okay. These days I explain early morning, 5 o'clock. Very special explaining is Nibbana is everywhere. Do you heard that? Have you heard that?
Not today, Karan. Yesterday I
Yesterday
did.
also I explained that. Today also I explain, continuing another step. Dr. Chandani, what do you think?
It was actually excellent, Aranhasa, especially the yesterday's one. I listened twice. It was very informative, and actually that I think you have explained that sometime sort of here and there, but yesterday's one was a collective explanation of all those facts from different disclosures on different times. It was actually an eye-opener, I would say, and summary of all those things. It was very beautiful. As you said, we are experiencing that then and there, but we don't know that wherever there is no fire, wherever there is no burning, and there is instantly you are experiencing the Nibbana. That fact we didn't know earlier.
So people in misunderstand. People in
Yes.
misconception.
Yes.
Yeah. They don't know. They are talking about the Nibbana, but they don't know what is the Nibbana. They want Nibbana, but they don't know what is Nibbana. That's why they are in struggling. They are passing the Nibbana, they are going other way. They are finding the Nibbana book reading. They find the Nibbana knowledge. But it's
Yes,
not
by
a
knowledge.
knowledge. It's not a knowledge. You can't find the Nibbana knowledge. You can't find the Nibbana book readings. It's the wisdom. You can feel it. It's experience. There's a wisdom. You can't write any book, the inside meditation, because it's a understand one, otherwise it's a experience, otherwise it's a feel. You know, crave is a feel. Crave, you can't write a book. You can't write it anywhere. Otherwise, defilements also feel. No, it's experience, no? Practical, you can express. You know that. Use of is a feel. No,
Yes.
it's not. You can't find it. Book readings. Book readings, you given the message is the message. It's not the feel. You know, someone eat the sword. You can't write anywhere. It's feel. This type of thought. No, that's type. Nibbana. So everywhere there's a Nibbana. How much you can experience it. That's the kusala. Kusala we are talking about, no? What's the kusala? What's the akusala? What's the word is English? Kusala and akusala. Dr. Chandani, do you know? What's the kusala?
I got distracted because there was a call.
Oh, it's okay.
Yes.
The question is, what is the kusala
Yes.
word is English? What is the akusala word is English?
Uh,
I don't know.
Kusala, can you say defilements still?
Skillful
No.
and non-skilled.
Okay,
Skillful.
right.
I think
Kusala
it's.
is
I
skilled.
think it's not. It's not.
Skilled.
Skill means
Bernard,
yes.
are you there? Are you know that words? What is kusala? What is akusala?
I don't know. It's skilled. Kusala is skilled.
It's okay.
Yeah. And that meaning you're good at finding out where the defilements are. You're skilled at it. The ability. And the other one is non-skilled, I guess. Non-skilled. Akusala.
What do you think about Dr. Ravi? It's okay? No. Dr. Chandani, it's okay?
I think so. That is something that goes close to that. That is good. Skilled and unskilled.
Yeah, unskilled. Yeah.
Maybe I don't know whether Mr. Bernard can give a different version.
No. That is a common word. We have to find the exact technical word for that.
Technical word. That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It
Skill
must be in
and
the
Yeah, but
in
that one
English
is
translation. We will in English
English. It
translation.
says
I
a
think we will.
meritorious and non-meritorious, but that doesn't convey the idea. So we kind of opted for
That's right.
this.
Yeah.
My side is my experience. Kusala is that consciousness is not real.
Teruvan Saranai and very good evening to all my listeners. So as usual, today also we begin our explanation of Buddothpado Dhamma in this way to give you some kind of an insight of the Buddhist doctrine. Through the Buddothpado sermons, it reveals the pure truth and exactly the same thing, same Dhamma that has been preached by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. To pay the gratitude of bringing it up back into this today's world. So to pay my respect, I'd like to pay my humble worship towards our noble friend Buddothpado at very outset. So we have been discussing past few days the way how our self or the feeling of existence is brought about. It is actually an ultimate result of a series of non-living activities. So it is the soul or the conscious field or the live or existing field would be an end result of a series of happenings which occur chronologically one after another in the nature. So it is a certain, it happens in certain way, a certain order in nature. So no one had been involved in that process. So which process? The creation of the self process. So what Lord Buddha said is, if there are certain reasons or causes, whenever there are required causes or requirements are met, a formation of the self is not preventable. So it happens due to aggregation of the required necessities. What Lord Buddha said is, what Lord Buddha asks us to look at those causes, see whether there is a certain thing called aliveness or a consciousness in that causes. Within that causes, you will not be able to find any kind of living thing in those causes. But when these causes or reasons are get aggregated, once they are get aggregated, then only there will be a certain kind of a feel which will be brought about, that in turn will give rise to a certain kind of a feel of an existence. So that is the place where you think, you feel that you have been born. So what Lord Buddha said is, what Lord Buddha asks us to see this mechanism, try to understand the process of which this formation, the way this formation is happening. So then you will understand there is no in any part of this entire process cannot be identified as a living thing. So causes are totally non-living things, and ultimate result is a certain feel that gives certain kind of a consciousness. So we call it the consciousness, but actually speaking, as it has been a result of the non-living aggregation, there are no way of creating a so-called kind of aliveness. So that these things cannot be seen with your naked eye or the other senses that you have. These things have to be understood. In order to see this, in order to understand this truth, you have to have some kind of a penetrative insight. So that is the wisdom that you have. That is the skill that you should develop within you. In Pali, it is known as the kusalaya skill. The ability to seeing through this illusion is the skill that you should develop. That is the kusalaya. So we have to be very keen. We have to be very we have to develop our own interest towards seeing the truth. So we have to have a certain kind of an interest, and we have to have certain kind of a inquisitive mind to see this actual truth, because it cannot be captured. That truth cannot be captured from your ordinary senses unless you develop your own skill. Oh, that skill is known as the prajna. So prajna, development of prajna will enable you to see through how this formation takes place. So if you understand how it is formed, then you will realize that there is no so-called consciousness within us. So most of the people, even in the Theravada or Mahayana or in other religions, they believe the initial point of the creation of the worldly perception is the consciousness. The consciousness will bring about everything into real. But what Lord Buddha said is, just have a look and just try to understand the way that the consciousness is formed. Then you will realize that there is no such a thing called consciousness either. So the Buddhist philosophy goes beyond the level of consciousness. So that is the penetrative insight that you should develop after seeing the after understanding this dependent origination Dhamma. So dependent origination Dhamma clearly explains how you should see this formation. So it gives a certain guidance for us to that will enable us to see this truth so easily. So every Buddha who has been born so far, they came up with the same kind of concept. That is none other than this Paticcasamuppada. Paticcasamuppada is the Dhamma that has been revealed by every Buddha who has been born so far. So in the Buddha's era, it was a brand new thing, because by then there had not been a Buddhist doctrine. So once Buddha is born, most of the people were believing in karma bhumi or karma pala or action and effect dhamma. Or they were doing certain spiritual things like praying, chanting, and certain rituals, certain customs, and they followed a lot of various things that they thought those are more appropriate. But Lord Buddha revealed into the world is somewhat brand new to that particular time period. So that's why in his first sermon, which was delivered to the 5 teachers, Lord Buddha said, this is the Dhamma that you have never heard before. So all the 5 teachers and the other people were following this action and effect Dhamma in many different ways. Or some were didn't wear even clothes. Some were trying to wash away their sins by taking bath in cold water, and some were worshipping big trees, big rocks, and maybe sun or moon. So some were believing in gods, or some were believing in fire. So some were trying to get away from their sins by setting fire around his body, and they believed that giving pain into the body would relieve the amount of sins that they have. But Lord Buddha said something totally different. They haven't even heard about this cause and effect Dhamma by the time that Buddha arrived into the world. So after arrival of the Buddha, a new kind of concept has been revealed to the world. That concept is the dependent origination Dhamma. That concept is the Paticcasamuppada Dhamma. That concept is the cause and effect Dhamma, not the action and effect Dhamma. Action and effect Dhamma is the Kammapala Dhamma. But once you understand this cause and effect Dhamma, there will be no place to the action and effect Dhamma. The Kammapala effect will be dropped away once you understand this action and effect Dhamma. Once you realize this action and effect Dhamma, cause and effect Dhamma. So what does cause and what does that Dhamma revealed into the world? It's in simple term, it revealed how this consciousness has been brought about in a situation where there is no such a thing called consciousness. So how this consciousness is formed in a place where nothing is there. That is the simplest explanation that can be given to describe this cause and effect Dhamma. So consciousness will contribute for you to feel that you are existing. So if you are existing, what will happen? The worldly things would be real for you. So then you don't in that, if you believe in that particular way, then spontaneously, involuntarily, internal you and the outside external environment will get created. This segregation happens. Ajjata Bahijja segregation happens if you believe that there is a living being within you. What Lord Buddha said is, what Lord Buddha wanted to highlight into the world or explain what Lord Buddha wanted to explain into the world, there is no such a thing called a life field. There is no such a thing called a living being. There is no such a thing called a consciousness. So it is very impossible to take that message as it is, just because we have been doing certain things throughout our lifetime with a life feel. So if you remember the activities that you carried out today even, so you will say, I did this, I got up at the 6 a.m. and then I washed my face, I had my breakfast, and then I went to my work or school, and then I came back and I took a body wash, then I'm listening to this Dhamma. So in all these things, you can see how the self got involved in these all activities. So you are the one who did everything. So if someone scolded you and you are the one who got hurt, and if you got some kind of a guilty feeling after doing something, you are the one who felt that guilty feeling. And if you become happy in certain instances, so that you are the one who enjoyed that moment. So that brought you a happiness. So in each and every place, within each and every activity, see how yourself got involved. So can you ever think with even one instances devoid of yourself? No. That much the alive feeling is intertwined with our activities. So it involuntarily comes. So that's why even though Buddha says that there is no such a living being is found within you, we can't take it as it is, because we don't have such kind of experience at all. We were experiencing a conscious feeling from the day we are born. So how can we say that there is no self within us? It is very difficult. That's why Lord Buddha said, first you have to understand what I am saying. That brings you about certain kind of a knowledge about this Dhamma. Dhamma means the mechanism. So first you will gain some knowledge about this mechanism. So mechanism of what? Creating the way how the how your self consciousness is formed. The mechanism of which how your self being formed, got formed. So what Lord Buddha said is just try to understand for the knowledge you get the mechanism of how yourself has been formed. It is just knowledge. That's all right. Then with that knowledge you will get a certain idea, certain overview that there shouldn't be a self here, but you are feeling that everything happens to me. That's all right. But at least for the knowledge, after learning this Paticcasamuppada, you get to know that there shouldn't be a self. There's no way of no way of forming a self. But still you are feeling the self. But once you try to apply your knowledge into your practice, into the practice, then of course you will tend to feel that there's absolutely no self here. First it comes as a knowledge. After listening this Dhamma, there shouldn't be a self here. So you take it for a knowledge, but you are still feeling the self within yourself. But once you make it into practice, once you put that knowledge into practice only, you will tend to realize, you will tend to feel absolutely there is no so-called self here. There is no so-called consciousness here. So then you will understand you have been in such a huge ignorance for many more years. So until that particular moment, you should not believe what Lord Buddha said as a correct thing. Lord Buddha, he himself said like that. Even though this has been told by your parents, don't believe it. Even though it is this Dhamma has been told by one of the leading reverend in the religion, don't believe. Even it is said by me, someone says it is said by Lord Buddha, don't believe. Until you feel it as a true thing, it is a truth. you should not believe. So Lord Buddha, under a bo tree on a Vesak full moon Poya day, what Buddha realized is this cause and effect Dhamma, the formation of a self. So if you understand the formation, the mechanism of which how your self got formed, then you will understand it is not kind of an absolute kind of thing, because you have a big huge ignorance. You tend to believe this process as a real thing, the ultimate result as a real thing. But if you go step by step, if you try to understand this Dhamma slowly, then you will be self-convinced by the results. The result will be a feeling of non-soul. You have been feeling a soul within you. That means you have been feeling a self within you. So you have been feeling a certain kind of a consciousness within you. But actually, once you realize this Dhamma, once it is make it into practice, you tend to feel absolutely there is no so-called soul here. Absolutely there is no so-called a living feel here. Absolutely there is no so-called consciousness here. So that is Dhamma. Once you are able to see this thing, that is the exact moment you become a Buddhist. Until then, you won't be a Buddhist. You can't be a Buddhist. Even though in your birth certificate it appears as a Buddhist, your religion as a Buddhist, you can't be a Buddhist until the day that you feel that there is no self within me. You can't be a Buddhist. So anybody who is able to see this non-soul feeling, even he comes from whatever the religion he comes from, it doesn't matter. He becomes a Buddhist. He becomes the true follower of Lord Buddha. What Lord Buddha said is, the person who sees me is absolutely person who is understand what I preached. Whoever keeps on offering me flowers, offering me candles, offering me oil lamps, these or offering me incense sticks, are not the true followers of me. If you want to see me, you have to follow my Dhamma. That is the message that has been given by Lord Buddha. So if you are able to see the nothingness, or if you can live without a self, that means that you have realized this Dhamma. You have realized this Buddhist philosophy. You have realized the nothingness. That this nothingness is totally different from the so-called nothingness which we usually refer to. The nothingness that we use ordinary people referring is something empty. So in the nothingness where you achieve at the as an ultimate result after seeing the truth, you will have everything. What you lose is a feel that which was there with you, that you are living. The only thing that you lose is the notion or the actual feeling of self-existence. The rest of the thing will be there. Your family, your relationships, your responsibilities, and your if you are a professional, all these things will be there with you. Only thing that you lose is the notion that you that was there with you, that you were a living being. So the challenge part is this is the overview of the message that revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. But the challenge is to understanding this thing or realizing this thing. So as I said, through the Paticcasamuppada Dhamma, through this action and effect Dhamma, what Lord Buddha wanted to give into the world is the set of instructions to follow, which will enable us to see this truth, realize this truth. So we have to, as the first step, we should get to know how this formation is happening. Formation of what? A soul, a living being, a consciousness. So how this consciousness is brought about with aggregation of non-living things. So it is the most challenging part here. But without accepting that challenge, you won't be able to see the truth. So you will only be able to understand what Lord Buddha said only through this, only taking up this challenge. So you have to face the challenge on your own. So even though someone else's understanding will not help for you to see the truth. So that's why Lord Buddha said you have to build your own rafter to go across this river. So you can't hop on to someone else's rafter to go to the other bank of the river. So you have to build your own rafter. What does that mean? Because your understanding will be with you. So with someone else's understanding, the level of understanding won't matter for your realization. So you have to have some kind of a courage, or you have to put some sort of an effort. So you have to have some kind of inquisitive mind to see this, to accept this challenge. What is this challenge? There's a certain thing called a noble research that you should conduct. Why it is said as why it is known as a noble research? Because it is so logical, it is so practical. Once you do this research methodically, you will definitely get the desired result. So it up to the level of the skill that you have. So the speed will depend on the speed of the realization, of the speed of the acquiring results will be depend on the amount that your dedication. So you have to have a certain inquisitive mind, so courage, as well as yes, all these things should be there. So it will make you to perform this noble research in proper way. So method is very well said by Lord Buddha. So what is the method? So method is understanding the mind would be the first step. So then we have to define what the mind is. So mind is made up of of your own thoughts. So your thoughts will be the building blocks of the mind. So can you ever think a mind which is not made up of thoughts? Rapidly flowing stream of thoughts can be defined as a mind. So in order to understand mind, we have to understand what the thought is. So we have to understand the building block of the mind first. So what is a thought now? So that thought, how this thought is formed. So then we have to understand the composition or the structure of a thought. So if you analyze one thought in depth, so that understanding that you gain through analyzing a thought, one single thought, will help you to understand the rest of the thoughts. So the structure of a thought is similar for whatever kind of thought. Even it is a good thought, even it is a bad thought, even it is a cruel thought, even it is a soft thought. It doesn't matter. Thought encompasses a similar kind of a structure. So how the thought is formed? So what thought is formed through the perceptions that are captured or that are generated from our senses. Actually, Buddha gives a nice example to understand our mind. What sort of a thing is our mind? Mind is like a flowing river. So from where you take water, irrespective of the place where you take a handful of water, you only see water. So water doesn't represent a river. Everywhere river, in even the sea, you get the same kind of water. Even a lake, you get same kind of water. Even in a waterfall, you find same kind of water. The water everywhere is similar, but in certain instances we call it a lake, in certain instances we call it a river, then in certain instances we call that water as a waterfall. So why is this? Only difference is the speed that it flows. A rapidly flowing volume of water is known as a stream or a river. Likewise, rapidly flowing amount of thoughts is can be known as the mind. From where you even in any point from your mind, if you fetch something, you will catch a thought. So you can't find a thought, find the mind without thoughts. Everywhere a thought will be captured. But what is the difference? It is very similar to the river. The rapidly flowing stream of thoughts is known as the mind. So that's why we tell the building block of the mind is the thought. So in order to understand the mind, we have to understand the composition of the thought. In other words, how the thoughts is being built, we have to study. So in this novel research, now we have narrowed down the scope. So earlier we started the novel research with the research question. What is the research question? Is there a living being within us? Is there a so-called consciousness within us? So that is the initial research question we had. Then we narrowed down into the mind, because we think that we have a mind within us. The mind gives a certain kind of a consciousness. So that again narrowed down our scope into the exploration of the mind. So then we further narrowed down to the level of a thought, because we identified the mind as a stream of rapidly flowing thoughts. Now we are focusing on a thought. So if you are able to understand the composition, the mechanism of which it is created, which the thought is created, then you will understand your mind. Then you will understand the so-called self-feeling. So that is why we need to understand what the thought is. So if you analyze this thought further, you will find the thoughts are being created with the help of the senses you have. So senses capture certain stimuli. These stimuli amalgamate each other or combine each other or aggregate each other to form a thought. So we'll take an example and try to understand what the thought is. So we'll say a bed or tree, right? Tree. So what you see from your eye sensor is a color. So that the different shades of color makes you to makes a certain kind of a shape for it. So shape of the tree is captured from the eye. So then that particular shape is so the external input of a sound will nominate that particular shape. So that nomination comes as a sound. So this particular figure, that particular shape is known as a mango tree. The mango tree is the sound. That what you are seeing is a shades of different colors. So now two things have combined to form the tree. But other than that, there is another kind of a feel. What is that? The hardness of the tree is also there in the same perception. So how this hardness came into that particular thought? Through the skin sensor. So you have, within your lifetime, you have touched, you have an experience of touching a tree. So now you know a tree is a hard thing, solid thing. So that solid feel also get combined with the sound and color perception. So then once I tell the word tree, in particular mango tree, you will get a mental image that consists of everything in it. So that mental picture has the, even your eyes is closed, that your mental picture has a color of the shape of the tree, the sound of the mango tree, and also the consistency or the texture or the hardness or the solid nature or 3D nature of the tree. All these things are there in the mental formation. See how your thought has been made. So with the sensors, with the sensory inputs, you created the perception of the mind created the thought, so-called thought known as mango tree. Actually you are interacting with the thought, a stimuli that are received from individual sensors that you have. So then your neural research will narrow down to the level of sensory level. So you have to understand what the sensors are. So how these sensors function. So as you know, I created a certain color. Your ear created certain auditory perception. Your skin created 3D firmness or solid kind of a feel. So all these feelings all this perception got aggregated and contributed to form the particular thought known as mango tree. So then you have to understand, your investigation goes to the level of understanding the sensor. So how these sensors function. So actually what is happening here, there is a certain vibration in your sensor. That vibration will become telepathized with whatever the similar vibrations. So that telepathization is make it energize the particular sensor. That means it contributes to develop or generate certain amount of energy within that particular sensor. That energy will give rise to a certain field. That field is able to project a perception. If that perception becomes the light, that is the exact point that we call that we see the particular shape, or that we see the particular color. Similarly, the vibration frequency of the ear sensor, when it tallies up with some other vibration, it gets telepathized. So when the telepathization occurs, some amount of energy would be generated within the sensor. That energy is capable of generating some kind of perception, creating some kind of perception. If that perception happens to be the auditory perception, be a auditory perception, that is the exact point where your hearing is taking place. So in these two instances, the perceptions were created. One perception is the light. The second perception was the auditory perception. What is the third perception? That is the reception of the feeling of the solidness or the hardness of the tree. It is captured through the skin sensor. So it is an electrical impulse, similar to the eye sensor, similar to the ear sensor, similar to the olfactory sensor, similar to the taste buds. So all in these places, they will create some kind of an electrical impulse. This electrical impulse is capable of creating different forms of perceptions. Actually, these perceptions are not real. These perceptions are illusions. So your senses are capable of creating different kind of perceptions. As you are a human being, you have 5 types of senses. So they are capable of creating 5 types of perceptions. So if in other animals, they may be creating in their senses, they may be creating more perceptions than ours. So that's why in certain animals we can see, they even can see at the dark, because their eye sensor keeps resonating or keeps telepathizing with whatever the vibration, even at the absence of the light. So in the absence of the light, if the sensor keeps on resonating, it will create certain kind of a perception. That's why especially the reptiles, they can easily visualize the things even at the dark. So actually Are we seeing the real world or do they see the real world? So we can't say so. So are we, is there a certain thing called light? No, because if the light is essential to see something, how these reptiles can see at the dark at night? How the animals who live underground can live? But even in the absence of the light, they perform their ordinary day-to-day activities as human beings. So the light is not a actual thing. Because we are having the eye senses, light is a product of the eye. Actually, there is no so-called light in the environment. So how certain animals see the infrared light, but we can't see the infrared light. So they are referring the light as for the infrared light when they see the infrared light. So but even infrared light is projected towards us, we still don't produce any light because our senses are not get sensitized with infrared. So we are not able to see the infrared light. But certain animals can see the infrared light as daylight, like us. So what we see as daylight, is it a real thing? It shouldn't be. It couldn't be a real thing. But these particular animals see as daylight. Is it a real thing? No, we can't say so. What they see is also an illusion. What we see is also an illusion. So these have to be very well understood very well, because this understanding should come through this penetrative insight. So none of our sensor is able to capture this truth. Only through this realization only we can understand these things. So that's why Lord Buddha said, this Dhamma is not for dumb people. This Dhamma is only for who have intelligence. This is only for the intellectuals. So this has to, we don't have certain kind of another kind of sensor to perceive this truth. We only have the thinking capacity to think and see. We have the capacity to think logically. So if you think logically, it is not difficult to understand this truth. So actually there is no so-called light here. Actually there is no so-called auditory sounds here. Actually there is no so-called liquidity, solidness or airness or heat, temperature. All these things are getting created because you are having those kind of sensors. In the absence of the sensors, you won't feel those particular sensations. So there are certain animals who live in the volcanic beds even. So even they feel the temperature as us. Can they survive? No. But then they still manage to survive in that difficult situations. So there are certain animals who live in the deep down in the sea, in the seabed. So the pressure is enormous in the seabed. Even human can't reach that level because the pressure is so much. Pressure is very huge. So we can't bear it because our senses, it goes beyond the threshold of our senses. But certain animals live happily in those difficult areas. How this happens? Because their senses are not detecting that kind of a pressure. So even we are standing up in the atmosphere, you don't know how much weight you are bearing on top of your two shoulders. So the atmospheric pressure is so huge, but you don't feel it. Your sensor does not detect that pressure. That's why you can peacefully stay upright. You don't know how much pressure it is exerted by this atmosphere. It is, I think, 2000 or 6000 lobes. So you are bearing from your shoulders even by now. You don't feel. Why is that? Because your senses do not detect it. Your senses do not telepathized with that particular level of pressure levels. So that's why Lord Buddha said, in Pali terms, we say the Salayatana Loko. Your world is defined by your own senses. So you are living in a world that is created with your own senses. The color you see as red might be different from what is seen by your other members of the family. You don't know. Your feeling is so unique. It is defined by your eye sensor. The intensity of the red color that you referred it to as red might be vary from one person to another. That's why Lord Buddha said, you are living in your own world. If there are 8 billion people in the world, so they are living in 8 billion different worlds. So we have to understand these things. So these senses are not true. The creation of the perceptions through senses will vary from one person to another, one animal to another. So the projections or the perceptions are not unique. And also, these perceptions are not real. So this has to be very clear for you. In this noble research, now you understood the world that you are living in is not the absolute kind of a world. It is an illusion. It has been made within your own senses. The scope of the boundary of the world is has been defined by the capabilities of your own senses. So that's why Lord Buddha said, Chitte niyati loko. Your mind defines the boundary of your world. And Salayatana loko, your senses define the scope of your world. So I think for the day it is enough. So we can talk further tomorrow as well. So just keep contemplating on these things. Just try to see whether your senses are correct, real or not. The projections that are being made or that are being projected from your senses are not true. You think this is the color red. You think I heard the word apple. You think it is it has a sweet taste. All these things are coming as thoughts. So you are living in a world full of thoughts. So the thoughts are made with the sensory inputs. So these sensory inputs are relative to one animal to other. So these are not real as well. That's why Lord Buddha said, you are living in an illusionary world. You are living in you are seeing a mirage. It is never gonna be a real thing. And also, you think you are living in this world. It is also a kind of perceptions that are being captured. That is being captured by your own senses. The figure of yourself, is also captured with your own senses. So the sensory inputs will define yourself as well. So yourself is also become a part of the same unrealistic world. So you yourself, you thought it has internal thing. No, it is again becomes an external thing. So none of the external things wouldn't be true things. So this has to be very clear for you. So then you will be able to understand that there is no such so-called a self here. The self has been created as a result of interplay that is happening among the own senses. The senses, then you get to know this, the perceptions that are generated within the senses are not real either. So there is no way of I myself can be a real thing. So I myself also becomes a part of the same illusion. So you are seeing yourself as a mirage. So you are not true. So if you are not true, would there be a kind of true kind of feeling of existence? No, there is no way of feeling of your own existence either. Because due to the speedy occurrence of your mind, speedy creation of your mind, it gives a certain feeling of existence. That's why you are feeling that you are a living being. But now we know with this, after the understanding these things, the other than the rapidly flowing stream of thoughts, there is no such a permanent thing called mind. In that mind, you yourself is another kind of a mirage. So there is no way of formation of so-called a conscious feeling. It is also a mirage. It is not a true thing. So keeping this in mind, I'm inviting you all to come and have a look. You will understand definitely if you keep on listening this Buddothpado sermon. Until then, good night and have a good day. Therwan Saranai to all of you.